to show up.
Shawty going outside, got no plans to slow up.
Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my ways up, I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter, I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter, I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Did it stir? I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
EBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got EBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Uh-oh, this shifted.
I said, Magnus!
They stop me, yeah, I got some motion.
Arjun is the new Blitz World Champion.
They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. And I ain't missing in my shots.
Unbelievable, Merzen!
They stop me, now I got some motion. I got some motion, okay.
Welcome back, everybody. It's day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, but we are focused on Rapid at the moment, taking place in the Sports and Events Complex at the University of Doha in Qatar. Welcome, everyone, bright and early. My name is Grandmaster Amon Hambleton. I will be anchoring our broadcast today. I got word from Canty that he'll be joining in just a bit. I think this is a ploy from Canty to make me pay more attention to chat. So chat, I think he's gonna get his wish. I'm monitoring the chat full force while I'm solo here, but let's get right into the format for today. In case you just joined, or perhaps you need a reminder, it's very, very easy. 13 rounds in the open section, 11 rounds in the women's section. Today, we will see 4 rounds from each. Of course, the time control, 15 minutes, a 10-second increment. We are in rapid chess format. That 10 seconds has mattered in some of these critical games. And if there's a tie for first place at the very end, we will settle it with 3+2 blitz. And I'm not even going to get into the craziness that could be an Armageddon knockout, everybody. But I promise to go through that format should it arise at the end of day 3, which will be tomorrow. Now the standings, what we're all here for. We saw some of this develop yesterday. We saw Magnus Carlsen with a dominant day. Arjun Erigaisi, they had a draw in that final round to put them both at 4.5 points, joined by MVL, Artemiev, and Gukesh, who has quietly risen up the ranks to number 5. So they've all tied with 4.5 points out of 5. They're undefeated, and in fact, there's a number of undefeated players, even with 4 points going down the list. You can see Hans Niemann bringing up the list at 4 points there, hasn't suffered a loss. Anish Giri and Gutham has been a real story of the event thus far, along with Orazbayev, just some youngsters that are currently undefeated and performing very, very well. You can see Alexander Grishuk near the end of the list there at 3.5, looking to make a comeback as we enter day 2. And these are your pairings. We begin in round 6. Take a look at the very top because this is the best place to start. Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a matchup. Artemiev, Erigaisi. Anish Giri has moved up to play Gukesh, and I say moved up because Giri has 4 points there, but an odd number of players with 4.5 means that we get these type of exciting pairings. Nihal against Sargsyan. As we move on to the next page here, we see Hans Niemann is facing Gutham. A very interesting matchup. Again, it's the duality. Is Gutham an easier pairing, or is he a very scary opponent considering how well he's playing right now? Fabiano also moving up on board 12. We see Jan Nepomniachtchi, as well as Ray Robson against the youngster Orazbayev on board 7. Some names that will be very familiar. I see Daniel Dubov, Wesley So, Dominguez. Just players that maybe early on had a couple of draws or even early loss in the event. Nurdirbek Abdusatorov on board 13 and Grishuk down on board 18. These are players that might not have had the start to the event that they might want, but here they are mounting that comeback, round 6. Remember, there's 13 rounds in total. So as we kind of approach the midway point, get to see which of these players is in form and which ones are not. So that is the open section. Of course, we're here to cover the women's section as well. And the story of day number 1 for me has been Zhu Jiner up at the top, the only player with a perfect score. 4 wins, not a draw, not a loss on her record. Goryachkina, Batsiashvili, Maria Muzichuk, Harika, Stefanova, Song Yuxin, as well as Sarah Khadem, all at 3.5 points. So a big group of ladies chasing that 4-point lead. But today we get to find out who is going to actually make that jump. You can see a lot of scores of 3 points here down to the end of the first page. And these are your pairings and how they match up today. A lot of Chinese players here. Like I mentioned, Zhu Jiner on board number 1 probably has the toughest pairing here. Goryachkina, an easy favorite that a lot of spectators had coming into this event. Stefanova and Harika playing on board number 2. And going down the list, we can also see that Tan Zhongyi, board number 6, looking to make a comeback up to those top boards, along with Zhu Wenjun, who is notably absent from these first couple of pages of pairings. Lei Ting-jae, Alexandra Kosteniuk, we see Humpy Koneru there as well, and Divya Deshmukh from India on board number 12, just to name a few names from these pairings. So we're going to see if some of those big names like Zhu Wenjun can make that comeback up to the top boards, because it hasn't been smooth sailing for the highest seeds in the event thus far. Yeah, that's always a good person to speak to. The arbiter. We see Fabiano, Maxime at the board, seated. I don't think anyone is surprised to see Maxime at the board first with his opponent. And you can I feel like in day 2, all of a sudden, I wouldn't say you're quite experiencing the pressure and the stress of day 3, where you're really deciding who is going to be the World Rapid Champion, but you can have a poor start to the event. Day 1 can go poorly for you. Day 2, it's not really okay anymore. And there's Magnus Carlsen at the board ahead of the very first round today, which will be round number 6 overall. And I feel like it's just me, but when Magnus sat down, I think the lights came on. That's the aura we're talking about here. But yeah, day 2, it's all about, this is an exciting matchup, Giri versus Gukesh. We'll certainly be spending a lot of time on the top boards here. Day 2, you can't afford a poor start today. If you had a poor start to the event on day number 1, all of a sudden, there's a lot of pressure on day 2 to perform. I've been talking about Artemiev in Rapid. Another name that should always come to mind is Alexei Sarana. We can see here facing off against Hovhannisyan. on the top boards. And over in the women's section, probably the most anticipated matchup of today is the undefeated Zhu Jin'er against Alexandra Goryachkina. Alireza is in the tournament. Remember, there's truly so many top players in the event that you may not see your favorite player or perhaps a top player on these first couple of top boards, but even just a draw, a couple of draws, a loss in the event can put you paired a little further down. But rest assured, Alireza is in the tournament, and if you don't see him on the top boards, I absolutely expect to see him soon. And getting word that he is, yes, I think the chat has his score there. 3 out of 5, playing on board 31 currently, but a lot can change in a single day. Nihal Sarin, another player that I feel like is a constant high performer when it comes to blitz and rapid chess. We saw a game of Vincent Keimer as well. Covered that on day 1. So Vincent is in the event. Jose Martinez, Alexander Bortnik, Pragnananda, Aronian, Firouzja, all down on boards 30, 31, 32. So it really is a stacked tournament. You can be having an event where you've only lost one game or you've drawn a couple of games and you find yourself really down in the tournament cross table. But the thing with these events like World Rapid is as soon as a couple of draws happen, you realize draws are a really common result on those top boards. It's I wouldn't say it's easy. It's the toughest event in the world, really, when it comes to speed chess of any format, rapid or blitz. However, there is a way to catch up to the leaders because it's not like Magnus. I mean, don't speak too soon, but it's not like Magnus just wins every single game in a row. He's going to start playing players like MVL. Like, you really can't expect Magnus to win every single game. But having said that, I'm sure that's exactly what we're going to see today. So what happens is a couple draws on the top boards. Even if you're sitting at 3 out of 5, like for example, Alireza, you put together some wins on some lower boards and all of a sudden you find yourself right at the top again. All right, chat. What are our predictions for Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave? Obviously, it's a long day of chess ahead. But in this next game, to start things off, Magnus versus MVL. Who do we have? It's always a safe bet, I feel like, to maybe just predict a draw. So if you're like me, you want to make the safe prediction, draw is always there for you. But history doesn't remember those that make safe predictions. History remembers those that take risks. How come Magnus is early today? I mean, poor guy. He's really the bad end of this joke, and I'm here for it. After a few late entrances on day 1, seems he's starting off day 2 with a different mentality. It's proof, however, that he's not the one delaying the event. Magnus is at his chair. You guys are here in the chat. We've all shown up, including Magnus, and the games have still not started. You know you're not close to starting because Fabiano is still pacing in the background. He's a good marker here. When the players are up chatting, pacing, especially Geary, he's a known pacer. I think myself, I also, if I'm playing an event, especially one like this, I don't like to be sat at the board too early, especially if there's going to be expected delays. I do like to be up and walking around and then sit down only when we really need to play. This right here, MVL against Magnus. This is tough for me. Sitting at the board, waiting for things to start. I would rather be up and pacing and then sit down when it's time to play. Okay, Rose Twig says, I'm here, let's start the games. Okay, someone convey that to the Chief Arbiter, please. We've all been waiting for your arrival, Rose Twig. I think they're just getting the message over, everybody, and then finally round 6 can start. Well, because there's a little bit of apprehension, we don't know exactly when the round is going to start. It seems like the players are all there, so this one may be on the event. But regardless, since we have a couple more minutes, we also have some content to show you guys. With Magnus, Fabiano, and even Parham, they sat down with us not too long ago to share what they're looking forward to at the World Rapid. So while we wait, let's hear what they had to say.
What are your expectations for the upcoming World Rapid and Blitz?
It's going to be really tough. I'm really hoping to do well this year. I've had some decent years. I've had some good performances, but never something that I'm really proud of. My best result is a silver medal in the Rapid, and it would be really great to fight for gold, to even get a gold in one of the events. That would be really great. But I'm just hoping to play well because some years have been kind of uneven. So I hope this will be better.
Who will be your, let's say, top 3 toughest opponents in the World Rapid and Blitz?
I think only Magnus probably, because like with the other guys, like I think there's not much difference, but with Magnus there's a huge gap which I need to fulfill it, to work a lot and try to make it closer. But with other guys I don't think there's much difference, and I believe that they also have the same opinion as me. As Magnus is hard to catch when he's in a very good shape, and this is like what I will try to do.
There was a lot of doubt of whether I was going to be there. I was more than out at some point, but now that I'm playing, I'm motivated to give it my all and do well. As long as I'm in good shape, I'll be a dangerous man.
Welcome back, everyone. We are hopefully minutes away from the very first move of the first round of day 2, round 6 of the World Rapid Championship 2025, the best way to end the year. Some have pointed out that indeed Maxime he's shown up to this match in jeans. I, for one, appreciate that. Who are our commentators today is a great question. My name is Grandmaster Mon Hambleton, joined by Grandmaster Mon Hambleton. That is my voice. Yep. Coming to you live I also think there's a little bit of regret setting in. Magnus, in my opinion, has the right to show up late to the next round. I mean, the guy shows up early and the event's delayed. The guy shows up late and, it starts right away. It makes sense to me. I wouldn't be showing up on time. Magnus sitting down here is indicating, I believe we really are close to beginning. Indeed, yeah, we may need to welcome some varying guests in order to keep me company. So, yeah, if you have any ideas, we may need to do some chat call-ins. No, I'm just kidding. Can't have you guys in the commentary booth. With great power comes great responsibility, and the first moves are underway. No ceremonial moves today, usually just to start the event. You can see the split between the open and women's section. On the bottom, of course, the open. Bottom left of your screen, board number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We get a Sicilian, and Maxime, I have to say, this is a treatment that Magnus's Sicilian has received, which is the bishop b5, those Rossolimo variations. Was very common in the World Championship match between Fabiano and Magnus. Arjun's knight f3 on board 2 there. You can see really throwing off Artemiev, who is in a think, and he's not the first top player that we have seen in a deep think after what should be a relatively simple move. It looks like Matlakov and Sindarov, down near the bottom right of the screen, are playing an opening that does not see a lot of airtime at the highest level. Almost a bit of a combination here of a Benko setup. And of course, the women's section on the top of your screen there. Zhujiner against Goryachkina. The ladies are actually playing a deeply theoretical variation, which is known to be equal. Maybe the slightest of preference to white, but in practice, that has not led to significant results. So we can immediately see that a draw is a very likely result there, top left of your screen. And Stefanova and Harika Dronovali very early on, but a bit of a Pirtz defense in that one, while classic e4, e5 Italian game for Sarah Radem and Maria Muzichuk. So which games look the most exciting to you guys in chat? I have my ideas. I mean, obviously, MVL and Carlsen is a must watch, but we are still early stages in that one. Also a very stable position between Giri and Gukesh. A Catalan structure there. You can always rely on Arjun to play some enterprising chess. We've only seen 2 moves in that game, but I'm sure that one will become exciting. Arjun really does play a brand of chess which is very exciting to watch. Yeah, I feel the same compulsion to check out Matlakov against Sindarov. I really do. Very imbalanced game. But let's have a look at this one in more detail. What do we have here? Benko Gambit. All right. we don't get to look at the Benko too often, so let me bring everyone to the board here for a second. Let's have a look at this. I'm going to start from the beginning here. The Benko is, like I said, an opening that truly does not get too much airtime at the highest level of chess. And e3 is the choice by Vachier-Lagrave. Now, there are a lot of main lines in the Benko. Usually, you keep taking these pawns, play knight c3, play e4, and for example, something like this. Even nowadays, they're playing g6 and playing something like queen a5. Apart from this, you'll also see a very common bishop d3 trap. If anyone plays the Benko or has played it, this is the latest. You play queen a5 to pin the knight, bishop d3 to guard the e-pawn, which was hanging, and black plays the remarkable knight takes d5. So if you haven't seen this trick before, maybe I just inspired you to play the Benko, or maybe if you play from the white side, I've just reminded you to never fall for this. Believe me, I've done my fair share of falling for this trick, but this is the latest and greatest in the Benko here, and black creates not just a fork, but the desirable bishop d2 would drop the bishop on d3. So this is what you have to watch out for in terms of an opening trap in the Benko. Obviously, we don't see the main lines. We see something else, e3, a very modest move in this opening, but just goes to show when you're playing the Benko, white truly has so many options. And after takes on b5, remember, queen a5 does not win a piece here. Bishop to b7, bishop d2, and after queen b6, black is planning to win the d-pawn. However, white just supports the bishop, is happy to return the pawn, and this is the position we get. So I like to see the Benko being played here. Queen back to d8, queen g4. This is a very accurate move by Vachier-Lagrave, who clearly is demonstrating that he understands the opening very well. White is going to play rook to d1, knight to c4, and potential control of the d6 square. So when you think about the Benko, it's a very tempting opening to play. You want to sacrifice a pawn and get a lot of compensation. But Vachier-Lagrave has chosen a way to play against the Benko, which really flips it on its head. All of a sudden, we see a situation where white is actually the one with all sorts of threats. Bishop h6 is an idea. Rook d1 with pressure on d7. If you play d6, perhaps even knight c4 with even more pressure. So I think this is a very tempting way to play as well. You can fully accept the gambit, have the extra pawn, but Vachier-Lagrave says, happy to return the pawn. I might not be up in material, but I have a really easy game. Very easy development here. So understandable why this was played. And knight to c6 is the move chosen. I do expect to see some sort of rook d1, whether it's rook a to d1, rook f to d1 at some point. And if the knight is exchanged, then it also comes with a double attack. So for example, in this position, if rook d1 was played, it would be very important to play the right move here. d7 is hanging. Even knight d4 does not take care of that pawn. So in this position, knight takes e5 would just be a big problem. Rook d7 and queen g7 are both threatened. So I think after rook d1, the move d6 is mandatory. Now, of course, we're talking about the highest level of chess here. So d6 will certainly be played, but it's the only move in the position. So, and this was actually played, rook a d1. Maybe we can see if d6 will be played here, but I think it will be, it shouldn't take too long. Both knight d4 and knight takes e5 are incorrect. And there you see d6. And white will probably be looking to drop the queen back to g3, put some pressure on this pawn. There's always the bishop h6 idea. And I think it's fair to say at this point that white is slightly better. And that's where we can leave this for now. So that's the Benko. Nice to see it played at the highest level of rapid chess. Back to our bird's eye view. And again, top left of your screen, Zhu Jinur against Goryachkina, very deep in a theoretical position there. Also known to be very drawish. So I certainly have that expectation going forward. Looking at Magnus's game, it's very, very unique the way the pieces are developing in that one. The knight on the side of the board, the knight actually jumping into d4. Artemiev is deep in the think tank as well, and that time is accurate, by the way. There's no situation where somehow the times are not being represented correctly. No, it really does have under 7 minutes in a rapid game. And his opponent, Arjun, is over the starting time. 15 minutes, 21 seconds. There really haven't been too many moves played in that game. Yeah, it's been a minute because Hans has been rising the ranks. Let's actually take a look on the board here at Hans against Gutham, because I think this is a matchup that, first of all, you know, the world is watching, waiting for the potential matchup between Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen. Like, I speak for everybody. However, Gutham is also an opponent here that has remained undefeated in the event. Matter of fact, both of these players are undefeated. So they've had 3 wins and 2 draws, putting them both at 4 points out of 5. Let's just quickly back up and see how we got to this position. And of course, it is a Scandinavian. I'm going to say another opening that does not get a lot of top level airtime, right? They're just, when you think about move 1 and what moves are available, there are so many simple, safe, solid options. So you really don't see d5 as much. So the Scandinavian here, a6, knight e5 very quickly, usually with the idea to play bishop f4, generate some immediate attacks against the queen, and knight c6 was played. And of course, this is why the move a6 is played. That's why you have to pay very close attention to the details. If you're trying to copy the best players at the World Rapid and you play this variation without a6, you will lose your queen. Bishop to e2, given a question mark, but I think we can all agree this is a very intentional decision by Hans, who has offered the g2 pawn in exchange for tempi. Bishop f3. All of a sudden, black's bishop cannot develop very easily. Bishop f4, and I believe this is the live position. So if we're talking about objective evaluation, bishop e2, no, not correct. Probably a mistake here. But this is the way that Hans wants to play, probably queen e2 and long castle, along with potentially rook e1. If black ever plays e6, the move d5 can always be played right in the center. And d5 is a difficult move to deal with, potentially with a queen on e2. Now, the move bishop g4, to me, stands out as a move I would consider here because I need to develop, and I'm not going to spend time defending this pawn. Bishop g4 actually played on the board as I'm talking about it. I think this is a very smart decision. It seems to force bishop takes g4. So the variation I'm looking at, which seems extremely forcing, is takes, queen takes g4, and let's say that something like, okay, you could play h3, but let's say bishop takes c7, rook c8, black plays e6, bishop b4, brings the knight back to f6 and d5. For me, this looks like a position you really cannot be worse in as black. So very comfortable out of the opening. Additionally, knight takes on g4 can be played, but perhaps this is just not the game that black is looking to play. Castles and castles would be the answer here. And black is truly just up a pawn. So unless there's some danger in this position immediately, I'm not really seeing why Hans has full compensation for this pawn. So getting to the live position, here it is after bishop takes, and this next move I think will determine the mindset of Hans' opponent, Gutham Krishna. Queen takes g4 looks very stable, maybe equal-ish, but if anyone's better, to my eyes, it's the black pieces. Knight takes g4 is ambitious, really playing for the win and saying, you know, I don't really trust this pawn sacrifice that you've done in the opening. So an interesting idea with bishop e2 f3, but one of the reasons why the engine gave it a question mark is probably how quickly black can offer that exchange of bishops, trade by force, and the worst case for black appears to be an equal but slightly better position. That's the way I see this one early on, and I think Hans would have preferred maybe a bit more initiative, more pieces on the board, but the reality is after sacrificing that pawn, the pieces are just liquidating after bishop g4, and there's not that many opportunities to go wrong for black. It does seem like an easy position to play, even if we offer this pawn back as a result. So after bishop g4, I would say that the opening has not been terribly successful for Hans. That's my conclusion here. And we can jump back to the bird's eye view. I'm actually paying attention to Maxime against Magnus Carlsen on board number 1. Bottom left of our screen, that board appears to be favoring Maxime more and more, but a very unusual position. Bishop g7 intending kingside castling. I'm sure we'll see it on the next move. And yes, the reality for those paying attention on board number 2 is that Artemiev is really at under 3 minutes on the clock in rapid. Just bringing you the live feed to actually confirm that. Because I think there might be some doubters out there. Look at the time situation confirmed by the camera. It's now a blitz game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, Artemiev is a phenomenal blitz player, but you're putting yourself in a tough situation against elite competition. That's funny, yes. Artemiev preparing for the World Blitz. Perhaps he's playing the events in the wrong order. You might find success in the World Rapid that way, playing it like a blitz game. I promise you, he will not find success in the World Blitz, playing it like a rapid game. The position here for Magnus against Maxime does feel a little bit cramped. I think just visually looking at the position, we can feel that this light squared bishop needs some assistance. Now, white played this move queen to a3, which does a few things. One of them is it actually prevents a6 and b5. If you're noticing, it feels that Maxime is trying to play in a way that restricts Magnus's pieces. Queen a3 also hit the e7 pawn, which meant rook e8 had to be played. Because rook e8 is there, there's a pin on the d pawn. So you can see the b pawn cannot really go to b5 after a6. b6 and bishop b7 is completely playable, but there is no a6 b5. There's also no d6. So you can see this bishop on c8 has some difficulties developing. d3 played. White would love to play bishop to g5, although it's not playable. And there you see b6, because based on what I just said, it's the only way to develop the bishop to the b7 square. A lot of time spent here on the clock for Magnus. It's not an easy position to play. I can't say that the opening has gone perfectly for Magnus, but he's also a real specialist when it comes to unorthodox positions. So in that regard, I would say the opening is successful. After knight to f4, knight takes e6 is particularly annoying just because f takes e6 would be forced. So that would immediately make me think, well, we're either going to take this knight, which does not look very good for black, seems to help the pieces, or perhaps we could keep this piece on the board. But if you play a move like knight c5, you're always inviting b4. If you play a move like knight to c7, perhaps this bishop will take a step back. Bishop c4 can always hide on b3. I do think there's a future in this game where the queen on a3 is placed poorly, meaning something like a bishop f8 in the future will be very unpleasant to deal with, as Magnus, with 4.5 minutes, completes development. Notice how knight f4, Magnus did not exchange the pieces. It's a really difficult concept to actually master because it's so tempting and so easy to make that trade, but the bishop wanted to develop to f4. So by denying that trade, you also deny the bishop is square. White is now desperate to move the knight again and then bring the bishop out, but it's not that easy. Now you've lost control of the d5 square. So it almost feels like bishop d2 is the only option, or maybe the move c3, but Magnus has his pieces modestly developed. And again, if c3 happens, you'd be happy to trade that because this pawn is extended a little bit far out in the position, and you'd be happy to trade it off. So a very unusual position, but I feel like that is the brand of chess that Magnus plays, and certainly one that he excels at compared to his peers. Taking an unusual position, non-theoretical, and getting a chance to just play chess, just outplay. I guarantee this is a position that Maxime and Magnus have not seen too often, if at all. For me, this is certainly the first time I've seen a position like this. Our update on Vladislav Artemiev is that he has just over 1 minute on the clock, while Arjun has nearly 12 minutes. Now, the good news for Artemiev is he has a perfectly fine position. Maybe the bad news is, well, he's playing Erigaisi, who's a very aggressive player, which means the position is not going to be simple. And this is what he has to deal with. Pawn to b4 was the last move here. Now there's something a bit comical about knight c2, which allows the black pawn to capture on b2 and trap the white rook. So certainly we will not be playing that move. It seems the only ones to consider here would be perhaps d6, but certainly knight to c4 as well. There are also the moves queen c2 and queen d3 in order to put some pressure on h7, which can always be thrown in potentially as in-between moves. So the reason that knight c4 is sustainable here is, you have this idea of queen c2, and you can see actually I wasn't quick enough, or actually I was definitely quick enough. I got there before the blue arrow. Queen c2 threatens checkmate and threatens the pawn on b2. So he must defend here, for example, with knight f6. And obviously Arjun is going to equal the material after queen takes b2. And despite, I'm sure, everyone thoroughly enjoying my ramblings and monologues, I think it's to everyone's benefit that I'm joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. We have another Grandmaster welcomed on the show. Hello, Bach, and shall I say good morning?
Yeah, good day, Aman. It's good to see you. My pleasure to be joining you today. I was actually enjoying your rambling, your commentary, but it's good to be joining you here in the booth as we have some pretty exciting games. I think what game has your eye been drawn to so far, Aman?
Well, I've certainly been paying attention, Bach, to the kind of the weird and just unorthodox position that MVL and Magnus have got together, but also the time deficit that Artemiev has put himself in. He's got 45 seconds ticking down, and he's also in a position that is not really clarified. It's not clear how he's supposed to play. He's got 30 seconds now. So those are the two games that I've really been eyeing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Artemiev, extremely strong rapid and blitz player, but like you said, I think his main weakness is his time management. And we see that right here as he's getting down to 20 seconds, Aman. I mean, that looks very hard to survive given how complex this position is.
Yep. That's the problem is, okay, and he's just played bishop takes d5. Now, you know that there's going to be something here that's difficult to meet. 11 seconds, and you're against Arjun, a very dynamic player. Knight d4 played instantly. That is not what you want to see, Bach.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, Arjun realizes the dynamic of this game. He realizes that he has to put the pressure on Artemiev, who's now getting down to 5 seconds, and he goes rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8. There is a knight c6 move in the position. Knight f5 accomplishing something similar, but very dangerous with these diagonals, all aimed at the black king, not to mention the rooks aimed perfectly at the queen and just down the center. So this position looks like one that is about to collapse. And with, 11 minutes versus pretty much 11 seconds, I can't imagine Artemiev surviving here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he is really good still on his final seconds, but against Arjun with only 13 seconds on the clock, this looks really unpleasant. And I'm sure that Arjun is going to try to cook up something unexpected, right? I mean, probably the expected move here is knight c6. Artemiev already is going to go queen d7 or queen d6. Those look like the only two moves. Or what do you think about sacrificing the queen there, Aman? Like bishop takes c6.
Yeah, that honestly, and that might be a reason to play knight f5 from Arjun's perspective. Just picking the more difficult move that doesn't have an easy reaction. He knows he can expect bishop f8. And if he plays the move bishop g5, especially quickly, which I expect, this is a tough spot for Artemiev to be in.
This looks extremely tough with 6 seconds ticking down. The threat is to take on f6. Black would have to recapture the pawn, so rook c8 is played. And I think this is still holding on, because if you take on c8, I think you want to recapture with the queen. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and white cannot take on d5 as there's a back rank checkmate.
Yeah, I'll just put that line on the board. Impressive for Artemiev to be able to recognize these things with low time. If you take here and take back, rook d5 is, of course, off limits because of back rank mate. But these are the tactics that you need to see to justify this position at all. And so far, Artemiev, 15 seconds, he's managed to do so.
Yeah, and we see the blue arrow pointing out knight to e3, which looks like a really good move, stopping any back rank checkmate ideas from black and putting more pressure on that bishop. And I suppose if black takes on c1, you want to recapture with the queen to keep the pin on the d file alive. What does black even do there?
Yeah, I actually don't have an answer. Rook takes e3 is always available to at least keep yourself alive, but I think we're teetering on potentially a lost position after knight e3 if it's played, and that's why the blue arrow is there. And of course, with 11 minutes, Bach, this is what I mean. Arjun's not going to miss an opportunity. With 11 seconds, you might miss knight e3, but this looks like a position that Artemiev is going to have to come up with something impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive how Arjun is handling the clock here, because what we see, Aman, is that whenever there's an easy move, he plays it quickly to keep the pressure on Artemiev, but he does take his time in specific spots to find a good move that puts the most pressure on black. And I wonder, I guess if white takes on f6 now, which is the expected move, I guess Artemiev is going for bishop takes a2, going down a piece, but getting a few passed pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, I have to also point out queen a5 is the only move to effectively avoid resigning the game. This is the only way to play on. And again, Artemiev has found it. So bishop takes f6, bishop takes a2 is indeed on the board. Winning position for white, but at least you could say, Bach, that now the worst is behind Artemiev. He has 2 connected pawns. He probably has easy moves to play. He's worse, but at the very least, he knows the moves that he needs to do.
Exactly, yeah. And perhaps the position is now becoming more difficult for Arjun to play, right? He's going up a piece, but black is just going to push those pawns, like you said, and I don't see how we're getting rid of them easily. And, yeah, you know, it's not easy for white to really make use of that extra piece for now, right?
Yep, completely agree. I actually wanted to get your thoughts, Bach, on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe we can jump to that game. Just a really unusual position, and one that I felt, you know, I always feel these unusual, unorthodox positions favor Magnus, but what do you think of these tripled pawns in the center of the board for Maxime against Magnus? Magnus has these triple D pawns in the center.
Yeah, we'll call it the Norwegian center, right, with the triple D pawns. But he's got the bishop pair and extra pawn as well. The c2 pawn is a little bit weak, as it can easily be attacked. Actually, right now, the move queen c7 makes a lot of sense, hitting the knight on f4 and a pawn on c2. And because black has that pawn on d4, you can never really push the pawn up. So Magnus doing well, I think, on the board, but he's also quite behind on the clock.
That's right. Yeah, a bit of a. It has been a weird game. I feel like a lot of the moves that have been required from Magnus have been a bit strange. And look at d6. So a full defense here. The pawns are sticking together. There's also this idea after knight takes d5. Don't know if we'll see it, but you know, bishop h2 is always there. The rook's double, and I think Magnus is playing it a bit slow here. We might see queen c7, but I'm almost expecting queen d7 after d6, because queen c7 would have made more sense almost without the d pawn there.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see, he goes pawn a5, but that could actually be captured by Maxime, because if you take white takes the bishop on b7, so on, we might see the game getting out of Magnus's control here. It is getting down to a minute, and I am starting to like MVL's chances. Computer's giving that a question mark.
Yeah, that's a move that definitely Magnus has not considered. You might think that it's blundering this bishop, but of course justified by rook takes e8, when you would drop a lot of material, including the queen. So bishop takes a5, probably quite literally the last move you would ever expect after playing pawn a5. So he's really underestimated this one.
Yeah. I think Yasser, he would call those in-your-face moves, right?
Yep. Yeah, Yasser likes to say, you know, in moments like after a5, he says like, okay, I'll fall for it. You know, bishop takes a5. You know, I guess you got some brilliant idea. Let me see it. I'll make the mistake.
And there we have it. Bishop takes a5. Gift me the pawn, as Yasser like to say. And now it's up to Magnus. Like, what's the point? Where's the compensation for that pawn sacrifice or blunder, if you will?
Yeah, and remember, there's a couple of moves coming into position. First of all, and most notably, bishop takes b6 is another pawn and hitting the queen. So if you don't take on a5, you're just losing another pawn, and then maybe a4, a5 will get played. Yeah, Magnus is going queen d7. So I wonder, are we going to see bishop back to d2? That looks the simplest at this point. There's no tempo to take after bishop takes b6. And now we have to point out that bishop takes f4 is truly hanging.
Yep. No, with this move, bishop takes f4 is a real threat, and b takes a5. So like you said, I'm on bishop to d2 addresses both threats, as it saves the bishop and the knight. If you're feeling really greedy with white, you can also play queen takes b6 on, because then if the knight is taken, you can take twice on e8 and take on b7, but feels really greedy.
I'll put that move on the board. Now we're really speaking Yasser's language, because he would definitely be considering this. If bishop takes, then the idea is from long range, this bishop is covering the threat of checkmate on e1. So white would actually be doing much better in this position. And the recommended move after queen takes b6 is actually to play bishop c6 here, intending to capture the knight. And also this queen starts to get a little nervous and maybe running out of squares after rook b8. So it's not so clear. And I think at this point, after queen d7, bishop d2 is the smarter decision, and MVL agrees.
Yep, no, queen takes b6 definitely looked too risky. Rook c5 blitzed out instantly by Magnus, and now Maxime is back in the tank, but the computer is giving that move a question mark, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's guarding d5, and you can see some idea with rook c5, but the best move, c3, was just played by Maxime. There's still a pin on the e-file, which is allowing maybe after pawn takes on c3, you can recapture with the bishop if you'd like, an extra option available.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant for Magnus on 30 seconds. The point is that after a trade on c3, then d4 becomes available. Now in case rook b5 is played, the queen can always drop back to c2 or d1. Magnus getting down to 20 seconds. I mean, this looks very tricky, Amon.
Agree. This is not really a spot you want to be in. Also, pawn takes on c3 very directly just threatens d4, which even if black has to trade, like maybe the rook comes back or the rook moves away and black trades on f4, even the opposite bishop position looks extremely bad for black.
Yeah, absolutely, because the one bishop they have left on b7 is not doing much, staring at its own pawn on d5. All of the dark squares around the black king would be weak, and if that bishop on e5 will be gone, black will always have to worry about a rook coming to e7.
Magnus, you can tell, doesn't have everything figured out here. He's going to have to make a move that he does not like. Literally down to seconds, he's played rook to b5.
Okay, so let's see. Now Maxime might do what we saw Arjun doing earlier, keeping the pressure on Magnus with a quick either queen c2 or queen d1. I think those are the two moves that make the most sense.
Yep, agreed. There's no need for the queen to really be out there anymore. You're just trying to play d4 on the next move as soon as you get a chance. And queen d1 supporting the rooks in case of an exchange. But the rook on b5, Bach, you'd have to agree, is a very, very unusual piece there.
Yeah, it's feeling quite clumsy, especially after d4. I can now not return to the c5 square. d4, bishop f6. All right, and now it feels like there should be something for Maxime. Let's see what he's going to come up with.
Yeah, I was thinking in this position that, you know, rook takes on e7 and queen a4 is a little bit of a funny, like kind of weird pin for a moment, but I'm not sure that not sure what it actually does. Definitely this rook on b5 is placed in a way that I think everyone's spidey senses are tingling, that there just has to be something that takes advantage of it.
Yeah. No, like I said, queen a4, interesting move, but I guess maybe just a move like bishop c6 and pinning the rook. He trades on e7 and it goes knight e3. Rook a5, and okay, he plants the knight on b4. Interesting maneuver, Oman, as now he's defending a2, keeping the pressure on the d5 pawn, and perhaps he just wants to go queen f3, maybe bishop f4, and just slowly but surely pile up the pressure on Magnus.
Yeah, it's possible in moments like that, you know, Magnus escapes a little bit. The move rook a5 and rook a8, Magnus is coordinating that rook. It was probably the worst piece on the board, and now it actually just looks like a normal position. These double pawns are not great, but the light squares for Maxime are now a little bit weak, and I can see a future where these bishops actually start to work for Magnus.
Yep. All right, so to me, queen b3 look more logical to Maxime. Also makes a lot of sense because now he's hitting d5 and a2 will constantly be guarded. And if you're Magnus here, how do you defend the pawn? Do you maybe just move the rook back to a5? I mean, that feels a little silly, just moving back and forth.
It does. And of course, if you, after knight d5, have to take, I think Magnus might play rook back to a5, honestly. I think that was bishop f8 in this position, getting the bishop out of the way. That definitely means after knight takes d5 that he's planning to exchange it, which means advantage Maxime because the bishop pair no longer exists. Yes, a2 is a target, but a full extra pawn for Maxime here.
Yeah. The a2 pawn is a little awkward to defend here. I mean, you can do so with rook a1, but it looks pretty passive to me. I'm wondering, Amon, if you could perhaps... I guess if you go for something like bishop f4, let black take, and go rook e8, there's always king g7 just in time, and black is probably fine.
Yep. That's right. And after queen a2, the bishop on d2 is also hit. So there's not really a way to play queen c6. Actually, queen c6 maybe to take on b6 could be an idea, but you can't do it right away. So your idea bishop f4 is played, but I'm thinking after queen a2 that you might want to even just leave the queen on the board with queen c6. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, no, I like that idea. Okay, Magnus taking his time, but I'm pretty sure queen takes... Oh, he trades... I mean, he's going for my idea, but king g7? Wait,
I don't think this is good.
Yeah, I think he just seriously let Magnus off the hook.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to say it. I mean, you pointed out this variation, but I don't think you were pointing it out as a recommendation. It was more like it kind of works for Magnus.
Exactly, yeah, like this is why you don't do that.
Yeah.
And now Maxime is thinking, but I think Magnus should hold here.
Yeah, I don't see... Bishop h6 is really nothing special, and the pawns are defended. Basically, if you win the b pawn, black can either defend it or certainly win the c pawn as well. The best case for white appears to be maybe winning an extra pawn here, but even that looks unlikely.
Yeah, I guess with the move rook b8, what Maxime is going for is, let's say, rook c2, rook takes b6, rook takes c3, bishop takes d6. But I don't think Magnus is too worried about that endgame, as we're now headed in that direction. I think Magnus probably feels pretty confident that he holds that to a draw.
Exactly. There's also the fact that this rook doesn't have, a ton of squares to operate on here. So you could just keep playing rook c2, rook c3. There's always rook d1 to keep the rook tied down to the d pawn here. But, if black plays h5, brings the king to e7, the rook doesn't have a lot of squares on the d file to keep it protected.
Yep. Rook c3, it might seem like Magnus is just moving back and forth, but he's making sure that king cannot easily join the action, right, with the intended king g3. So now Maxime is going g3, aiming to go king g2. It's going to be interesting, Amon, here to see how Magnus will place his pawns. I was going to say, is he going to go h5 or perhaps g5, as this completely paralyzes Maxime's pawns on the king side?
Yeah, you would never want to play f4, h4 now, because it would really disconnect things. Of course, the same happens to black's pawns, but white is the one that kind of wants the pawns to maintain their integrity here if you're actually going to try to play for a win.
Yep. All right, so king g2. All right, h5. I really like how Magnus is playing this. It's going to be very difficult for Maxime to bring the king. I think if Maxime would have gotten that pawn h4, maybe there are some chances, as the pawns are always defending each other. But now I think this should be a pretty comfortable hold for black.
And there we see h4 played, basically because you can't confidently bring your king to the center because of rook c1, rook h1, and the h-pawn would be loose. So that's why h4 was played, and Magnus makes sure not to play g4, but instead to actually capture so that there's always a target. If you play king f1 to go into the middle, there's rook h3. And if black plays g4, those same ideas don't exist.
Yep, f6 by Magnus. I think aiming to go king g6 to f5, activating his king a little bit more. We'll probably see Maxime doing the same.
I'm going to take us to Arjun versus Artemiev, because Artemiev has more time and he's completely winning.
Wow.
And I just can't believe this happened from when we last looked. We were so caught up in that game where Magnus was worse, but then made a comeback, and I think it will be a draw. What on earth happened in this one?
I mean, Artemiev is a beast. I mean, even with 2 seconds on the clock, he's able to find the best moves in the position, not lose on time, and he's completely turned this one around. But he still has to move here, and he moved with 3 seconds on the clock.
I mean, he's been doing that for the last 11 minutes, so he's no problem with that.
A3. Okay, how are you stopping b3?
There's just no meaningful threats. The bishop on d4 doesn't help coordinate anything against the king. I really can't believe this.
Yeah, it is incredible. Okay, Arjun Okay, wait. Has he? Okay, he played G3. Okay, but just with 2 seconds on the clock, B3. I don't see what White's doing here.
Yeah, because you can't attack the B pawn. I mean, he's getting the king out of the way, but the pawns are rolling. There's absolutely no way to stop them.
Yeah, B2 makes a lot of sense here. Perhaps you still go bishop C3 to keep the game going for now, but it feels like Artemiev is just a few moves away from winning this one.
Yeah, all you need to do is distract the queen from B1 or maybe attack the B1 square. Probably just 1 to 2 more moves in order to put the finishing touches on this.
Yeah, but it's really interesting. I mean, you said them on that. Even though he went down a piece, his position became easier to play. And then, even though Arjun had that big time advantage, it was just very hard for White to navigate what he should do.
And it looks like queen takes on D4 is the choice of Artemiev. A pretty nice way to get things done.
Yep.
Note that
Queen
the A3
D7.
pawn's also defended, right? So there's not even too much risk in this position.
Yeah, usually in these type of positions, like you win the piece and then you still have to win this endgame. But now there's still an A pawn on the board, and so Arjun just resigns. That's
incredible. Just very quickly before we jump to another live game, I'm so confused by this. I have to just see what happened. It was bishop b2, which was the next move played since we left off. And we knew that this would happen. We knew that the bishops would trade, black would play a5, and this was the expected position. Bishop from long range is helping out. And after rook d5, queen f5, and rook a5, probably was expecting that, I guess this was going to get the job done. But Bach, once black plays a3 on the next move, after queen c6, that's pretty much it. All of a sudden, you can start to say maybe there's a nice advantage for black developing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, White was better, but some real accuracy was required. Queen f5 and rook a5 was not the way to go. And Black just had these easy moves, just a4, a3. Apparently what had to be done, Amon, was go rook to g5, like really bringing all the pieces into the attack, followed by knight f5 or knight d5 or knight g4. That would have given Arjun a massive advantage, but he missed it, and that's where it turned around.
Well, let's get to a live game, but that's really insane. We saw bishop e5, the final blunder, leading to bishop e7. Magnus did draw his game against Maxime, by the way. Anish is playing Gukesh in an endgame that looks like definitely high potential for a draw here, with the rooks doubled on the 7th here for Giri, but not confirmed just yet.
Yep. No, it feels a little trickier for Black, perhaps, because of these two rooks on the 7. There's always potential for Black to get checkmated, but the Black rooks are also very active, have a lot of perpetual check potential, so feels like this one should just end in a draw.
Yeah, definitely. We see time ticking down here, lots of checks to give, so you'll never lose a position like this. But with a2 hanging, with h4 hanging, e5 hanging, I think it's a tough position to play on and really hope for too much. But you know, there's also rook e2. You start to get a little nervous yourself.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, exactly. The white king also not completely safe, but Giri, of course, always has that perpetual in his pocket, and I think that's what he's going for right now.
All right, I'm looking at Hans against Gutham. I don't know if you've seen, but this Gutham Krishna has been really impressive in the event so far. It seems that after rook a8, a pretty significant advantage opening up for Hans after, I assume, bishop takes f4 check. And this will be a huge result for Hans, putting him at 5 out of 6 and remaining undefeated on the event. Will definitely bring him right up there with the leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a very long event. It's 13 rounds. So, you know, if you're half a point behind, like 4 out of 5 is a perfectly fine start for Hans. And it looks like he's getting another point on the scoreboard here. I was definitely watching yesterday, and I saw Gutham Chess having a great start, but it seems like he's going down here against Hans.
Yep, as he's been so named in this event thus far. It's been fun to watch him perform at a high level. There's a lot of youngsters that, I mean, Gutham is an international master. So the performance that he's had so far is truly impressive.
Yep, looks like Hans is putting on the finishing touches, as I feel like Black is kind of walking into a mating net. King e8, king e6, and I think this one is about to be over.
Yeah, king d8 walks into bishop g5 and knight c6, the last ditch effort to cover the b8 square, and also a rather important threat of knight d8 check.
Yep, it's the last trap that Hans needs to watch out for, but I'm sure he's got this under control.
And so many draws on those top boards. This is what happens in the event as you get into day 2, day 3. The stakes are higher, the competition is closer, and all those draws, they give players that are a little bit further down in the tournament a chance to make a comeback.
Yep. All right, so Hans giving a few checks here. Rook e7, bishop h6. I guess after king g8, I think I would just go rook e8, take the knight, and push the c-pawn. That looks like a pretty easy win to me.
Agree. I think that's going to be the decision of Hans Niemann. And yes, rook e8 certainly indicates that he's going to capture this knight, and there's just no stopping that c-pawn. We could even see a potential resignation right in this position because, yeah, this is 100% over. And like I said, a resignation, it will put Hans Niemann at 5 points, undefeated in the event so far. Still a great event for Gutham, but Hans right up there with the leaders now.
Yep. All right, so nice win for Hans. Let's see what else is happening on the top boards. I see that Nihal is still trying to squeeze out a win against Sean. Is there another game that's catching your attention, Aman?
No, on the top boards, and certainly with the cameras available. Yeah, Nihal versus Sargsyan. He's really fighting for this result, as he should. An extra pawn. We saw even Magnus against Arjun yesterday to end the day was fighting on two extra pawns in a rook endgame, still couldn't find the win. So you have to maximize these opportunities.
Absolutely, yeah. That one was actually very tricky for Arjun. He had to find a lot of only moves, but he did so and held the draw. This one is looking like a pretty standard draw for Sargsyan, so I'd be surprised if Nihal manages to squeeze out a win.
Yeah, rook to d4. You can actually take this, but I would definitely not do that.
No, same. Yeah, I once heard this saying, like, if it's a draw, don't make it more drawn, right? Like, if it's already a draw, you don't have to make it more drawn. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Rook takes d4. You know, the computer is probably saying, "Oh, this is the draw," but then you have to make all these ultra precise king moves, and I'm not trying to go through all of that.
Yeah. All right. We see Nihal shuffling back and forth, but it feels like, especially since white is cut off on the d file, I don't really see a meaningful way to make progress.
I agree. Yeah, this looks very difficult. There's only so many games still going. Most of them are actually like some form of a rook endgame, which is very standard. These imbalances that are just not quite winning, but a slight edge, maybe in material for one side.
Yeah. Yeah, no, when I'm looking around the horn, I see that, for example, Fabiano also has a 2 versus 1 rook endgame, also pretty standard draw, which is going to go on for a while until like white claims a draw, or until Fabiano's like, okay, well, I really cannot win this. Yeah, I don't see a game that is... Is there anything that's catching your attention, Aman?
No, like I said, yeah, a lot of the very similar type of positions left. A lot of rook end games that are very, very drawn. So I think that this is probably, especially in terms of the standings, Fabiano and this game with Nihal are the only ones that are really pushing, that have a chance to win. But you know, that chance at this level is certainly probably well under 10%.
Yeah. No, I expect Sargsyan to hold here. Also, yeah, like I said, I'm looking at that Fabiano game, but I also expect that one to end in a draw. Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
those are two final games for the round, right?
exactly. Yeah, the round is wrapping up. There's less rounds today than yesterday for those that were watching or hanging out for the whole broadcast yesterday. There are going to be less rounds today, and that sets us up in the open and the women's section for the finale tomorrow, of course.
Mm-hmm. All right. So how many moves do you think this game will go on? Right now we're at move 79. I guess we're going to cross the 100 move counter.
Yeah, I'm looking. I see F5 check on move 56. So we're already kind of close to about halfway into the 50 move rule. So that, we can cross into the 100s, and it looks really unlikely that we're going to see a capture or an exchange of pawns, because E5 is always just an immediate draw. So yeah, I expect we'll probably see a lot of shuffling, a lot of attempts made, but ultimately a draw probably around that 100 move mark, just above.
Yep. No, I don't expect much to happen here. All right. Let's see, King G4. Perhaps now Nihal's trying to go King H5 to G6, but even then, once you go King H5, there's just King F7. Yeah, I just really don't see a way for White to ever do anything, to be honest.
Right. Well, I guess while the final games are all in their shuffling stages, we'll certainly update if there's any huge developments like a win or anything. But we can take a look at it is a draw as I say that. We can take a look at the results from the open section, and here we have them. We all saw the rescued position from Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen drawing on board number 1. Artemiev, probably with the result of the round for me personally. What time deficit and deficit on the board as well to overcome to win against Arjun, and draws all up and down boards 3 to 6 on those top boards. And notably, some more results coming in, as it looks like Fabiano will draw a big upset as Shigaev beats Jan Nepomniachtchi. We see wins from Sarana, David Anton, Ray Robson, and of course, Hans Niemann also claiming that win on his board as well. And Bach Report suffering an upset there against Cristobal Henriquez from Chile. So that's a huge result in that one. And Grishuk and Dubov drawing their games, unable to get the results needed, and a very deserved new leader of the World Rapid, 5.5 points. Artemiev, Bach. Pretty impressive.
Absolutely, yeah. We thought he was in a tough spot against Arjun, but he completely turned it around on the clock and on the board. So he's in the lead. There's quite a big pack of players behind him on 5 out of 6. Then there's a huge pack come on players of 4.5. And yeah, we saw that Nepo lost, Report lost, perhaps for Nepo on 3.5. The tournament is still long, but perhaps his chances for a gold medal are almost already out of the window. What do you think?
Yeah, it's starting to get to that point. Day 2 is where, like I said, you can have a poor start to the event, but you really can't have a poor middle section, because that's when, the good players are just going to separate from the pack. And remember, every game, even when you're lower in the standings, is super difficult. So it's not like you're getting some sort of easy pairings on your way up to first place.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I think the first day is when you want to get off to a good start, like 4 out of 5 or 4.5. After that, I feel like every point you get on the scoreboard is good, right? You're facing good players every round. Yep. So it only gets tougher and tougher from there.
Exactly. The women's section, I mentioned Zhu Jinur against Goryachkina, very highly theoretical and drawish variation on board number 1. So Zhu Jinur up to 4.5 points. And you can see joined by Vachier-Lagrave with a victory against Song Yuxin. So Zhu Wenjun losing, probably the result of the round against Arabidze. That Bach is really going to shake up the standings, because Zhu Wenjun has already just not been her usual self. And I guess the usual standards are, seeing her on top of the table. Lei Tingche wins. Bibisara wins as well against Padmini. We see Humpty still in progress. And Divya Deshmukh has also won to move up in the standings. So this is how it looks in the women's section. Zhu Jinur and Vachier-Lagrave 4.5 points. And Bach, 2 leaders, which means we pretty much have a guaranteed matchup there. But I think with the ladies chasing like Goryachkina and all the players at 4 points, there's quite a lot to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. Still lots to play for. But like I said, Ju and June already getting quite far behind. So, also difficult for her to catch up because I believe they have 11 rounds in the women's section. But, still lots to play for. Still 6 more rounds there. 7 more rounds in the open section. So we'll see what's going to happen in the next rounds a month.
Yeah, exactly right. And that means, obviously, having seen the results and the round, obviously we're going to jump to a break, and we'll have the next round from the open section and the women's section coming for you guys. So stay here. The World Rapid Championships continue after this.
I'll try King E6.
Love it. That's the kind of move we can get behind. Its explanation is moving your king boldly into the center, attacking my rook on F8, so now the king can move like a knight somehow, and putting pressure on my position. I'll respond, rook takes D4. You're a ChatGPT user, right?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, it's I generally prefer it to Googling these days.
Well, to make things a little more interesting, you've been playing chess for a lot longer than ChatGPT's been around. We're going to have you play blindfolded if you don't mind.
Sure.
And we'll just have you spin in your chair and we'll make the moves on your behalf. So good luck.
Oh, yeah, we're doing... I just thought I'd say the moves and then...
Yeah, we'll just spin around. You say the moves, we'll make them on the board for you. And Magnus, I am ready to enter your moves whenever you make the first one.
I'll play H4.
Love it. ChatGPT calls your move unorthodox.
That is true.
D5 is ChatGPT's move.
D4.
Okay, knight F6.
E3.
Bishop F5.
F3.
Okay. ChatGPT is aware you're going for E4, or at least it thinks you are. H5 is the response.
Oh, wow. C4.
Okay, your move is dynamic. E6.
Knight C3.
C6.
Solid, maybe a little bit passive. Bishop D3.
Okay. All right, it understands that his bishop is being challenged. The bishop takes D3.
Yeah, queen D3.
Okay. Knight B D7. Thank you, ChatGPT, for saying which knight.
Knight GE2.
Knight GE2, okay. D takes C4.
Queen C4.
Okay. Bishop E7, calmly developing, as ChatGPT says.
E4.
Okay. Bold and energetic. Knight B6.
Queen B3.
Okay, pawn C5.
Bishop E3.
C takes D4.
Knight D4.
Castles.
0, 0, 0.
Okay. Queenside castle. All right. ChatGPT understands that the rooks are connected, but doesn't say anything about the D file. Rook C8 is the response.
Can you ask ChatGPT if it can see why that may be a mistake?
Sure.
Because if we're not learning, then what are we doing?
That's true. ChatGPT would like to respond. It thinks your move was a mistake. It's talking about why castling queenside is risky. It says your queenside pawn structure is a bit loose. Okay, let's try to be a little more specific with ChatGPT. Do you see a danger to your pieces on the D file, if I can use those words? Ah, good catch. Yes, I do see a danger on the D file. But then it goes back to you. With your king on C1, the D file is semi-open, and your rook on D1 can become very active. Then it says, right now, my knight on D7 is pinned. I'm not sure what knight it's thinking about. So you've confused it. It can't learn like us humans can.
What a shame. I'll play knight e6.
Okay, let's see if it hangs the queen or not. Sharp and aggressive knight sacrifice. Okay, it says, let me consider the position. F takes e6 seems forced to avoid losing material immediately. After that, your rook on d1 would threaten my knight on d7. This knight on d7 is really throwing it through a loop. So it's actually going with it. F takes e6.
Queen e6.
All right, nice in-between move.
It said that or you said that?
Oh, no, that was mine. I have to respond carefully. This is its words. My options are limited. Moving the king to h8 or f8 looks risky. Yes, one is risky, one is not allowed. Blocking with rook f7 might be met by your rook or knight joining the attack. Okay, it shows rook f7.
Okay. Rook d8.
Okay, let's see if it hangs its king here. No, it does play rook takes d8.
Bishop b6.
Okay. A takes b6.
e5.
Knight e8.
Oh, good move. Rook d1.
Okay, it did last 20 moves without actually making an illegal move, although it had some illegal thoughts. Rook f4 is not allowed, but it's what it says. So you have the option of putting it out of its misery and capturing the king, or forcing it.
No, let's go rook d8.
Okay, so we'll put rook f4 on board, and we'll play rook takes d8. All right, it plays bishop takes d8.
Queen e8.
All right, it does understand that it's in check. That's good. Rook f8 is the response.
Queen h5.
Oh, now we get to have some fun. I'll respond with rook takes h4, capturing your h-pawn in return and trying to activate my rook.
Well, the rook was just an f4, so it's not completely unreasonable.
Okay, so we've played rook takes f4 on board.
Takes h4.
H4, apologies, yep.
Yeah, queen e8 check.
Okay, one legal move, will it find it? Yes, king h7, great job ChatGPT for staying alive a little longer.
Okay, I'll try king e6.
Love it. That's the kind of move we can get behind. Its explanation is moving your king boldly into the center, attacking my rook on f8, so now the king can move like a knight somehow, and putting pressure on my position. I'll respond rook takes d4. Now we've descended into madness.
Okay. Knight d5.
Okay. All right, rook takes c4, taking a bunch of, it's taking space at least, yeah.
King f7.
Oh, I think I see the illegal checkmate you're going to go for. We'll see if you're thinking the same thing. All right, e takes d5. That one just came out of nowhere.
Okay.
Just take a pawn from the graveyard, put it on top of the knight maybe, and I think I see what maybe is happening.
Queen h5.
Yes,
checkmate.
The queen jumps over the king. And let's see if ChatGPT allows the checkmate. Okay, you might have to cry foul on this one, Magnus. It's playing rook takes h5. Might be a good time to announce checkmate. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was the first illegal move of the game, but it did very well till now.
Okay, well, ChatGPT, you almost lasted 30 moves against Magnus, something that we would all like to be able to do if we could. But it's Magnus 1, ChatGPT 0. Thanks, Magnus, for the game.
Thank you.
I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay, let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, could you ride this beat? Look proud of me. Okay, it ain't no problem. See, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better, I'ma bet on myself. And before the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay, tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Shout it,
Going never sad, got no plans to slow up.
okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top. This a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Hit it third. I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah, yeah.
BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, the chess pieces are set up. You don't have a physical opponent. You're going to play ChatGPT today. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how far it can go into the game before it makes an illegal move or does something that violates the rules of chess. Certainly, I hope in the future we'll be able to play a complete game, but let's see how it goes.
Okay, now you've been playing chess for a lot longer than ChatGPT's been around. So if you don't mind, we're going to have you play blindfold. Are you cool with that?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, we gave you a spinny chair.
Yeah, I'll
so-
spin it around.
Okay.
That's fine, yeah.
Excellent. We'll obviously make your moves for you.
Sure.
And Hikaru, what's your first move?
I'll play e4.
Okay. ChatGPT is generally positive, and e5 is the response.
Let's go bishop c4.
Okay, it's already announcing the Italian game. I think it jumped the gun. I'm going to call it the bishop's opening. Knight f6 is the response.
Okay, I will play pawn to d4.
I think you might have made a video about this on your channel, the game you played when you were a kid like this. E takes d4 is the response.
Okay, I'll play pawn to e5.
Okay, it understands that its knight's attacked. Oh boy, already, knight d5 is the response.
Okay, bishop takes d5.
It's not showing us much right now. I'll respond c6, attacking your bishop. Its words, not mine.
Okay, bishop to b3.
Okay, I'll play d5, striking at the center.
Okay, en passant, e takes
Oh
d6.
boy, let's see what happens. Now, the big question, do I type in the words en passant? I'm gonna type in e takes d6 as one likely would on the notation. It accepted it. It understands en passant. Bishop takes d6 is the response.
Okay, let's go knight to f3.
Okay, knight f3 on the board. Castles is the response.
Okay, castles.
Okay. Solid choice. Its words, not mine. Bishop g4.
Okay.
And for once, it understood this is actually a pin. It got that one right for once.
Okay, I'll play queen to d3.
Queen d3. Fair enough. Supporting your center and preparing pressure. Again, its words. Knight to d7 is the response.
Okay, queen takes d4.
Okay. Bishop takes f3.
Okay, queen takes d6.
ChatGPT. Ooh, it liked bishop takes f3 so much, it played it again. I mean, why not? The
Okay.
bishop stands up, goes right back down. And Hikaru, do you want to give it a different move, or you want to just let it go?
I'll let it go. I'll play queen to g3.
Okay, fair enough. Queen g3. And ChatGPT, putting pressure on my g7 pawn. Got that one right. I'll play bishop takes g2.
Okay, I'll go bishop to h6.
This is great. When I pre-type the move I think you're going to play, you choose something else, which is fantastic. You played bishop h6, attacking my rook. That's a little suspect. Aiming to weaken my king side, I'll say. Computer responds with g6. Great job, ChatGPT, making the game go longer.
Okay, I will play queen to c3.
Queen c3. Okay. It says keeping up the pressure and eyeing my king side. Oh boy, here we go. Bishop takes f1 is ChatGPT's move.
Queen to g7, checkmate.
And you know what? Not only is Hikaru the winner, but ChatGPT almost got through a complete game without making an illegal move. Hikaru, you're welcome to turn back around.
Yeah.
All it did was pause by playing bishop g3, bishop f3 twice.
Right, yeah, it was pretty good actually overall. It was quite good.
Now, do you think we will see the day where instead of entering a position in Stockfish, you'll ask ChatGPT the best move?
No, I don't think that's ever going to happen unless they create some sort of dedicated LM solely to chess. So I doubt it.
Do you use ChatGPT in your regular life?
Not really, no. I think I'm gonna sound like a boomer here, but I think all this. I think we have brains for a reason, and not using our brains is a very poor choice. I do think there are a lot of practical applications. I think for a lot of people, for example, like my wife, where English is not her first language, I think it can be very beneficial. But overall, I'm pretty skeptical. I know there are possible applications relating to finance and things of that nature as well, which I've looked at a little bit. But overall, for everyday life, I mean, I don't use it, and I don't think I ever will.
And I think you've proven why in this miniature game, Grandmaster.
Sort of. I mean, it's just chess. I mean, let's not get carried away here.
Grandmaster Nakamura, better than ChatGPT. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, cause you ride this beat, look proud of me. Okay, it ain't no problem, see, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better, I'ma bet on myself. And before the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay. Tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play on. Sleeping on me, wake up.
And welcome back everyone to the FIDE World Rapid Championship from Qatar. Grandmaster Benjamin Bach and Grandmaster Aman Hamilton bringing you all the action. Aman, and our marquee matchup for round number 7 is definitely this one between Vladislav Artemiev and Magnus Carlsen. What do you think?
Yeah, Magnus with the black pieces. He's also in a tough spot here because for the first time he's not really on top of the tournament, right? He's dealing with Artemiev, who won that position pretty much 10 seconds against 10 minutes. So this will be a really exciting one. David Anton also back in the mix. MVL at 5 points. Hans is now up on board 4 and playing against his countryman Ray Robson, while Eric Geisy, after that unfortunate loss against Artemiev, is still up there. But look at some of the underdogs, Shigaev and Henriquez, who are now facing Erigaisi and Sindarov. Bach. I think those matchups are going to be ones to watch.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, the tournament's still long, so even though Arjun is a point behind, he can easily still come back. Here we see some more pairings. We see Anish playing with black against Shimanov, Youngi against Lazovic, who we know as an online specialist, but also over the board at the World Rapid and Blitz, he's having some good results. We see Nihal, we see Liam, Lei. Lots of exciting pairings all around him on.
Yeah, and a lot of the younger players are getting their opportunity. I see Zemilansky, I see Yez Khan. These are some of the players that you see perform maybe online or in some events in the past. Maybe they've been international masters now, of course, gaining a lot of rating and earning grandmaster titles. It's very impressive to see. And a lot of people have been asking about Ali Reza Firouzja. Of course, he's still in the event. Matter of fact, he hasn't even lost a game, but all those draws are really adding up. We can see here he's playing on board 14, while the Americans are all with the white pieces there. The conglomerate, as we jump over to the women's section, still on board 1. But I think this matchup, Bach, is really important for the women's section. Zhujiner against Nino Batsiashvili.
Yeah, whoever wins that one is going to take the lead. Then we'll see Goryachkina just half a point behind. We see Vaishali, Sarah Kadem. Yeah, lots of action that can still happen. It's still pretty early, I would say, but a loss now would set you quite far back. So it's important to keep your foot on the gas, try to keep winning. And here we see Magnus. What do you make of his body language, Aman?
I mean, he's probably just a little disappointed with himself from that last game, but I don't think he's coming into this game terribly upset, because he's certainly strong enough to know that in that previous game, much worse could have happened, right? For his standards, MVL definitely could have won that game. So overall, he's got to be happy. He knows he's going to have some games in this event that just do not go perfectly for him. And as a result, if his bad games are the ones that he pulls out draws in, I think he's going to be happy.
Absolutely. Yeah, we see him here playing with the black piece against Artemiev. Artemiev took a lot of time against Arjun and Aman. Here after d4, d5, Artemiev has again paused to think. Magnus playing the Queen's Gambit declined, which makes a lot of sense. It usually keeps a lot of pieces on the board and avoids any direct symmetry that, let's say, an opening like the Slav would invite if you go for the exchange Slav.
Yep. Yeah, the Queen's Gambit is, also the e6 move. It's a bit of an indication of his mindset coming in. He's not looking to equalize. Remember, he's playing somebody who's actually ahead of him in the standings. So if he draws here, all of a sudden there's a lot of players who are on 5 points currently who might win their game. And the expectation for Magnus coming into these events is nothing short of first place, if we're being honest.
Yep, no, I'm sure that's also his expectation for himself. So he's definitely looking to fight here. And Artemiev has now paused the thing. I guess he's trying to think if he's going to go for knight c3, more of a classic Queen's Gambit decline, or perhaps knight f3. That would give him the opportunity to go back into the Catalan with g3 on the next turn.
Yeah, and as someone in the chat is pointing out, and I did mention this earlier, but yeah, Magnus is playing with the black pieces again. That does happen, right, Bach, in these tournaments. It's a bit unpleasant to play the black pieces twice in a row, but it's a long tournament. At some point, Magnus might get the white pieces twice in a row, and usually it does find a way of evening itself out. But yeah, after a tough game, to have to play the black pieces again is never too fun.
No, absolutely. But the good news for Magnus is that he probably will get a double white later on in the tournament. The thing is, why he's getting the double black is because both Magnus and Artemiev had black in the last game. And since Artemiev is ahead in the standings, he gets preference to switch colors.
Yep, and it's important to realize that that preference is not always a good thing. It really means that he would switch colors no matter which color he had. So if they both had white and Artemiev was ahead, he would also switch to the black pieces. So then it would benefit Magnus, maybe in that case, to get white. So it's not that he gets a preference to choose the white pieces. It's really he has to swap whatever color he just had.
Yeah, and Artemiev going for quite a think here in a very standard theoretical position. After like 2.5 minutes, he finally decides on knight f3, knight f6 quickly by Magnus, and he goes knight c3, which is kind of interesting to start with knight f3 and not knight c3. Well, what do you think, Amon?
Yeah, knight c3 offers some more opportunities. We have seen the move c5 played in this event so far. So perhaps avoiding some of those more aggressive variations like the Tarrasch ideas with black playing the move pawn to c5. So if I just take the move back here, I'll just put knight c3 on the board. And we have seen this. There's actually a really interesting game, pawn takes d5 and then e4, played by Arjun earlier in this tournament. And it honestly worked really, really well. It was a beautiful game that Arjun played with the white pieces. And, you know, Magnus might be interested in maybe playing into something like this. Of course, e4 not forced. But no matter what here, as white, it's a bit of a more open, loose position. And Artemiev, known as a more solid player. You know, Artemiev, I think his games get interesting because he gets low on the clock.
Right. Yeah, and here we see c6 by Magnus going for the semi-Slav, e3, a very solid move by Artemiev, and knight bd7. I think the semi-Slav, again, in the Queen's Gambit decline, is usually one of the options that gives the most winning chances for black. As you keep a lot of pieces on the board, avoid, once again, any real symmetry, but e3 followed by like queen c2, perhaps b3, is very solid for white and honestly always very difficult to cook up any real imbalance with black.
That's right. Yeah, queen c2 is the standard move here just to see how black is going to respond, and you're usually hopeful to delay moving this light squared bishop. You know, if black captures before you've moved, it's always a benefit to take back right away, but obviously the black player knows this and certainly will not be playing pawn takes on c4. Will rather wait for bishop e2, and then an extra move will need to be spent there.
Right, and we see pawn to b6 by Magnus. A bit of a sideline. The main line by far and large is definitely the move bishop to d6. So now Artemiev has paused to think as well. The main options here are developing the bishop, the light square bishop that is, either the e2 or d3, or b3, also possible. So let's see what he is going to do.
Yeah, b6 is a little bit offbeat. And Artemiev, we've seen from the last game, he's playing in a way that's relatable to me in terms of the clock management. The previous game was certainly indicative. We see here early time spent as well. Obviously, that's not something that is good to do, but at the same time, it's part of his style. He uses the time to get to a position and navigate to one that he's comfortable with. So, it's hard to just say, oh, play faster, because then all of a sudden, you're talking to the guy who's leading the World Rapid Championship, and he's leading for a reason.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Artemiev decided to trade on d5, and Magnus almost instantly recaptures with the e-pawn. Perhaps the more correct move would be to take with the c-pawn, but it makes it very difficult for black to ever win that position. So with this move, Magnus is really making his intentions clear. He wants a fight. He wants to win this game to overtake the lead. But Amon, let's say white goes bishop d3 here, followed by castles and e4. I honestly think it's still quite difficult for black to get the imbalance you really want.
Yeah, something like castles on both sides, and then pawn to e4, and you see the h7 and the c6 pawns, especially after, for example, a lot of captures here, would immediately be difficult to handle. You're probably going to have to intentionally sacrifice a pawn here, maybe with knight to f6. But yeah, despite the isolated pawn, The fact that black has played b6 always makes these positions much more playable for white with the isolated pawn because there's equally an important target on c6.
Absolutely. Yep, c6 is weak. Okay, bishop e7 played by Magnus. All right, so now let's see if Artemiev is going to castle. That is the move I expect, although e4 right here can also already be considered.
That's right. Yeah, c6 is going to be weak no matter what. Castling makes sense first, especially because if black castles, then the move e4 after that does make a lot of sense. But at some point, we're going to see the move bishop to b7 in order to guard the c6 pawn. And then rook e8, rook c8 for white. The move e4 seems very standard. You could play with knight e5 as well, but given the fact that black's played bishop e7 and white sort of set up the pieces like this, it's hard to imagine that e4 does not get played, especially because the resulting position attacks c6 and h7 so nicely.
Exactly. Now Magnus has paused to think. He probably realizes that if he castles, the most standard move in the position, e4, will probably be played by Artemiev, but I don't think there's a good way to avoid that, Amon. I mean, you can play bishop e7, but I think still e4 is going to be played. So Magnus has paused the thing, but I think almost everything is going to lead to a slightly worse position for him.
Yep. And this is, he knows this going in, and there is bishop b7 in order to guard the c6 pawn ahead of time. e4 played, and I think this will be castles instead of king f8 there. Relay arrow error. Yes. No way. King f8 is happening, not in an over-the-board game, of course. And yeah, this is pretty standard, Bach. I think Magnus is happy. He's used less than a minute. Meanwhile, the position is slightly worse, however, very navigated territory. So I don't think Magnus is too unhappy.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's a slight imbalance given the fact that white has that isolated pawn on d4, which can be a little bit weak in the future. As you pointed out, the pawn on c6 is also a little bit weak, and it's blocking the bishop on b7. Now you can solve that problem by going c6 to c5, but then you get rid of white's potentially weak pawn on d4. So difficult to really get the imbalance Magnus wants on the board, but Amon, he is already building up quite a lead on the clock.
Yeah, it's meaningful, and we can safely say that out of the opening, both players maybe are happy with what they got. Magnus a time lead and let's say an imbalanced position, and Artemiev with a slightly better position with the white pieces where he's executed the main plan, e4, and now needs to complete development. So maybe let's move around to some of the other games. We can spend about, a couple of nanoseconds looking at Ray Robson and Hans Niemann before realizing that is the symmetrical position that we were kind of talking about and alluding to with the Slav possibility in Magnus's game. Well, that's actually happened in Ray Robson against Hans Niemann with opposite bishops, Bach, almost ultra equality expected in that one.
Yeah. 94, that was the first move that Hans spent some time on. All right, so now let's see what Ray is... okay, yeah, well, we'll see what's going to happen there. Not going to be easy for Hans to cook up some winning chances there. Another move that's catching my eye, Amon, is the game between David Anton and MVL on board number 2. We see that Anton has actually played queenside castles, which might look very odd given the fact that he's pushed up so many pawns. But the queenside is kind of locked, so his king is probably safe over there.
Yeah, that's right. This is a weird position with queenside castling. It's almost funny that you would castle on this side, but it makes perfect sense when you think of how locked up it is. The bishop on b2 is no good. Positions like this, I always start to think about moves like g4 just to take control of f5 because the knight looks so good on e4. And I'm picturing that if black plays f5 and then eventually knight f6, that all of a sudden I'm not sure I like white's position. So I find myself really attracted to the g4 move here. But white wants to play king b1, drop the bishop to c1, and eventually start to push pawns on the king side would be my guess.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Anton has paused to think here, so perhaps that's on his radar as well. And what do you... I mean, it's hard to see what MVL's plan is going to be. Like I said, f5 makes a lot of sense. Perhaps if g4 is play, you can maybe think about knight f8 to g6 to h4 as a potential maneuver. given the fact that MVL has a lead on the clock, that could be to his favor, and G4 Amon is played.
Yeah, and we may indeed see that knight f8 maneuver. It's all about squares. White maybe has made an achievement here, stopping f5, but black, as you pointed out, also gains access to a few more dark squares that lack the control that white had of them when the pawn was on g3. So I think white would be very happy if the pawn could somehow get to h5, but I'm not sure that I see that as a possibility because the pieces are controlling h4 and knight f6. Bach, that is a move to me that doesn't indicate, let's say, a lot of ambition, maybe from either side. But with these knights trading, it does feel we could get in a position where everything is just locked up.
Yeah, knight f6 perhaps a more peaceful move, so to speak. Like you said, it's offering the trade. Perhaps white can take, then maybe dive in with the bishop to either c6 or d5, then maybe really lock things up with e4, and we might just not see anything happening for the rest of the game in this one.
Yep. Yeah, so that's the expectation going forward in that one, especially with knight takes f6 on the board. A game that I wanted to switch to was Shigaev against Arjun, just because of the unique nature of the position. It's almost like a Dutch played from white's perspective here, and a bit of an unusual one. You know, black is... And Arjun, I'm always so excited to check what he's playing because he just plays in a way that guarantees a really, really interesting middle game. And this one is not disappointing yet again.
Absolutely not. Yep. And, you know, I think Shigaev also is the credit for the interesting position. Some really nice opening play by him with an early 95 and f4. That's how that pawn ended up there. Aman, I just wanted to point out, we were talking about how symmetrical and peaceful that game between Ray and Hans looked. It already finished in a draw.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that was a result I guess we were expecting when we saw that position, but I didn't realize we were literally moments away from it actually happening.
Yep, so that's one of the very first results of the round. Yeah, so interesting imbalance in this one, Aman. I mean, which color would you rather play here? Would you rather play this one with white or black?
I think the answer is I usually find myself in this position more with the black pieces rather than with white. And I would probably still say with the black pieces regardless. I first of all think that the move a3 is a huge achievement. I was expecting white to maybe play a3. Now you're giving up some squares regardless, but I really don't like allowing a3 because the dark squares just become very weak. For example, if I play a3 in this position and white responds with b3, probably not the best move. I'm just really concerned about bishop c3 in the future and maybe a knight showing up on b4, and that a2 pawn would already be lost.
Yeah, that looks pretty unpleasant, but Arjun decides not to play it and he goes rook to e8, perhaps an indication that he wants to go for e6, e5. And I think, as you pointed out, Aman, I think now Shigaev has to play a3, forcing black pretty much to trade on d2, because if you go bishop a5, you hang the very important a4 pawn, which gets rid of the bind on white's queen side. And, you know, there white would get the bishop pair. The bishop can perhaps come to b4. So I think a3 is a good move here for Shigaev.
And if we look at what would happen, I mean, a3, the bishop can also go to c5. There's a couple of moves that become tempting here. The most notable is maybe just b4. And after pawn takes, the knight can recapture. And this is exactly what white wants. Maybe taking the bishop on c5, putting pressure on d4, and most importantly, the simple bishop b2 next is effectively going to win the d pawn.
Yeah, absolutely, because especially after if black's bishop drops back to c5, the pawn on d4 is a little bit cut off from black's pawn chain, right? I mean, e6, e5 is difficult to achieve if that bishop on c5 would also be blocking the c pawn for the moment. So, yeah, but Shigaev has paused the thing, but if not a3, Aman, I don't know what he is thinking about, to be honest.
Knight g5 is the only other move that looks reasonable, and a3 bishop c5 has been played. b4 has to be the next move. If you don't play b4, I think knight g5 as an idea here is reasonable. b4 is already on the board. But yeah, retreating and maneuvering to the e4 square is just not enough as a stable plan. So we do see b4 on the board and knight takes b3. The exact position we were talking about, which I don't think we really liked for Arjun, with the fact that d4 is loose. Do you think that in this position it's time to make a very committal decision? I mean, you're either playing bishop a7 and c5, which really does not look good for that dark square bishop, or you're going all out with e5 and we see the decision.
Yeah, he goes bishop a7, right? So keeping that bishop on the board, making sure that he can defend that pawn with c5 in the future. And I think the liberating move for black will be e6, e5, bringing all of his pieces to life, like the rook on e8. After some trades, that light square bishop will come to life as well. So, maybe white has a slight advantage for now, but anything can still happen in this one.
Yeah, a4 is a tricky move here. If I just put a move like h6 on the board, bishop a3, c5 looks like it deals with everything, but a very nice pin from the bishop actually means that you win that pawn directly. So bishop a3 is threatening to potentially win this d-pawn directly, and maybe black needs to play the move c5 right away.
Yeah, no, nice point there, indeed. Bishop a3, big threat. So perhaps c5 needs to be played right now. You can also go e5, but that might run into pawn takes, knight takes, and bishop f4. So c5 was chosen by Arjun. All right, and now perhaps I feel like bishop a3 has lost its punch. Now the black queen just moves, and the bishop on a3 will look a little bit silly. So maybe just move like a5 amon to try to do something on the diagonal, perhaps with a6.
Yeah, I like the move a5 a lot. And based on the position, I think it's now clear that white is intending e3 or e4. But I think both moves will require black to play d takes e3. So whether we include a5 or not, I think the next idea is that white is going to play, for example, e3. And if it's captured, to capture back, the bishop can tuck back on g1 in case of knight g4. And I would say that white is in a pretty comfortable position. I'm just a little unclear on how this bishop on c8 is going to develop. b6 does not look like a very easy move or even a good move to play. And yeah, without a5, we see the direct e4, which does give an extra option, right, of e5 instead of capturing.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, black can also just ignore that pawn. He does not have to take en passant. Like I said, e5 would really invite a King's Indian structure, perhaps with f5, and white will try to storm on the king side. But yeah, I don't really like Erigaisi's position so far, Amon. I mean, the bishop on a7 seems a little passive, the bishop on c8 also a little passive, whereas white's pieces are all exerting some pressure on the black position. So I quite like what Chigaev is doing.
Yeah, if we see e5, you mentioned f5, could just go full attack. I think that's the move that would scare, most of us, myself included. But the reality is e5, you also have pawn takes, bishop f4, and just putting a lot of pressure on the center. But f5 does look a little scarier and a little easier to play for white.
Yeah, and a clear indication that Arjun is not feeling the most comfortable here is that he is spending quite a bit of time, right? I mean, in the last game against Artemiev, he played extremely quickly, but now we see him spending some time. I mean, the moves for black are not easy at all. I mean, maybe, what do you think about rook b8 Amon, followed by b6? But you open up one bishop, but you really close the other one.
Yeah, rook b8 ensures that bishop is doing absolutely nothing. But the reality is, if we don't see the move e5 happen, I don't see how this bishop goes anywhere meaningful, because this knight also doesn't want to move. Like knight b6, knight f8, these are all pretty bad moves with the knight, giving up the e5 square. So if we can't develop the bishop to d7, if we can't play e5 to develop it properly, and we're not that interested in playing rook b8, b6, I'm starting to get a little concerned here.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what you play here as black, right? I mean, perhaps he's trying to make e5 work, but you have to calculate pawn takes, knight takes, bishop f4, perhaps knight d7, but then you're also, again, a little tangled up. So it just seems like a really unpleasant position to play.
If there's no immediate danger, you could play bishop b8, rook a7, b6. At least that keeps the pieces all a little bit happy to play bishop b7, but yeah, this is not the ideal spot to be in. Knight g4 played. I think we're guaranteed to see bishop g1, which is a great use of the move king h1. And now e5 is an opportunity here. I wonder if we're going to see it on the board.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Even though those two bishops are tucked away, they're exerting a lot of pressure on the black queen side. Bishops,
Oh,
this
and
is
Bach,
a perfect example.
we have an update from David Anton against MVL. So credit to us. We knew that one was
Yep.
probably just going to be locked up in a draw, and it was.
Yeah, our predictions are spot on so far. We said, hey, Ray against Hans is going to be pretty peaceful, and Anton against MVL also pretty peaceful. And those are the first two games on the top boards to finish in draws.
There we go. Maybe we can jump to our bird's eye view. The move e5 has just been played by Arjun. True to his style, spending some time, but ultimately going for the dynamic approach and opening the position. We see Magnus and Artemiev are in a position which is very even, maybe according to the engine. However, one look at that board in the bottom left, that does not scream equal to me.
Especially not equal on the clock. And I think we should go to the game between Artemiev and Magnus. Artemiev has just played the move e6. And this is an invitation to a draw, because if black takes the pawn, which is the most natural move, Artemiev, I think, is planning to go bishop takes h6, because if you take, then there's bishop takes c6, and if bishop takes, then queen g6 with a perpetual. I'm sure that both players see this line, so now Magnus has to make a decision, and I think, given the fact that he's up 9 minutes on the clock, I think he will try to keep the game going.
Right? Just putting your variation on the board here. And despite the 2 extra bishops, this is all well calculated for a 3-fold repetition and a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one last thing, Aman. I wonder if at the end of that variation, what would the evaluation be if instead of making the perpetual, if Artemiev takes on e6 and takes the bishop on c6? But I guess it's advantage for black, as that bishop will come down to c5, and the bishop should definitely be better than the 3 pawns on the king side.
Right. Yeah. F2 is hit. And also, given the time situation and maybe the type of player that Artemiev is, leading the tournament as well, it's just not a risk you have to take. But certainly he would consider it. Ultimately, it looks like e6 is a draw offer in disguise. On the previous turn, the reason that e6 is being sort of referred to as a subpar move according to the engine is just that white had a very pleasant game here. Bishop e3, bishop f4, and rook d1. The c-pawn is also a bit of a target. So definitely a pleasant position. And both players knew it. So the move e6, Magnus is trying to evaluate, do I have any way to keep the game going in order to make use of maybe the minute and 15 seconds that my opponent has? I'm not going to lie here, Buck. I'm feeling that Magnus should maybe almost go for this draw, because we all saw what Artemiev could do in the previous game. And if you allow white to take on f7, I'm not so sure that the position is even that much better for black.
It's definitely not better. Yeah, that's a tough decision he's facing here. He's either playing on in a slightly worse position, but having a mass advantage on the clock, or just taking the draw. I think Magnus is going to play on, because it's Magnus. He always wants a fight. He can win any position, but it's tough. I mean, he will definitely be fighting from a slightly worse position, because that bishop on b7 is just not doing much. It's just so well neutralized by the bishop on e4.
It is a really nice position. After f takes e6, you can even just play the position without bishop h6 and probably be decent as well. So yeah, after this, if we're looking for moves to continue, bishop to d6 comes to mind to bring the queen out. Queen e8 is a funny one. And if you look at this variation, pawn takes on f7, queen takes on f7, white is likely to play a move like bishop e3. To me, it just feels like the pieces are so well defended and supported in the center, and it's so easy to bring a rook to the d file that, maybe Magnus would only go and try to play on if he feels that he can make a draw in this game later without any problems. But if he feels that he's taking on too much risk, then perhaps he might just take on e6.
Yep. Yeah, interesting moment that right there. So let's see what he's going to do. I still think he will try to keep the game going somehow. I mean, maybe he's a tiny bit worse. And there we have him on queen c7 on the board. Magnus wants... Wait, but that's a blunder. E takes f7 and bishop d5.
Magnus is shaking his head immediately. He's smirking because he knows he's just walked in. I'll put it on the board for everyone watching. It's like you spend the time, you make the decision to play on, it immediately backfires. Bishop d5 wins the rook due to the pin, and it's the pin caused by Magnus's last move, queen c7.
Yeah, the queen would have been better off on d8, and I do not think Artemiev is going to miss bishop d5. Yeah, and there we have it, winning it. Oh, Aman, you can take right now, but you can also go bishop takes h6, snapping off another pawn. And I think Artemiev is going to find it because bishop takes h6 was already very much on his radar, especially if he's taking his time here.
Yeah, that looks really unpleasant. I mean, this is yet again, Artemiev is almost using that clock as a weapon against his opponents, but not in a way that you might think. Instead of being up 7-8 minutes, he's down 7-8 minutes, and that's the amount of time that it takes for Magnus to get confident, maybe overconfident, and a rare miss for Magnus in calculation, bishop d5. And now with 30 seconds, Artemiev living on the increment here, however, in a completely winning position.
Yep. I have to say, by the way, bishop takes h6 does allow bishop d6, for example, and you will have to part ways with the h2 pawn. So on second... Oh, he does go for it. I thought like he's not going to do it, but bishop takes h6 on the board. Now let's see how Magnus will try to complicate matters from a losing position.
This is amazing, right? Bishop d5, bishop h6, all these decisions with 25 seconds on the clock, a brilliancy duly awarded, and Artemiev is looking poised to get this game completed here. Let's see what Magnus does. He does play bishop d6, as you mentioned. h2 pawn will disappear.
Right. But the problem for Magnus is that it's going to be hard to bring in more pieces into the attack. So let's see what Artemiev is going to do. I guess like bishop e3 looks pretty logical to me. And after takes king h1, we would love to get a rook or a queen to the h file, but I think we just don't. Well, 10 seconds though. Queen g6. Okay. This is definitely not over, Amon.
No, it's not. Bishop takes h2 and rook f6. There's the nice queen takes g7. So, for example, if this happens, there's probably many moves here, but queen takes g7 feels nice and simple, and everything is hanging at the end. So Magnus is going to be looking for something a lot better than that. So maybe bishop takes h2 and bishop e5, just claiming the pawn. We've got c5 coming next with both the bishops opened up. Definitely winning for white, but as we've been saying, Magnus is not dead yet, right? He's not completely lost. And the time, Magnus, he has to use it to his advantage in some way. He has to come up with a variation that's difficult to react to, that maybe the moves that are standard or look obvious are actually mistakes.
Yeah. So let's see. I mean, I guess that's why he's not played bishop takes h2 yet. You know that if he will execute that move, Artemiev will play king h1 in a second or even less, because it's literally the only move in the position. So like you said, he's trying to pose problems that are going to be difficult to react to, and that are perhaps also going to get Artemiev off guard.
Right? So it looks like we can see from the screen there, as we bring up the full cam, yeah, this is what we want to see. Bishop takes h2, king h1 played. Magnus in thought here. 24 seconds you can see on the clock for Artemiev, as Magnus kind of needs to retreat this bishop, I feel. If you don't bring this bishop back out, you're running into g3.
Yeah, g3 or f4. Perhaps would also trap the bishop. And we see Magnus dropping that bishop back to e5. Very logical move, hitting the pawn on b2 as well. Because, you know, if you get another pawn, then all of a sudden you have a passed c pawn. And those things could matter in the endgame.
The rook joins the action into a very important square, by the looks of it. Rook to e1. And this means that if the bishop moves, there's rook e8. It also means if rook to f6, there is, you know, maybe queen g7 again, but also queen e8 more specifically. So the move c5, Bach, I think you'd agree is, I mean, we're dying to play this move. At some point, you feel that it has to be included because the bishop right now is just a non-participant. And yeah, Magnus is not really going to generate any threats without it. But the big question is after c5, and really after any next move, what do you do about f4 and rook e8?
Yeah, I guess the good thing for Magnus is that after f4, you can still move your bishop because rook e8 is not a direct checkmate. You still have rook f8. But it does look scary. I mean, white can perhaps take, followed by rook e1, threatening checkmate on e8, or rook e1 right away after rook f8. So that is why Magnus has paused the thing. But I'm with you. I feel like c5 should be played, bring the bishop to life, and there we have it on the board.
f4. Artemiev confidently plays the best move in the position. And we need to see where this... I mean, bishop takes b2 does feel like the move that black needs to play. Going back to d6 somehow does not really... Like, being on this diagonal feels pretty good. Guarding g7. And should be noted that bishop f6, I'll just put this move on the board to show a rather interesting tactic. Which is just queen f6 at the end. So the very standard looking bishop f6 is actually not playable. And of course, both of these players well aware of that.
Yep. I think Magnus is trying to make bishop takes b2 work, because if you can take the b2 pawn, at least you have a pawn to show for the exchange that you're down. And as we said earlier, you have that pass c pawn. So you definitely will have some compensation to show for it. But, you know, the lines are pretty tricky. Right, I mean, you definitely want to avoid losing right away.
Yep, bishop takes b2. That's the move we're expecting. Bishop d6 is the only other consideration. It just feels that if you're going to stay on this diagonal, you may as well take the pawn rather than bishop d4. And the only other decision than staying on the diagonal is really bishop back to d6 instead.
Yep. Bishop d6 feels a bit more passive, but the good news is that, you know, your bishop can come back to f8, then you're guarding the 8th rank, and then perhaps you can use your rook again for moves like rook f6. So there's definitely some merit to it. And Amon, one thing I want to point out is that Magnus had a huge time advantage, but now it's dissipating, and do not be mistaken. I mean, those 3 minutes can very quickly evaporate, and he might also quickly find himself low on time.
Yeah, it won't be very long here, everyone, before Magnus finds himself with less time than Artemiev, which is an experience that Arjun Erigaisi definitely went through in the last round.
Yep. And here we can also see why Artemiev is so good with little time. I mean, look at how calm he is. I mean, a lot of people would be nervous, right? They'd be like, oh, I'm in a winning position against Magnus. I have 20 seconds on the clock, but Artemiev sits there cool, calm and collected. And that's why he's able to find so many good moves.
One move that I really like the look of, first of all, this checkmate is never happening. So the bishop on h6 actually is tying the white queen down to the g file. So bishop g5 is a nice move to just undo that. And it stops rook f6, which is now, I wouldn't say the rook f6 is that pleasant. So bishop g5 permanently stopping that feels pretty nice. And rook d1 with very low time, we can see the idea of rook f6 and rook to d8. I think this is the plan, right?
Yep, no, that is the plan. Because if you take the queen, there will be rook takes f8, king h7, rook h8 checkmate. And another funny line, Amon, is that if you would take the rook on d8, there's queen takes g7 checkmate. So very tricky move by Artemiev.
Very tricky, but this is what having that 10 seconds does to you. There is a reason why this is given a question mark by the engine. And after rook f6, rook d8, amazingly in this position, with the queen hanging, with queen d8 possible, the move that black can play is actually the crazy bishop c6 to at least keep the game going. And there's no rook f8 immediately because of this. And I mean, having a look at that position, anything can still happen.
Right, Magnus has 1 minute and 40 seconds to figure it out. let's see if he will. I mean, not easy for black to spot, right? I mean, he definitely is looking at rook f6, but you see rook dd8, and you might think like, oh, wait, am I just losing there? Let's see. I mean, very tough for Magnus now as well with the time situation. Oh, I think he is going for that line.
It's given a brilliancy, but actually rook d1 and rook d8 has reduced the advantage for white, but only, and I repeat, only if bishop to c6 is played here. Magnus needs to dig deep. He's got a minute to find the only move in the position that's worth playing. Otherwise, Bach, you can go ahead and resign this, because there's ideas like queen takes f6 that are also in the position.
Yeah. Right, so yeah, bishop c6, the only move on the board. I wonder, Amon, if after bishop c6, queen takes f6, do we have to take the rook on e8, or can we get away with taking that queen on f6? Does that? I think maybe we can, right? Rook f8, king h7.
Yep, I think that's the key detail. And it looks like something different has been played. Magnus does not see bishop c6. Instead, bishop takes g2.
Wait, but king g1, how is he planning to continue the game? I mean, rook takes f8 is threatened. And if you go rook f6, then we can just go queen d5. And rook takes f8? What is that? Okay, rook g6, but king f2, that's game over.
That is game over.
Storms off.
Resignation as Vladislav Artemiev, who's leading the World Rapid Championship before this game on his own, has won against Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen and extended that lead. He's now at 6.5 points out of 7.
Yeah. Amazing start by Artemiev, and I understand why Magnus is furious, because after e6 Amon, move number 15, he thought for 4 minutes, am I going to take the draw or not? And after 4 minutes, he produced a blunder, which just almost instantly lost the game. So definitely understand the frustration there.
So frustrating, and it really happens. Sometimes there's something that we call, just overthinking. It happens all the time, but we got to see it in action right there. It was a little bit too much. He wanted to play for the win, and that's very typical of Magnus. Anytime he plays, he's always playing for the win.
Absolutely. Yep. All right, so yeah, really back-to-back wins for Artemiev in time trouble against Magnus and Arjun. Okay, so here we have this game between Gukesh and Sarana, Amon. I would looks pretty interesting. I mean, you would love to take that pawn on h3 if you can. White is better, but king takes h3 runs into rook takes d3, and rook takes h3 runs into rook takes e5. So difficult for Gukesh to entangle here.
Yeah, let's bring the game up here. We've got Gukesh, the world champion. King takes h3 runs into rook d3. We can show this line if we bring the game up here. I'll make that move maybe instead of b4, just to show what could have happened. Bishop takes on f5. So this is a pretty tough blunder. You want to take on h3, but of course that would be a big mistake, and that's why Gukesh has played the move b4 instead of capturing. And you also can't really take with the rook because you don't want to lose the e-pawn. Meanwhile, king to f8, perhaps rook takes h3 becomes a threat. So it's a bit delicate here. Neither side really wants to move from this position, almost like a little bit of mutual zugzwang, and it's black to play.
Yeah, funny position. I mean, it seems like a formality that pawn on h3 is going to disappear, but pretty difficult to actually take it. f6 has been played by Sarana, inviting e6 Amon, but then I think he's planning to go king f8, stopping the e-pawn, and then rook takes h3 can now be met with bishop takes f5. Tough decision for Gukesh. I mean, the ambitious move, I was going to say, is e6, but the safer move is definitely e takes f6, and that's what he chooses.
Right. We might see something like rook g3 and then rook takes h3 in order to have the idea of rook to h7 at the end of those variations. It does feel like we're headed towards draw in this one, but there are still some things to be decided here.
Yeah, bishop e4 play by Gukesh with 9 seconds on the clock. Rook e5 seems pretty logical. I mean, it feels like Sarana is on the better side of the draw. Like, definitely still some accuracy required from Gukesh.
Agreed. Yep. This is a situation where I think rook e5 is very expected. Rook g3 is almost forced after that, because if the king moves out of the way after rook e5, you really start to feel like there's just no way that you can get out of this pin. It's permanent.
Mm-hmm. All right, rook g3 check. Okay, now a decision for Serrana. King h8, perhaps the more ambitious move, because then rook takes h3 cannot be played, which can be played in case of king f8.
And that is the decision. Now, you could play rook to g4, but technically, black is going to be up a pawn there, although the king sidelined is going to mean that we're very, very close to a draw. Much closer than, for example, to a win for black.
Yeah. In the bishop d3 play by Gukesh, feels like this one should just be a draw, even though white will go down a pawn. The b pawns are pretty weak for black. And as you said, the king on h8 is not that well positioned for black to really fight for the win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook takes h3. And the white rook just wants to remain active. You don't want to be playing too many defensive moves. You'll be happy to maybe give up this a pawn in exchange for going after the b pawn.
Yeah. And Amon, I think a few upsets are in the making if I look around the horn. I think this game between Gukesh and Serrana is going to end in a draw. On board number 5, I see Shigaev against Arjun, probably also a draw. But look on board number 6, Amon. We see Cristobal beating the World Cup winner Sindarov as he is winning some material.
Yeah, this is, Enriquez has been really on a tear in these last couple games. What a great start to day 2 of the World Rapid. Bishop e4 has just been played, and counting up the material, it's a rook for a bishop, and there's not even any pawns as compensation. Matter of fact, the pawns are also separated here, so even some extra weaknesses. You have to make sure that you don't allow the rook to penetrate the position, bishop d5 and the rook entering. But other than that, we're waiting for the technique here from white, and this could be a very significant upset.
Yep. So let's see. Definitely not over if white would be able to trade the rooks. It just becomes a very easy win. But with the rooks on the board, like you said, Amon, there's always the danger of the black rook entering the white position. I don't know how I feel about b4. I feel like every pawn trade should perhaps increase black's drawing chances, but Enriquez thought it was necessary.
Yeah, there is an idea to play maybe king f2, rook to c5, trying to get an exchange. It's very clear here that if the rooks exchange, that white all of a sudden is probably just winning.
Yeah. No, then black will never have any counterplay. White can just do whatever he wants, slowly but surely mop up some pawns, and the win should be easy. All right, rook b6.
Rook c5 is important. I really want to play rook a5 to permanently stop any entry of that rook. And while you can play rook a3, the counterplay with c5, even though it might be dubious, is at least very real. Whereas rook c5, there's absolutely nothing after rook a6, rook a5. And again, played, this white king is going to enter the game. I think this technique is so far perfect.
Yeah, I really like what Cristobal is doing. Rook c5, nice move, as you pointed out. That black rook can never enter because the rook on d4 is controlling the d file. Now rook a5, controlling the a file. And now it's time to bring the king in.
Yep, king f2, king e3. Note that the move c5 is also not really achieving anything anymore. King into the middle. You can continue to bring the king up, even to f4 perhaps. I'm really liking this technique.
Yeah, great stuff by Enriquez. I don't see Sindarov surviving this one. King f4 feels very logical now, or perhaps already a check. King f4. Yeah, there's just nothing black can ever do here.
No, and the e4 pawn keeps the bishop disconnected from the pawn on c6. So, for example, rook c4 would force the king over. e5 also has the idea of rook d6, but what e5 does is it allows that bishop to all of a sudden participate in the game. So I think that white should probably play in a way where the e pawn remains on e4. A move that stands out to me is rook a7, because black still cannot access the a file. rook a7 improves the pieces, and then start to have the conversation about, first of all, maybe a checkmate, and also looking to trade rooks.
Yeah, he played rook e5 instead, but I'm with you, Aman. I really like that move, rook a7, with the idea to go rook a7, threatening rook 4d6, which would create a mating net. Now king g7, okay, only move. Aha, and he goes b5, so he has evaluated this that this endgame is a win for white. And I think it is,
and
actually.
I think it's because of rook d2. This is the important move. Maybe not even necessary, because it's possible if the bishop goes over here, you lose the g-pawn, but this move stops bishop e2. The bishop is 100% trapped and will not be able to participate. Even after you claim this pawn, the bishop cannot ever join the game again, because you're going to blunder this pawn as well. So I agree with this evaluation. White will pick up this pawn, play something like rook b6, e5, king g5, and I do agree. I think this is 100% over.
Yeah, I mean, great technique by Crystal Ball. And with this one, he would move up to 5.5 out of 7. I think that puts him in a tie for second place.
Yep, that's most likely correct. There's been a lot of draws. Other than Artemia beating Magnus, the top other boards, 2 to 5, have all ended in a draw. And we see the resignation and Enriquez with a beautiful bit of technique there. The b5 move at the end went unnoticed, but actually forced an exchange of rooks, which secured the win, and rook d2, just a beautiful move to end things off. So what a day so far for Enriquez.
Absolutely, yeah, great stuff by him. 5.5 out of 7. Like I said, in tie for second. Another upset I'm on is Shimanov beating Giri on board number 7.
Right.
Big result for Shimanov there, as he also moves up to a tie for second. And here we have this pawn, this rooking game between Yu Youngyi and Lazovic. But look at Lazovic's body language. He looks bored. He's like, God, this is such an easy draw. Why are you still trying?
Yeah, and if that's your body language, that's a pretty good sign. Usually means you're very confident to hold the draw. He's also got significantly more time in the position, so he doesn't look like he's panicked, stressed, unsure of how to continue. And effectively, if he can, king f6, just keep the h-pawn attacked while also cutting the king off, it's very difficult for Yu Youngyi to make progress. Rook g4, king f5, and white has the same issue.
Yep, this game is about to end in a draw. Nothing white can do. Pretty easy draw. And I expect it to finish any second now.
Some more results. Fabiano did win, as did Nordebek, but Ali Reza lost to Sina Movahed as well in their game, and that continues the trend of this World Rapid Championship for Ali Reza just not being the one that he was looking for.
No, that's a tough start for Rouge. I mean, 4 out of 7, that puts him 2.5 points behind the leader. I think we can already say that he's not going to win the gold medal. I mean, he might not win any medal. I mean, maybe if he wins the last 6, but he's quite far behind him on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook to e8 here in this game by Yu Youngyi. He's going to be able to capture this pawn successfully, but the one pawn should be a position that you can very comfortably draw as Denis Lazovic here. It's a pretty well-known technique, so I don't think there is anything. This is even more drawn than a lot of these rook end games we've seen played on at the end.
Yep, he's just going to put the rook on b5. And the Philidor defense on the 6th rank, you can also do that. 1 rank shifted up, and he's doing that right now with the rook on b5, waiting for f5 to be played. And he's going to go rook to the 1st rank and give a lot of checks that I will not be able to escape from. And there we see it.
Yeah, as soon as f5 happens, the rook comes down, and the players will agree to a draw. There's nothing happening here, and Denis Lazovic was, looking bored for a reason, because that was a very easy draw from his perspective. A few more games that are still being played, although a lot of them look like they are reaching their conclusion. Board 11, Ralph Mamedov putting the finishing touches on what should be an extremely easy conclusion. I see, Matlakov looks like a complete draw in that game there. And Lekwang Liem, it looks like Yeah, it looks like that position is probably the most, or actually, that's not Lei Kwang Lim. That's Tuan Min Lei. Prague
That's
against
wonderful
Tuan Min
time.
Lei.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like this is the game we should be looking at right now. Queen end games are always tricky, but I'll tell you what makes it easier, Bach. An extra pawn, not just one, but two.
Exactly. Yeah, that king on g7 is just super safe, shielded from any checks. G6, and I think this is going to be a very easy win for white. Just like queen f7, e6. Your king can always hide on g8, so it's about to be over.
Yep, the pawns are going up the board. And the thing is, e7 and e8 is a forced sequence. The king can hide on g8, because even if you lose that pawn and trade queens, you have another pawn to win the game. So I think Praggnanandhaa is guaranteed to win at this point. King g8 and e7, e8.
Yep, that's going to be game over. In the meantime, like you said, Rauf Mamedov putting on the finishing touches in his game against Madaminov. Perhaps we can show our audience how he's finishing this one off. I mean, he's up 2 pawns in a rooking game, but I think what he's doing is pretty instructive, Amon. He's walked his the king all the way over to f5, if we can pull up the board.
Which game are you referring to? Madaminov?
Madaminov against Mamedov.
Ah, yeah.
Right, and I always believe the easiest plan to win this Amon is just to go like king f4, king f3, king f2, and then just trade off the rooks with rook e1, right?
Indeed.
But Madaminov keeps fighting, even though the position looks quite hopeless.
Yeah, I guess you have to contend with rook b1 when you play like this, but it's nice that you have rook a2 for a pretty sweet checkmate there.
Yep. All right, king f2 now, and rook you want to follow, and that's going to be it. The one mistake you want to avoid here with black is playing a2 too early, because then white has all of these still-made ideas.
It's so weird that rook d2 was played, because I'm struggling to understand why king f2 was not played. Is pretty much a guaranteed result right there. Yeah, he's just doing this in a bit of a funny way.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well. I mean, it's definitely all good enough to win, but I thought the rook trade was definitely the easiest one to get it done.
Yeah, I'll just go back here. Rook d2 seemed unnecessary because there's king f2, and rook e1 literally cannot be stopped. You can dream of rook d3, but rook e1 is a checkmate. So whether you play king c1 or any rook move, the rook is just going to go to e1, and there's never any stalemates here. And now you can just go ahead and win the game normally by bringing the king up, and yeah, you'll promote one of these pawns eventually.
Right, so king c1 by Madaminov, trying to set some last traps perhaps, but it's hard to see how black will not win this game.
That's correct. This is definitely going to be a win, just a matter of when and where. King c3, rook h3. There's also rook to d3, which should secure things.
Yeah, although, you know, there have been people spoiling the advantage here for black, but I do think that an experienced grandmaster like Mamedov is just going to win this one.
Yeah, if b2, you know, you might think of king a2 as perhaps a little bit annoying. Probably still winning, but yeah, he's definitely made it as hard as possible for himself. But at this point, rook d3, rook c1. Oh, okay, he goes rook c2. And I guess his plan is now to play rook c4 against that move, but truly strange, because I agree with you. My understanding is put these pawns here, the rook is stuck to the first rank, and just bring the king down and play rook e1. It's always the easiest plan.
Yep. All right, so rook c2. Okay, it's kind of funny, Amon, but you know, the most aesthetic way to win this game after king b4 is, let's say white does nothing, right? And then black goes rook c4, b2, and at some point black can go, you can go rook c1 here. That's the most aesthetic way to win. Takes, b2, king b1, king b3. Let's say in the, so check, take and then king b3. That's the most aesthetic way to win.
Right. Very satisfying because rook c3 is the only move and there is a2. And you can do this idea sort of in a different way by playing, a2 and king a3. And effectively, rook c1 and b2 is a guaranteed idea.
We're seeing it on the board. He goes rook c1, sacrificing the rook in b2 check. But now if you go king a2 Oman, you under promote to a knight or a bishop, not to a queen or rook. And after king b1, there's king b3.
Hopefully we see king a2 just for the satisfaction. But king b1, king b3 is always really brutal to see. And absolutely a great way to get it done. Very nice.
Yeah.
Technique
nice
shown one way or the other.
Yeah, so nice win there by Rauf Mamedov. He moves to a tie for second place as well with 5.5 out of 7.
Yeah, very nicely done. It looks like, the majority of the games have wrapped for this round, which means we can see some of the results, most notably, and we were there for every minute of it, especially the blunder from Magnus Carlsen when a draw was on the board. Artemiev beats Magnus Carlsen, and he was at 5.5 points before that result, which means he's catapulted himself into a 1-point lead in the event. And most notably, after all these draws on the top 6 boards, Cristobal Enriquez Bach, I think we were most impressed by that upset result, as well as Shimanov upsetting Anish Giri. We saw Nihal come away with a win along with Lei Kwang Liem and Rauf Mamedov in that game that we just saw.
Yeah, so a 1-point lead is quite significant, but still very early on in the tournament. Here we see the standings. All right, so we see Artemiev 6.5, then a pretty big pack on players on 5.5, and then all the players on 5, including Magnus Carlsen. But, Amon, who of these 5.5ers is going to stop Artemiev? Who do you think has got it in them to beat him?
Yeah, it's really a tough question. As you said, there's still so many rounds. We just finished round 7. There's a couple more rounds today. So I'm looking at the players, to be honest, that have not lost a game yet. I just feel like that stability goes a long way in a long rapid event. So, Hans, for example, on 5.5 hasn't lost a game. Gukesh as well. Those, along with MVL, are the players that I think just shows they're in the best form.
Absolutely. Yep. So these are the standings in the open section. Let's have a look at the women's section. We see a draw on the top board, which gave the opportunity to the other players to catch up. And so did Goryachkina, Lei Tengji, Sarah Kadem, and Humpy, as they're all moving to 5 points. So there we have a huge lead on for first place. Let's have a look. And we see it here. We see 8 players on 5 out of 6. So all to play for in this one.
Yeah, a huge tie at the top. So a bit of an opposite kind of standings for the women's section compared to the open. But you're also seeing, because of some of the results, the players are starting to catch the leader. So while there's 8 players with 5 points, there's also 8 players with 4.5 points. Kostenia, Harika, we see Tan Zhongyi, and most notably and clearly absent from this first page of the standings is Zhu Wenjun Bach, who has just really had a poor event thus far. And we're at that moment where we're pretty much right at halfway, just past the halfway mark of the event. And if that's how the first half has gone, unfortunately, we're starting to rule out possibilities like even claiming first place if Zhu Wenjun does not have, first of all, an unbelievable end to today, probably winning the rest of the games, and then, of course, an amazing final day, because otherwise you're just not making up a 1-2 point deficit. So Zhu Wenjun definitely has to make a comeback.
Absolutely, yeah. Still many more rounds to play. 5 rounds in the women's section, 6 rounds in the open. So even though Artemiev has a big lead, a 1-point lead that is, there's still lots that can happen, right? If he loses one game, everyone's tied for first again. So yeah. It's still very early. We'll see what's going to happen. But for now, everyone, we are going to a break. But do not go anywhere, as we will be back with more of the FIDE World Rapid Championship.
I hate that I know all of these. I feel like it proves I'm so online.
A lot of the phrases.
You are a new dad. You are going to be a new dad here soon. We have a generational quiz to see if you know what the kids are saying these days.
Oh, this is going to be bad because actually I've spoken quite a bit with Carissa Yip recently.
I hate that I know all of these. I feel like it proves I'm so online.
A lot of the phrases she uses they're just foreign to me. So this probably isn't going to go well.
Skippity?
It's Skibbity. Scooby-Doo? Skibbity.
I have no idea.
I don't know exactly what it means. I know it's related to the Skibbity toilet skits on YouTube. But I don't completely understand beyond that. I know it's connected, but I don't know specifically what it means.
Don't people just say that? I think they just say it when they don't know what to say.
6'7"?
6'7".
It's 2 less than 6'9".
It's not iconic the way 69 is or like 420.
I don't know.
6'7".
I just bit right on the highway.
Yes, Carissa mentioned this recently, but I don't think she explained it to me, so I don't know what it means.
This is from a song. I learned this recently. But I don't, and then some kid said it and it became a meme.
6'7". Like 6'7".
I don't think it has a meaning besides that. Chopped is bad. Chopped is just bad.
Chopped?
Chopped.
I don't know what that, I'm gonna assume that's similar to cooked, which just means you're done basically, but that's my best guess.
Chopped? I don't know. Oh, glaze is when you give somebody a bit too much praise.
Hey, I like your shirt, dog.
Thank you, bro.
It's fire, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Fuck with the pants, bro.
Hey, thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much, bro.
Yo, I like the pants.
Hey, thank you so much.
I like the jewelry.
Hey, thank you so much, bro.
I like the pants.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah, so glaze, this is one that I know. This just means basically to really compliment someone and basically go over the top with saying how great they are.
Glaze is to like adorn someone with praise to an extreme degree.
Unk, yes. So this one I also know. This means basically someone who's old and out of date with the times. Someone who's like, could be an uncle, basically.
Uncle? Like someone older?
That's just anybody who's older than you.
Literally any person older than you by a day or a generation. Like I'm Unk to like half of the chess world.
Who has some kind of pedigree. That person can be in their 20s or something and still be called Unk because the people saying that are quite a bit younger. Clanker?
Clanker.
I don't know.
Yeah, so I've actually heard this phrase recently. I mean, of course I know the word, but I don't know exactly what it means. So I'll just pass. I won't try to guess it.
Isn't that just a term people use for like robots?
Yep.
Yeah.
Keep it pushing, you dirty clanker. Clanker.
Maybe I could have guessed that, but no, I don't know.
Yeah, so aura is basically like
aura just means that you have an aura. It's as simple as that. You have something about you.
It's just like basically the awe or the something around a person that makes them really, really special and unique. Where they're just amazing. And, yeah.
Riz is like how do I describe it?
Riz is charisma. It means that you got game.
Riz is like charisma, right?
Yeah, so Riz means it means like basically your game when you're trying to tape, for lack of a way of putting it.
Okay, we're here with Grandmaster Prague, and you can see you don't have an opponent. We're going to give ChatGPT as your opponent, but don't be too intimidated. We're rooting for the human being, but we want to make it a little bit interesting. So we're going to have you play blindfolded. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And you've never played ChatGPT before, right?
No.
Okay, this is going to be fun. So we gave you a swivel chair. If you could just do a little spinaroo there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll just pretend that you shook hands with your silicon opponent. And Prague, what would you like your first move to be?
E4.
Okay, E4 on the board. And then we're waiting for ChatGPT to respond. And ChatGPT has played 1 C5 and announced that it's the Sicilian defense. So ChatGPT knows the opening at least.
Knight F3.
Okay, ChatGPT has announced that it knows you're attacking the E5 square. It has played D6.
Okay. Let's say C3.
Okay, C3. I have a little delayed elephant here, but what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT likes to explain your move. ChatGPT says that you're preparing D4 and aiming to go a strong center, and it has announced it's the elephant. ChatGPT plays Knight F6.
Bishop E2. Let's try to trick ChatGPT. Yeah.
I could definitely say you are faster than ChatGPT. You've set a little trap. Let's see if ChatGPT falls into this very famous elephant trap. Prague, it's announcing you made a flexible move and plays Knight C6.
Oh, it doesn't fall for it.
Does not fall for Knight takes E4, Queen A5 check. Okay.
D4. Let's keep trying.
Okay, offering the pawn on E4 a second time. ChatGPT notices that you're striking in the center, which I don't know if you know this, Prague, it's a key thematic idea in elephant according to ChatGPT. C takes D4 is the response.
Yeah, CD4.
ChatGPT plays Bishop G4. It actually announces that it's pinning your knight. I'm going to take a little bit exception to the fact that that's a pin in ChatGPT's world.
Yeah, Knight C3.
Okay, ChatGPT is actually getting a little faster and playing E6. Although again, let's talk about the logic here. ChatGPT claims that this move solidifies my D6 pawn. Seems like it makes the D6 pawn a little weaker.
Okay, let's try to go for a D5.
Okay, advancing to center. E takes D5 instant in ChatGPT's one.
ED5.
I want to congratulate ChatGPT for not making any illegal moves so far. Knight B4. Although, before you respond, I just want to talk about that the computer ChatGPT has announced that it's attacking your C2 pawn. Suspicious.
C2 pawn. Okay, Queen A4.
Queen A4. This trick coming back. You're faster than I can type, Prague. Congratulations. It does notice that it's in check and that the knight on B4 is being attacked. Good job, ChatGPT. Queen D7 is the response.
Yeah, Queen B4. Oh, I could have even more. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, ChatGPT notices that you won a piece and responds with Bishop to E7.
Bishop B5.
Let's see if ChatGPT notices what's going on with the queen. ChatGPT announces that your move pins his knight on C6 to the queen.
Knight on C6?
I'm not sure what that is. Castles is the response.
Yeah, take the queen. I'm wondering if we can beat ChatGPT from this position with black.
You want to invert the color?
No, not now.
Would be fun. Okay, ChatGPT does get something for the queen, but mate takes with the wrong piece and takes with the knight.
Yeah, I take the bishop.
So knight takes D7 is ChatGPT.
Queen G4, yeah.
And Prague plays queen takes G4. Okay, things are looking very good for the human here. The human race is safe so far. Knight F6 is the response.
Queen G3.
Rook F8. Good job, ChatGPT, telling me which rook. But my students can't do that.
Short castle.
Okay, Bishop F8. Wow, nice little
solid. Bishop G5.
Okay. Once again, it announces the knight on F6 is pinned. I'm not sure where it's pinned to. Knight E4 is the response.
It's pinned to queen on D8.
Right. Well said.
Yeah, knight E4.
Okay, I'm surprised no illegal news yet from ChatGPT. Rook takes E4 is the response.
Rook Fe1.
Rook A E8 is the response.
Yeah, Rook E4.
Okay.
And ChatGPT does capture that with the rook.
Rook e1. Keep trading.
Okay. Rook takes e1 check is the ChatGPT's move.
Yeah, knight e1.
See if ChatGPT moves a knight or a rook or a queen here. No, ChatGPT plays bishop e7. It is a legal move. That's all I can say about it.
Thanks for the bishop. Bishop e7.
Okay, so now we get to have some fun, Prague, because the computer has announced on move 23, queen takes e7. So, do you want the computer to bring the queen back on the board?
If it's not going to bring more pieces, then I'm fine. But if it's going to bring a rook, then probably not.
Okay, so Prague is giving one illegal move to ChatGPT at least. The queen has resurrected herself in only ChatGPT's world. We are going to let you make the next move, Prague.
Queen e3.
Okay, so we have queen e3. Trying to go for the endgame. Queen e5 is the response.
Yeah, queen takes e5.
Okay, so you've captured the queen a second time. Let's see if she resurrects again. D takes e5.
Knight d3.
Okay, pawn f6.
Knight c5.
Okay, pawn b6.
So far, good. Knight e6.
All right, ChatGPT plays king f7. Way to activate the king.
King f1.
Pawn g6. And I just want to point out, creating love for my king. ChatGPT understands the word love.
King e2.
Okay, the response is king e7.
King d3.
King d6. I'm mirroring your move.
King c4.
Pawn a6.
a4.
Pawn f5.
Knight f8. Hopefully no rook f8 now.
We'll see. Pawn e4.
Knight h7.
Okay. ChatGPT plays king e5.
Knight f8 back.
Pawn g5.
Knight d7.
Okay. ChatGPT may be ending the game here by playing the not very strong pawn f4. And Prague, whatever you want to do here, we're good with.
Yeah, I think I'll just take the king.
Knight takes king, I think is strong. ChatGPT, you only get one illegal move. Knight takes king ends the game, and the humans are victorious. Prague, you're welcome to turn around. Take a look at your masterpiece here. What are your thoughts on the future of ChatGPT in the chess world?
Yeah, I guess it will improve. Yeah, it was playing okay till some point, but then started blundering and started playing illegal moves. Yeah, it'll improve.
Thanks for the game and congratulations.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. Ay, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, cause you ride this beat, look proudly. Okay, it ain't no problem, see, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better, I'ma bet on myself. Aiming for the top and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as tempo. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay. Tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Shawty going outside, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Did it stir? I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah.
BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, Philly protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, Philly protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
And welcome back everybody to the FIDE World Rapid Championships 2025 in Doha, Qatar. Aman, we have some interesting pairings ahead of us as we are getting ready for rounds no wait, I was gonna say 7, 8 and 7, as we see here. Here we have the pairings of the open section. What stands out to you, Amon?
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen will remain up at the top, but I think we can quickly see from looking at the total points that he's no longer really close to the leader. Vladislav Artemiev on board 2, but leading the entire event. 6.5 points. He's a point clear of everyone, and notably Nihal Sarin against Cristobal Henriquez. We continue to monitor that underdog story as Fabiano Caruana starts to join the mix along with Norderbeck, Arjun against Narayanan, the All India matchup. And finally, we see the return of some players that suffered some poor results early. Wesley So, now on board 11, as well as Daniel Dubov, recovering after an early loss to Denis Kadrich, is now against Aravind on board 12.
Yeah, let's remind everyone, it's a very long tournament. It is 13 rounds, so even if you're on 5 points out of 7, you might find yourself on like 20th place. But if you win the rest of your games, you're easily still winning the tournament. And well, let's talk about the pairings in the women's section. We see 8 players in the lead, and our top board is Vachier-Lagrave against Goryachkina. We have Lei Tengji against Divya, Humpy against Sarah Kadem, Maria Musichuk against Zhu Jiner. Those are the top pairings. Is there anything that stands out to you, Amon?
Well, I think right now it's really exciting to watch Divya after her recent success. Just a very exciting player. Also, that board 1 matchup, Vachier-Lagrave has really impressed, I think, with that previous result. Goryachkina, the all-time favorite, I think, coming into this event in order to win the entire thing, along with Ju Wenjun. So I'm definitely looking forward to all of these matchups, but specifically for me, board number 1 here, an absolutely huge matchup. Goryachkina with Ju Wenjun not doing that well in the event currently has a big opportunity here.
Yep, and we see the players getting ready. Here we see Humpy against Sarah on board number 3 as they're adjusting their pieces, just waiting for the round to start. I think that's what every player does, right, Amon? Like adjusting the pieces.
Yeah, as we often see, Magnus shows up late and still adjusts the pieces before playing. So it really is a routine, and sometimes you just can't do without it.
Yeah, here we see Norderbeck Abdasatorov still a bit behind, but as we said, it's a long event. The players can still come back, as we're only past the halfway mark.
That's right. Yeah, and there's still a couple more games today to conclude. So a lot can still change in the standings as Vladislav Artemiev is looking for his board and his opponent, as he knows he's well clear of the field for now. But as you mentioned, a loss from Artemiev, just one loss, all of a sudden he's going to be caught by a lot of players. And Magnus at 5 points, while 6.5 points for Artemiev. So 1.5 points behind the lead is Magnus Carlsen. But as we know, Magnus remains on that board 1, just so that his games can always be covered by the media. They don't have to chase him around the playing hall. And I think Magnus on board 1 is, if he's not quite there on the pairings right now, he's certainly expected to play himself back up to that level.
Absolutely. Yeah, here we see Anton and Gukesh, the world champion in classical chess, getting ready for their game. So let's see how Gukesh is going to fare in Rapid. I mean, it's been said that, perhaps, classical, I think we can all agree, is definitely his best time control. His Rapid and Blitz perhaps wasn't quite living up to his classical level, but in this event, he's doing a great job. I believe he's also in a tie for second with definitely medal chances.
That's right. We will remember that quick result, probably the quickest of the entire round, Hans Niemann against Ray Robson in the previous round. So now Hans with the white pieces, I think he's going to be, he's not playing his countryman. I think he's going to be a bit more motivated. You do have to make the most of your opportunities on those top boards. You score a win. It means a lot in the standings because draws are becoming increasingly common as the competition gets stiff. And well, we remember the stakes are getting higher as the tournament approaches its conclusion.
Yeah, no, there's no easy pairings anymore. So I think at this stage of the tournament, Amon, if you draw your games with black and you win with white, I think you're going to be in very good shape. Just moving up the standings slowly but surely. Here we see Sean Sargsyan getting ready for his game, as he is playing with the black pieces against I don't know whom, honestly.
Yeah, really not sure who is playing on board 1 all the time for the entire event.
Oh,
did someone just sit at the wrong board here? I don't know if that was just to say hi, something friendly, or if he actually genuinely thought he was playing Ray Robson, but I couldn't tell if that was Wesley or something for a second that sat down in the wrong spot.
Oh yeah, actually it was so Sean is playing Magnus. That's why they're on camera. We see Ray Robson getting ready for the round, and here we see Scene a move ahead, playing with the black pieces against Sarana.
Yes, indeed. A huge victory over Ali Reza Farouja in the previous round means that he's catapulted up the standings in a big way.
Absolutely. Yeah, no. As we said before, Artemiev, he's in a tier of his own on 6.5 out of 7, but then a big pack on players on 5.5, including Sina Movahead. So perhaps if you look at the pairings by rating, perhaps an opportunity for Sarana against one of the low-rated players in that pack to try to get ahead and try to jump up in the standings.
There's also I remember seeing, I think, Alexander Grishuk once sit at the incorrect board, and this was after a round was already in play. And you can imagine when the round's already in play, like you sit down at the board and you actually just make a move quickly when you arrive late. So, at least here the round didn't already begin, because if two people are maybe they haven't shown up to their boards and you're running in the playing hall trying to find your board, you might easily sit down at the wrong one, just assuming, okay, like I'm the only one who probably hasn't sat down yet. So it looks like coming over to start the clock is the arbiter, which means that the round is officially underway. And we remember, of course, without Magnus there, that they're still going to start the clocks. And of course, the only punishment is just whatever time ticks down, and there he is, shows up, and things are underway.
Yep. So things are underway in both the open section and the women's section. Let's go to the women's section, as we haven't had a look at their games too much yet. We see on the top board, Aman, between Nino Batsiashvili and Goryachkina, we see the move 1d4 and knight of 6, and here White has paused to think and finally played knight of 3.
Indeed, yeah, the move order is always very important, and somehow, some way, we've transposed back into a London system, particularly, I would say, because of the move d5. I mean, if Black had played a different move like d6, perhaps bishop f4 would not be played, and let's see what variation we get from this. We have seen the London, but I wouldn't say it's been too common. This is an opening that I guess we can expect to see perhaps a bit more in the World Blitz Championship compared to the World Rapid.
Yeah, London has the reputation that it's pretty easy to play. You almost always go for the setup, as we see it here with d4, knight of 3, bishop f4. You go e3, develop the knight to d2, c3, and the other bishop to d3. And I know, Aman, that somebody is working on a London course. How is that coming along, and has that position been reviewed in the course?
Yeah, actually, this exact position has most definitely been reviewed. I am working on a course probably to be released early in January, so that's exciting. But yeah, this is a very important line. I actually think that the move knight f3 here, while it does support the knight, you're getting in the territory here of trading a lot of pieces, and that's not always what you want to do in a London where you're trying to be super ambitious. I mean, the London has that reputation of not really going for that much, but the truth is a lot of the lines can still get very, very exciting. There's a lot of attacks. Moves like h4 can be played, and actually what I'm used to in this variation is a move like h4, and maybe the queen coming out to g4 to generate something. Bach, this move c4 that I'm looking at here, offhand, it looks very strange to me.
Yeah, it might look weird, right? Black relinquishing the pressure on the center, but it is stopping white from bringing that bishop to d3. Like you said, sometimes white wants to start an attack on the king side, moves like bishop d3, maybe queen h5 at some moment, maybe h4. And now c4 is stopping bishop d3 altogether, really taking this thing out of a potential attack from white. I guess, Amon, what white usually does is they go bishop e2, then perhaps bishop f3, e4, to try to put some pressure on d5, but perhaps Goryachkina is not too worried about that.
Yeah, bishop e2, bishop f3, e4 is always available, but with the knights off the board, and that looks very likely here, there's really not too much to worry about. Black is going to play b5, probably going to play a5. Kingside castling for both looks very logical. And even after bishop to f3 and e4, you probably don't have to do anything about this pawn. While there's knight f6, you can also just exchange here and play a move like f6 as needed. Not really seeing anything that's too dangerous, so it makes sense to gain the space on the queen side with c4. However, if you want to try to chip away at the queen side, you could, if you want, play a move like a4 to stop b5 and then b3 to follow up. That would perhaps change the structure. Otherwise, if you just play bishop e2 and castle, I think black's going to do the same and eventually maybe trade the knights and play b5.
Yep, and we see Goryachkina playing really quickly, having more time than she started with. It's kind of interesting. I'd say like 10 years ago, the London was an opening people would play to avoid opening theory, but now, everything has been analyzed, including the London, and that's why she was fully ready for it. I wanted to ask, one question about the position, Amon. What do you think about the move b2, b3 to try to undermine that c4 pawn right away?
Yeah, b3 looks very tempting. I think that b5 is not a move you want to play with knight c6. So if black is ever trying to support c4, it looks like you'd need to trade knights first and play also f6. The other thing about b3 is even immediately, it does look like I'm perfectly happy to just capture and to castle, trade the knights in the middle. And it does look like we might end up with a position where there's a queenside majority for black. So I don't know if I'm that bothered by it. I think I would be more annoyed by this move if there were a bit more pieces on the board. But specifically with all of the knights disappearing, I don't really think that there's too much in this position for white.
Yep. Bishop e2 instead played by Vachier-Lagrave, a very normal developing move. Now perhaps castles by Goryachkina, who has paused, I think, for really the first time in the game.
And not for very long, that's for sure. Immediately, kingside castling, and again, the knights being traded and the pawns pushing seems very likely. White might combat the center with e4 or b3, and for black, moves like f6, b5 should be considered. I'm looking at the other top boards in the women's section here. We can just briefly take a look, but Lei Ting-jae against Divya Deshmukh is one that is quite imbalanced here, we can say, with the double pawns. But while I say imbalanced, I also have to say, this is a position that is relatively well explored.
Yep. So let's see what Lei Ting-jae is going to do. Queenside castle is definitely the ambitious move to try to attack on the king side. But as you pointed out, black has that half open b-file to work with. Rook b8 comes to mind, bishop b6. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, Amon. If white is ambitious, queenside castles is definitely on the table. If you want to play more safe, I think we're definitely going to see kingside castles.
Yeah, I would say kingside is the move that I would go with here. Rook b8 can be met by b3 for the moment, which loosens up the knight on c3, but ultimately deals with the bishop and the rook, putting that pawn on b3. So I would say b3, rook d1, rook e1. These are all really easy moves to play. And white can play a move like bishop f3, h3. There's a lot of slow moves that improve the position. Meanwhile, for black, I'm expecting things like rook b8, knight d7, bishop f6. The knight can think about the c5 or the e5 squares, and rook e8 looks like a great place to put the rook from f8 as well.
Yeah, so both sides have their plans and ideas. I perhaps still give a slight advantage to white because white has more space, the slightly better pawn structure, but still lots to play for. We'll see some interesting maneuvering here with chances for both sides.
Yeah, one thing to look out for is the move e5 in general. If it gets captured, what gets left behind are these two doubled and isolated pawns on the c file. So while it's not forced to capture on e5, of course, the move e5 is always a consideration for white because you're putting pressure on black saying, well, if you can't take on e5, then the pawn on e5 is forcing the knight to move, which is quite annoying. And with rook d1, there's a lot of pressure you can put on d6. So rook d1 and e5 is strong enough sometimes that black does go for that plan of knight d7 and then bishop to f6.
Yep, so we can expect quite a bit of action in this one. One game I want to point out, Amon, is the game on board number 4 because of how boring it is, honestly. I think we'll see a draw here very, very soon in the game between Muzichuk and Zhu Jinair. We see the opposite color bishops. I think what's going to happen is black will probably go d5. They'll trade the rooks on c1, rook c8. They'll trade again, and they'll just agree to a draw.
So, Bach, you're locking in your prediction for pawn to d5, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, rook c1, takes, and draw agreed there? Or will we play maybe in that position f6, f3, king f7, king f2, and then a draw agreed?
I think rook takes c1, rook takes c8, rook c1, take. White will play bishop takes c1 and offer a draw. That is my prediction.
Okay, important, really important stuff here, but this is what happens. Clearly, the players here are more than happy with a draw, and Zhu Jinair, despite leading the event coming into today, has just drawn a bunch of games and felt pretty good about that. Staying near the top of the standings, but certainly not increasing the lead by any means. I'm also looking at the game Humpy against Sarah on board 3. And in this one, we saw something interesting. It's an opening that I'm quite familiar with, but I'm not familiar with the plan of queen to c8, bishop h3, and bishop takes g2. It almost feels like black is a little behind in terms of development here.
Yeah, I'd say white definitely has a slight advantage here. White has more space due to the pawns on e4 and c4. It might seem a little bit odd to spend all of those moves to trade off that light square bishop. On the other hand, the bishop, I think, was lacking a good square. Like, it was really lacking, a purpose in this game, so to speak. So that's why Sarah just traded it off. But feels like a slight but pleasant advantage here for Humpy.
Yeah, e4 has just been played. You can also play e5, rook e1. The queen can move to c2 or to e2. And again, the black knight on b8 just doesn't have too many squares to go to. Knight a6 to c5 is not exactly stable on that square, and knight to d7 also might take an important square from this knight. I'd always be looking for those opportunities after knight d7 to perhaps try to get e5 and e6 in, which is at least an attempt to play for some sort of advantage. So I do expect to see queen c2 I like, just because it defends the bishop, and then rook e1, and perhaps try to play e5 and e6.
Yep. So nice advantage there for white on the board. Also on the clock, by the way, as Humpy is up 2.5 minutes.
I will just put this move, knight takes e4 here for a second, because after knight takes d2, bishop takes, knight takes f1, it might look like, black is kind of winning a pawn, but to take that variation just to the fullest extent, you realize white can actually save the bishop. Black cannot save the knight. So any move that saves the bishop here would be sufficient, and this would be losing variation. The move rook d8 has just been played, and I expect we're going to see either e5 or queen c2 here, but both moves look pretty good. I do happen to like e5. I think that's the way the position should be played.
Yep. All right, so rook d8 played by Sarah Kadem. We'll see how that one will develop. In the meantime, by the way, in that game between Muzichuk and Zhu Jinair, the rooks have been traded off a moment, but they're still playing.
They are still playing, but I tell you, it's a guaranteed draw in that one. Just a matter of on what move and what pawn structure. But looks like momentarily they will probably repeat for a draw.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, we don't expect any
So
action
yeah,
there.
not a ton of action on these top boards. Can definitely return to our bird's eye view as we took a look at the top boards in the women's section here. Definitely looking very equal between Goryachkina and Batsiashvili. I think the most action is probably on Leiting J against Divya Deshmukh, but we're just not quite there yet. It looks like a position that could explode in a couple of moves or later on in the middle game.
Yeah, so we saw that White played e5, really going for a fight. I would say if White wanted to play it solid, perhaps a move like bishop f3 or trading on d5 would keep a safer structure. This one can get pretty double-edged if Black is able to go. If we can. Oh wait, I see. We switched to the game, but sorry. Yeah, that board number 2 can definitely set on fire between Leiting J and Divya. And by the way, Musichuk and Zujiner have already agreed to draw a big shocker there.
Yeah, exactly. Not in the way that you predicted exactly, but indeed a draw and very early on. So perhaps we can switch back to the open section and have a look at some of the positions that are developing on the top boards. Well, let's see. First of all, the top board. Maybe it's not board number 1, but it's certainly the leader of the event, and that is Vladislav Artemiev with the black pieces. And Bach, I mean, you can't say anything to the guy about his time management when he's leading the World Rapid by a full point after 7 rounds. However, just couldn't help but notice he's under 7 minutes compared to 14 minutes for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, so MVL will definitely try to pressure him on the clock. We see bishop takes c1 has just been played. I suspect we recapture with the rook, right? And even though White has a big advantage on the clock, not much is happening on the board. By the way, Amon, one thing I definitely want to point out is that this is a rematch of a match in the World Cup, I believe like in the 3rd or 4th round, where MVL beat Artemiev in the Armageddon.
Yep. And these players do play against each other reasonably often, so I wonder how much they'll be thinking about something like that. They're certainly familiar with the styles and the openings that they might play against one another. Anyone that you play regularly, I think that makes good sense. So bishop e6 feels like a very natural move, and I mean, while you can play knight e3, the move b3 looks very unpleasant. So I would imagine knight takes a5, bishop takes e6, looks, yeah, very, very likely here. You could even play b3 at the end, but perhaps queen d2. I think bishop takes e6 to avoid b3. Yeah.
Right, so f takes e6 on the board. So now the question is, Amon, do we play b2, b3 ourselves here to forever stop b3 from Black, or do we just leave the pawn there? Another question I was wondering about is, do we go c5, or perhaps we put the queen on that square? MVL does not go b3, he puts the queen on e3, which I think makes sense as it stops Black from putting the queen on c5.
Yeah, I think that b3 makes a lot of sense, but I like queen e3 first, because now Black will never make it to c5 or c3 or d4, and instead, after b3, maybe White could play g3, king g2, slowly build up a potential f4, but let's be honest, it's very, very equal here.
It's very equal indeed. Perhaps Artemiev can just play, a move like c5, forever stopping d4, and then just triple up on the f file. And what is MVL ever going to do, right? Rook f6, rook f8, maybe queen c7 to f7. And, if Black gets all of those moves in Amon, then maybe like queen h5, rook h6, rook g6 could be a tiny bit annoying, although I don't ever see the Black attack, if you will, amounting to anything.
That's right. Yeah, I'm looking at this game right here, and I'm thinking, it's completely equal. There's really nothing in it. It's a bit different than the Magnus game where Artemiev, I feel like, played that sacrifice in the last round and had an idea to maybe go for a perpetual. Magnus wanted to play on. In this one, there isn't really a perpetual. It's just there's no pieces on the board. It's only heavy pieces and very difficult to generate any pawn breaks or any pressure against any weaknesses. So I think in many ways, this one's actually much more drawn or equal compared to that previous round.
Yeah, and I think a draw would be a good result for Artemiev, right? I mean, he's not going to extend his lead, but he's at the top board. He's playing with the black pieces against someone as strong as MVL. I think he's happy with the draw here. The others might catch up a little bit, but as long as he stays at the top, that's going to be good for him.
All right. Well, I was also looking at a couple of these other games. Hans Niemann against Lei Kwang Liem definitely comes to mind. Hans with the white pieces. We know that he's looking to press the advantage here and the opportunity. So let's have a quick look at his game. The last move was knight to g4, and we can see the intention of knight e5 and into knight g6, which would actually just be a completely winning threat. So a very significant move here, knight to g4.
Yeah, knight g4. I mean, that g6 square is just so weak for black. It's really hard to deal with. I mean, maybe if you're Le Quang Liem, I was going to say maybe you sacrifice the exchange, but I don't know if you get enough. But at least it might change the course of the game.
Yeah, it certainly will. If black could play knight g6, I think that would really improve things. Knight to f4, knight to h4. That's not really the case. So black is going to have to settle for a knight, maybe to f5, h4 maneuver. And it becomes important for Hans to play very deliberately. You have to make sure your moves count here. The second that you make an inaccuracy, the knight shows up on h4, and you feel like you could be worse despite being up material. So you pointed out the sacrifice played by Le Quang Liem. I think in a blitz game, it's played even faster than it was here. So it goes to show, even in rapid, with 11 minutes on the clock, Le Quang Liem is happy to play, maybe not thrilled, but certainly happy to play rook takes f3. And I wouldn't think that this advantage is maybe as significant as the engine is trying to represent.
Yeah, it becomes really hard for Hans to navigate. Right now, he's also going to have to make some defensive moves, like how do you defend that pawn on f3? You know, rook e3 runs at the knight f5. That doesn't look ideal. Perhaps queen d3. I think it's important that we keep an eye on the g6 square, as you pointed out, so that black cannot easily go knight g6 to f4 or h4. I think if black gets those moves in, black is doing very fine. So it's definitely not easy now for Hans.
Yeah, and I was thinking, there's a few ideas if you can get a queen trade that you might be interested in, maybe giving up some material or at least improving the pieces. If rook a to d1, just as an example move, I was actually looking at potentially queen e2 or queen e4 here in this position. Fancier is queen e4, so obviously I'll choose that over queen e2. And even if we drop this pawn, I'm trying to play queen e6 and say, I'll give you 2 pawns just to trade the queens, and I think that actually improves my winning chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, queen trade would be a huge achievement for white. I mean, then they never have to worry about their king anymore. Also, by the way, those 2 knights for black on c6 and e7 are pretty loose. So I like the choice here by Hans, giving up the pawn, perhaps threatening to go queen e4 to e6 Amon.
Yeah, I think you can play those exact ideas, and queen e2 to e6 is kind of the same, but obviously if queen e4 and queen e2 are the same, I think you have to play queen e4. But whether rook takes f3 is played or not, you're still threatening the exact same thing. So it's nice that you have something to rely on. Queen d6 from black might be an idea to help knight g6 happen. I've said I'm a really big fan of this move because getting the knight to f4 is the best that you can do with the black pieces.
Yeah, so let's see if Le Quang is going to go for that. He's down like 3 minutes on the clock. In the meantime, is there anything else that stands out to you, Amon?
Well, in terms of the the actual evaluation, obviously early stages, we have a lot of positions that are very close to one another. But looking at Magnus's game on the first board here against Sargsyan, it just stood out to me that it's a pretty critical game for Magnus in the grand scheme of things. He's at a pretty low score for his standards, and he's also in a fairly symmetrical position against Sargsyan. He needs to get a win, and what we're seeing here is maybe a slight advantage due to the bishop pair, but perhaps Magnus, is getting concerned that he actually needs to put some wins together. It's not enough to even draw some of these games. Now that he's fallen to 5 out of 7, a win is nearly required here.
Yeah, especially with the white pieces. I mean, he can still perhaps afford a draw here and there with black, right? You cannot always force a win if you're playing with the black pieces, but with white, he definitely needs to win. And he's got a nice position here. As you pointed out, a bishop pair, bishop f4, nice move. Queen f3 now looks like a nice move, as pointed out by the blue arrow, bring the queen into the game. And I think, Amon, if we can somehow bring the rook to e1, I would think white's advantage is close to decisive. But how easy is it if black goes rook to e8?
Yeah, I think the idea is white actually wants to drop the bishop back to get off the f4 square. It is pinned, but dropping the bishop back to save the bishop later, but also to facilitate rook to e1. So I think bishop d2, rook e1, the knight can jump into the f5 square. I think then you're starting to maybe play c3, could even bring the bishop back to c2. It feels like there's an initiative to be had against black's king side a little bit, with the bishop aimed at the king, the bishop targeting the h6 pawn, and knight f5 coming in to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, and I think Sean is not in time to contest the e file. I think a line that could be important is if black goes, let's say, rook to e8. I think white's happy, as you pointed out, to go bishop to d2. And if black goes knight e4, white is just in time to trade knights. And if queen takes, then rook e1, and white's winning material. So let's perhaps we can show that on the board. So let's say bishop d2 here. If knight e4 is played, then knight takes, queen takes, and rook e1 wins the game.
Yep, we can take back afterwards. Bishop d2 is on the board. So we might not see knight e4, but definitely Magnus seems to be treating this position quite well. There is an idea to play c4 at some point to kick the knight out, which is also annoying. So with knight f5, rook e1, either c3 or c4 from Magnus, this position is looking like he's getting back on track. He has to make the most of the white pieces. He just had black twice in a row, which maybe contributed to some adverse results. So he has to make the white pieces count.
All right, and we see on board number 2, Amon, the game looks very even, but Artemiev down to 1.5 minutes against 12.
Very typical, right? This is exactly what we're used to. MVL against Artemiev. This position, I mean, it's just a critical game to take a look at. But again, there's really nothing happening. B3 has been played. The queen has actually switched sides completely. Queen c7, queen f7, and queen h5. There's pressure on f3, but there's always rook f1. There's always king g2. Many ways to keep things defended here. It's looking more and more like this is going to just be full equality and, in fact, just a draw.
I think so too. So I'm wondering if you're MVL here, I wouldn't be surprised if he's gonna just make a few more moves just for the sake of it and see if Artemiev is gonna self-destruct, because honestly, I don't really see what white can ever do. I mean, f4 is the only available pawn break, but that doesn't really seem to be good for white. If you're Artemiev, do you go g5 to stop f4 altogether, or I guess that's what he's thinking about right now.
Yeah, I think g5 is perfectly fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. h6, king g7. I think both players can pretty much play whatever they want here without too many repercussions. But f4 is a move that you may want to play. I just think these positions are pretty much all about shuffling. Having said that, queen h3, I like the move because it kind of freezes the king, doesn't allow king g2. But this is a position that is truly, white doesn't need to play f4 in. You can play queen e2. You can probably shuffle for a while. Rook g2 is also available. I'm not overly concerned here for Maxime.
Yeah, I don't really see a plan for either side, so I think it's just going to end in a draw, but you never know with Artemiev down to a minute. Could there perhaps... Are there any plans for black? Not that I see. I mean, maybe h5, h4, but that can probably just be met with g4, right?
Yeah, it can always backfire as well. Yeah, I was looking at the game David Anton against Gukesh. Definitely a double-edged position. A lot more than that position that we were just looking at. The move rook b6 to h6 was just played. And you can just see one look at this position. There's a protected pass pawn in the center of the board. It looks like white has sneakily picked off a b7 pawn at some point here. And for that reason, white is up a pawn. However, Gukesh has a great blockade on e6, has the idea to maybe play g5 in the future. Whose position do you prefer here? I mean, white snagged that extra pawn, but it also feels like if there's any attack or if there's any break in the position, it's probably going to come from Gukesh.
Yeah, I would give, a slight preference to the white position. As you said, white is up a pawn, so black is going to have to prove something. I guess at some point that knight is going to come out to the e6 square. That being said, maybe white is just going to go a3, bishop d2. That bishop can perhaps appear at d5 at some point. I think not anytime soon, as that's going to hang h3. Feels pretty tricky, but to his credit, Anton has played really combative chess. I mean, he's a 2650 more or less in classical. He's playing against these 2750s, and it feels like he's just going for it with white piece. He's not trying to play solid or anything.
No, not at all. This is a very exciting way to play. You're not just looking for equality, symmetry, not looking to repeat. He's really going for it, and it's created a very dynamic game. And Gukesh is happy to participate in that. With the black pieces, you're also interested in a bit more risk in the position in order for maybe a bit more reward. A3, an expected move to kick the knight out. We can say on our top board, Artemiev against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has ended in a draw. Just no progress to be made there. So Artemiev continues to lead the World Rapid Championship by a healthy margin, and we'll after this round we'll know exactly what that margin is.
Yeah, he moves to 7 out of 8. I suspect that somebody of the 5.5ers is going to win their game and close the gap a little bit. But let's see. I mean, David Anton, he definitely has a good chance against Gukesh. Perhaps he can do it. Knight a6 chosen by Gukesh.
Yeah, knight a6 is a bit odd. I just saw a featured chat from Mantis Lords 123 said, "Let's go Gukesh." And then after he got his chat featured, I noticed he typed, "Go MVL, go Gutham, go Arjun, go Magnus. Let's go everyone." So he found the hack on chess.com to getting a featured chat. Very clever. I think he's just exposed the system here. So if anyone wants to get a featured chat, I think you guys found the way here.
Absolutely. Yeah. He said first, let's go Artemiev, and then let's go MVL. So who was he rooting for in that game?
Yeah, I noticed the featured chat that came up was "Let's go Gukesh." And it wasn't even the first person he supported. It was Artemiev. So, a selective process here on the back end from chess.com, I noticed.
Interesting. In the meantime, Amon, we see the move a4 by Anton. I don't know. All right. Go Amon says Ninja Banana.
Got a nice one there. Yeah.
Yep.
Now that's a real. Now let's make sure to go Amon, go Ben. There you go. You see, we gave you guys the recipe. Featured chat. I bet some people tune in every day and they're desperately trying to get on the featured chat. And did you guys really know at the end of the day it was that easy?
Yeah, it was really that easy.
This position, however, Bach, don't think it's going to be as easy for David Anton. The move a4, the reason it's given that question mark is because while it cements the knight into b5, it actually makes the extra pawn on b2 kind of useless.
Yeah, no, b4 is almost impossible to get in now. Maybe what he could do, Amon, is go queen to e1 to try to take that pawn on a5. But perhaps black just goes for a move like maybe bishop b7, bishop takes a5, bishop takes g2, followed by queen c6. What do we think of that?
Yep. I do think that it's all in on the attack here for Gukesh. The move g5 was potentially threatened there. The knight can also join on g6 in order to hit f4 and play knight h4, and of course bishop b7 as well. So I definitely like the prospects for Gukesh in a rapid game. David Anton is up a pawn. It's really hard to dislike the position, but I would just rather have more things to do. And especially when the target's the king, that always helps.
Exactly. Yeah. No, for Gukesh, the price is a little bit higher on the king side, so to speak. If Anton takes that pawn on a5, maybe push the pawn, even in the best scenario, if he promotes the pawn, he gets an extra queen. But if Gukesh crashes through on the king side, he gets to the opponent's king, and that is what wins you the game. He goes bishop e7, putting a little bit of pressure along that diagonal. The computer is giving that a question mark, though.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious why bishop b7 is not really the move, and I don't think it's anything specific. I don't think there's like a knight g5 that white should play. Maybe just the wrong order of moves. Perhaps knight to g6 first, and we see one of the ideas, knight g1. Trading pieces actually helps white's position. So, I mean, unless you're playing bishop c8 here, which is unlikely, I think you're either continuing knight g6 or capturing on g2, and I don't really see the benefit to capturing, so maybe I might consider knight g6, but it's a tough position to find an advantage in.
Yeah, very tough position for both sides. Another idea white has is planting that bishop on d5, where it will exert some pressure on the knight on e6. Taking then is not that great for black. White's happy to recapture with the pawn. So that's also something Gukesh is going to have to consider.
Well, I'd like to jump back just to the Hans game for a second. It's the biggest advantage that I can see on any of the top boards. It's now kind of exploded here because there's rook takes g4 and rook g3 as an idea. The knight is also hanging, we need to point out. And earlier in the position, we did see Hans make use of that rook d1, queen e2 maneuver in order to get the queen down and offer trades. So it's worked out really well. Lekwang Liem is in a tough spot. Hans is even up a little bit on time. So it seems like he's going to be moving to 6.5 out of 8 here unless something crazy happens to conclude this game.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on c6 is feeling really uncomfortable. It's under attack, and it doesn't really have any good squares to go to. So really tough position here for Lekwang. What does black even do here to keep the game going?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, queen takes h5 is also a threat if you move the queen out of the way. So I am struggling to find a way that we don't just lose the knight, because rook takes g3 is also kind of walking into queen g6 as an idea as well.
Yeah, rook takes g3, there's just rook takes g3, and then, like I said, queen g6 is a threat, the knight is hanging. This looks really tough for Lekwang as he just drops below 2 minutes. I think Hans has got this one in the back, and like I said, if he wins, he moves to 6.5 out of 8, and that puts him only half a point behind Artemiev.
Yep. That's right, Artemiev with a draw there. So we see knight a5 played. It's probably the only move that actually saves the knight. It may not be the strongest move here. You know, I bet even a move like b3 is playable just to stop knight c4 and may work out quite well. But this knight can return with b7, d6, and e4. So I know it's many moves away. Definitely Hans has some great moves to play first. But you have to watch out that you don't just let that knight sneak back maybe into the center of the board. So it means that right now, I think we need a key move here from Hans, and hopefully a threat that is tough to deal with. Attacking the d5 pawn feels like a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, no, the problem for black is not so much that they're down in exchange. The problem is more that they're facing also kind of an attack on their king, and that knight is really not participating in the defense. So, you know, moves like queen f7, queen e5 come to mind that would threaten a pretty deadly check on the f5 square, Amon. I think if white is able to go queen f5 check, that's going to lead to a deadly attack on the black king.
Yeah, so great news for Hans, who appears to be moving closer, especially with that last move we can see. Just executed queen to e5. The knight, I mean, there's just no time to play a move like c6 and defend everything because, as you mentioned, queen f5 is effectively going to lead to a mate. So we could even stay here just for this next move. Hans is looking very confident on the camera there because, honestly, it's also hitting the c7 pawn, which I'm noticing. So if you play a move like g6 to stop f5, queen takes c7 and the game is over.
Yeah, so tough position for Lekwang Liem. I think he's going down as he's dropping to 1 minute on the clock. I don't see how black is not losing this one. Hans got this one under control. He's got 2.5 minutes on his clock, which is still a decent amount of time in a rapid game. So I think this one is about to be over.
Yeah, you can see that Lekwang is just not finding any defense here. Queen h5 is also a threat if the queen moves back, which we've mentioned a few times. So knight to c6, queen f5. Not to mention, of course, the pawn hanging here. I think Lekwang is running out of options. The queen beautifully centralized. Not only is black down material, but the material is way on the side of the board. And knight c4 with a fork will be met by queen f5 check. And it's really difficult to escape that position.
Yeah, 15 seconds for Lekwang. I just don't see it. Let's see what he goes king h6. All right, but now everything looks winning for Hans. Maybe just queen f5 anyway, setting up rook e6.
That looks very, very good. After queen f5, I guess we might think of the move g6, but then queen f8 looks like it gets the job done.
Yeah, so Hans just moments away from moving to 6.5 out of 8. Let's see how he's going to get the job done.
This is a strong move because if the king retreats to h7, then queen f5 will win.
Okay, goes queen f7, threatening queen f8.
Yeah, exactly. 10 seconds ticking down. Rook e7 is the move that wins after queen f8. So knight to c6 comes to mind. But knight c6 also walks into that rook e6 idea, maybe not directly. Instead, queen d8 played. And surely Hans will be able to figure out the end of this one.
Yeah. I think just taking on g4 followed by rook e6 looks pretty good, as you're having a really hard time defending the g6 pawn.
Very nice. Takes.
Or take a rook e8, I think also pretty clean.
Rook e7. Knight c6 played. Covers e5. So that queen g7 doesn't, just immediately lead to a mate, but there are other ideas in the position. Queen f4 played, completely over. Forced mate, and Hans Niemann wins, moves to 6.5 points out of 8, and I believe is still undefeated in the World Rapid. So a very important result as we move on to other games in progress. David Anton against Gukesh is now in critical time pressure. We can say in the women's section that Humpy has actually won her game and is now the sole leader of the event. So pretty big news on the women's side as well. Let's stick with the position on the board here. David Anton against Gukesh. And we can see the blue arrow here is indicating that knight d6 is a must-play move in order to keep the advantage that white definitely has in this position.
Yeah, but they're both below 30 seconds. The board has really been set on fire as Gukesh sacrificed another pawn a couple moves ago with g5. He goes queen g2 back, but that gives up the e5 pawn, which I think will just be captured.
Yeah, knight d6 was not an easy move to play, by the way, because there's ideas of, knight takes e5 undermining it in the future. Queen g3, not a simple move to play, but when you think about defending that pawn on d3, queen g3 does come to mind. No, rook takes f5, getting very imbalanced here. That definitely favors Gukesh. The position is not great for black if everything is stable, but it's now getting wild, tactical, and very dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. The b2 pawn is hanging. I mean, I don't know how important that is, but Anton is going to have to think about it. His king on h2 also exposed. There's always going to be a check on the diagonal, and he goes queen g3, hitting the knight. Okay, what if black just takes that pawn? That completely destroys the white pawn structure.
I think he's planning queen b3 to trap the knight, but it's possible in that position that despite the knight being trapped, he believes it. Knight b2, queen b3. I think there might have been a response there, but I'm not exactly sure what it is.
Yeah, so knight b4 instead by Gukesh. We see knight f3. Anton bring his knight back into the game. Okay, knight g7 played. Oh, where do we go?
Yeah, there's knight h5 on rook f4 and rook e5. I mean, playable, but it walks into a square that I wouldn't be too happy with. Knight d3 ideas. Maybe rook f6 is the only square. Knight h5 you could take on g6.
Yeah. Yeah, super difficult to navigate this position as both players are down to like 20 seconds. Knight d3 hitting the rook. Perhaps just rook e2.
I think that Gukesh is starting to take control of the position. There's knight f5, knight h5. The knight is being attacked here. The queen is about to join the game with a just clear double attack. This is starting to get very, very bad for David Anton. Under 10 seconds and ticking down.
Yeah, very difficult to navigate for white what is going on. I mean, there's all of these knight jumps, as you said, knight f5, knight h5. And with 10, 20 seconds, it's just very easy to run into a fork.
Okay, just taking on b2. Sometimes that's the unpleasant move in the position when you really have low time, no time to fully calculate. Black just takes a couple pawns and completely changes the evaluation. Knight d6 here looks great because if the bishop shows up, the queen and king are pinned, not to mention the knight is covering e8 from the very unusual g7 square.
Yeah, knight d6, nice move by Gukesh. If that trade happens, the bishop appears on d6, as you pointed out, hitting the queen and eyeing the king, so that'll be quite deadly. And also, let's not forget him on, that's, knight h5?
It's looking like knight h5 here.
Yeah, and there it is. Yeah, that's unfortunate for Anton. He played a great game, but it feels like it's slipping away from him in time pressure.
Yep, that's exactly right. This is now a completely losing position. That knight d6 move was so good from Gukesh, aiming to bring the bishop there, and the world champion looks like he's going to get things done tactically. He's going to take on f4, and surely there's more tactics to follow, potentially with queen f5, lining up those two pieces on the f-file.
Yeah, so very complex game, but yeah, I think Gukesh just navigated the complications better, especially when they get low on time. He still needs to get it done, but it feels like the white position has just completely collapsed at this point.
Knight takes b5 was played, and a little bit of desperation here with knight e5. But, you know, when the position is that bad and David Anton knows it, you just have to try something like this. So I definitely understand.
Mm-hmm. He's now down a full rook, so even if he takes one of the rooks on g6 or f7, he will still be down a piece. Let's see how Gukesh will try to get the job done here.
There is a checkmate threat, always good to do, but Gukesh is obviously going to bring that rook over and not allow anything to go wrong. You can bring the knight to f7 or f5 if you want, and I think there should be no trouble at all.
Yep. Yeah, actually, the knight on d6 is not even hanging, because if white takes twice, black can take on h3, leading to a checkmating attack. So there really aren't any last tricks anymore in the position. But of course, anything can always go wrong when players are low on time. You can always still blunder, you can always lose on time as well.
Yeah, queen f5 is a move that really kind of indicates that Gukesh understands this cannot be taken. And if you don't even have this threat, then I think it's clear the position is out of hand, and I think we're close to potentially seeing a resignation. Queen g2 played, intending queen d5 with some hope that you can get something going, but I think at this point, any move from Gukesh will do.
Yeah, knight f7, very solid move, just completely cocooning that black king, making sure nothing bad can ever happen, and perhaps I don't know, anything looks winning at this point. Rook takes h3 maybe even as a move, bishop d6, or just pushing the pawns.
Yeah, rook takes h3 is in the category of, very pretty moves that might get the job done, and he does find it. Queen f2 is next, and the knight on f7 covers h8, so there's absolutely zero danger around the king. This might surely prompt a resignation.
Yep. All right, so tough game for Anton. I think he is going down in this one. He's still having a good event, still many more rounds to go, but yeah, it's these key games that determine whether you're going to have a great event or just a good event.
And that will be the resignation. Rook h4 indicating rook g4 on the next move, and there's just not a threat in sight. So unfortunately for David Anton, that means it's time to resign. And Gukesh also moves to 6.5 out of 8. And on the top boards, we can say Magnus Carlsen has won, along with Gukesh. Hans has won as well. And Fabi is still in a battle with Alexander Shimanov. And a really interesting imbalance here. But unfortunately for Fabi, the problem is the bishop and the king and rook also have checkmating ideas and a bit of a mating attack. So it's not just a bishop for 2 pawns.
Yeah, rook e1 now would be a great move for Shimanov, threatening checkmate on h1, which is really tough for white to stop. I guess king h2 would be forced, but then you come in with the check on g1. How exactly does black finish this off, Aman?
It's a good question. Looking at this, I'm wondering if maybe bishop g1 and bishop e3 just to block a check, and then perhaps rook to g1 at the end of that, and just try to like play rook g2 or rook takes g3, something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rook
g1.
About
bishop g1, maybe king there, bishop e3 if the king goes back. Just trying to play this, and I thought if rook g5 that we had this kind of interesting checkmate idea here.
He gives a check on e2, king h3. This is surely winning for Shimanov. Rook g2 on the board, threatening rook takes g3, and as you pointed out, rook g5, bishop g1, and you cannot stop rook h2. So I think I think Fabiano's just going down here, and he will move to 5 out of 8, Amon, 2 points behind the leader. Perhaps, we could say that it's Fabiano will just be too far behind.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. 5 out of 8 is a little too much. Rook down to g1. Rook h1 is a big threat in the position. Also, bishop takes on f4. In that case, actually, there was force mate bishop f2. But bishop f4 is going to be just fine. And Shimanov comes away with the victory, which is a huge result because Shimanov was on 5.5. So actually, with this result, moves to 6.5 as well. And another tough result as Fabi falls further in the standings.
Yeah, he's having a great day. He was on 3.5 out of 5. Good start. But today he beat Andreikin, he beat Anish Giri, and now he's beating Fabiano Caruana to move to a tie for second. So amazing event so far for Shimanov.
Let's see, there's a few games that are still going here. I'm looking at actually Sandipan against Dominguez Perez, which is actually a king and pawn end game, but kind of a interesting one to look at, where I believe black is completely winning just on account of this king walking in and checkmating white.
Yep, it might seem like those pawns on d5 and c4 are freezing the black king, but you're absolutely right. At some point, black can just walk the king up, threaten checkmate, and that's going to be it. So I guess if I goes, let's say king f2, king c5, king e1, king d4 is going to be the way to do it, with king e3 and f2 to follow.
Yeah, king d3 can be played, but starting like this and then generating the checkmate pattern would be a pretty nice conclusion to that game.
Yep. All right, so that's going to be a win for Dominguez. He's going to move to 5.5 out of 8. Definitely still in contention, but he's behind.
Yep, it looks like this is. I don't see a move here. Could be a potential resignation, or maybe we have seen. Maybe we have seen some other moves. I'm not sure, but yeah, not getting any more moves delivered. Sam Sevian is also, I think, still playing, or maybe his game just concluded as well. Parham against Adiban. Looking at this position, it looks like one that is already concluded, and that maybe the result hasn't been recorded because, yeah, this knight is kind of trapped there, and I see time has expired.
Yeah. Yeah, so white up in exchange, and like you said, that knight also getting trapped, so definitely a win for Parham. Now here we've seen a lot of rooking games, Amon, that have just been draws where the players are just shuffling it out. But this one we have here, the game between Bornik and Gurel, maybe a draw, but very difficult to hold.
Agreed. Yeah, while this might be a draw, there's a lot of cases where you could potentially even give up material, like one of the e-pawns, in order to advance your king further. I think probably if we backed up, there's a moment where it was actually winning for black. Now, however, Bortnik has gotten back to equality, which is quite a big deal.
Yeah, so rook f1, tricky move by Gurel. I mean, it feels a bit risky to move that white king from the d2 square. If you move your rook, you'll have to make sure that you don't lose that pawn on f2. So he's posing some problems here for Bornik.
Yeah, you could try. I mean, the thing is, you almost want to get your rook on the second rank to keep the king away, but I'm not sure that you can actually achieve that. Rook e8 looks like an important move next.
Yeah. Oh, that feels wrong. That feels wrong, king b2.
It certainly does, but I'm really wondering why. And the issue is that move right there, because now you're in a little bit of zugzwang with the rook. You have nowhere to move it on the f-file. And if you play king c3, then the worst happens where your king gets trapped away from the d-pawn where it needs to be. So rook e1 is a very accurate move. Any king move here would be insufficient. King a2, I mean, the pawn is also queening, so we see rook e8, but now this king is even coming to g4 and to f3. A nice attempt here, but forgetting that the pawn, can just walk up the board.
Yeah, so tough loss there for Bornik. He gets knocked down to 50%. Still many more rounds to go, but that's tough.
Yep, down at 4 out of 8. I think most of the games, now all the games, are pretty much wrapping up here in the open section. Yeah, there's a few games still going, but it's time to look at our results here. Magnus does win an important game. He's up to 6 points. Artemiev leading the event at 7 points after a draw with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We saw Gukesh with a very impressive tactical win over David Anton. Enriquez and Mamedov with draws there. And Fabiano, tough event, continues to fall here. Only his first loss there, but you can see all the draws adding up and just not contributing to that score. Arjun, Norderbeck, and Alexei Sarana get wins, as well as Yez and Mamedjara, slowly moving up the standings, as Jan Nepomniachtchi, a draw there does not really help his chances. So we see the standings now. Gukesh, Hans, Sarana, and Shimanov up at 6.5 points, all chasing Artemiev, who's leading the event with 7. There is just another round to play today, Bach, and Magnus, MVL, a lot of people chasing with 6.
Yeah, and here we see the women's section. We see that the only winner of the leaders is Humpy. She moves to 6 out of 7. The other players are all on 5.5 out of 7, so they're only half a point behind. So still lots to play for in this section. Here we see some more results, some wins here and there. Some players moving up to 5.5 out of 7, just half a point behind the leader. So still lots to play for. We see the standings. Humpy in the sole lead. We see 8 players, just half a point behind, and then a big pack on players of 5, with 4 more rounds to play in the women's section.
It's really remarkable to see just no losses from like the first 8 to 9 players leading the event in the women's section. 0 losses, a lot of draws. It doesn't feel like anyone's running away with the event. It does feel like a lot of evenly matched games. So even that win from Humpy there, you saw a sea of draws around her, means that just that one victory puts her in the lead. So any victory you can get in the women's section, the value of that result is very, very significant.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how things will continue. We see Artemia still in the break, but others are catching up. Now it's only half a point, still many more rounds to go. 5 more rounds in the tournament. But we are going on a short break, but do not go anywhere. We have one more round today at the FIDE World Rapid Championship, and we will be back after this break.
Do you think you should have become world champion?
Are you afraid of commitments?
Are you satisfied with your career?
I was shocked when he said no. Do you hate anybody in the chess world? You hit it there. He wanted to be caught. Let's do this.
Yes.
How happy you are with your achievements in chess? I mean, are you happy or not?
Overall, yes.
True. My second question is, do you think you're a genius?
Yes.
Yes, he does. Do you think that Blitz or Rapid, with its importance, can be compared to a classical time format?
Not yet, but it should.
True, but it's like an opinion with many facets.
Yes, without a yes and no answer. Okay, to follow up this question, for you personally, Blitz and Rapid matters as much as classical chess?
No.
Lie.
Finally, getting somewhere.
He wanted to be caught. He wanted to be caught. I got him with that question.
Yes, you did.
How afraid you are that somebody, while playing you, will be using illegal assistance?
In general, afraid. Like, not with everybody, but I'm pretty sure it has happened in the past.
True.
Okay.
Ah, punishing me.
Do you think that you're a better player than I am?
Of course not. Like, your achievements are way higher.
He's lying, yeah? He's lying.
No.
No.
It's true.
Especially after this move.
I got him.
Okay, yes.
Wow. Do you care about your legacy?
Yes.
True. A lot.
Once again, we're getting somewhere, Danny. Exposing the guy. Exposing the lies. Once you told me that your peak lasted 10 minutes. And you told me it happened during your game against Tomaszewski, in a game that you managed to draw.
Absolutely.
Do you think that a chess player like yourself, a genius, can have many peaks?
Yes.
True.
But not in this game, obviously.
Do you hate anybody in the chess world?
After he answered and I gave him a true, he was thinking a little bit about that. So maybe there's some mixed thoughts.
No, I can explain. So this was because I think Levon is a case of someone who had quite a few picks in his career.
Thank you for the compliment. So my following question is, do you hate anybody in the chess world?
Probably yes. Hate is a strong word, but probably yes.
True. All we have to get to is who that person is. Is it somebody from the top?
Yes, why do you need all these questions? Like, you want one single guy. You're not getting that. It's time for me to resign before you get to the question.
Do you think this feeling is mutual?
Could be.
I'd say that is a lie.
So it's a person who likes you, but you hate them.
Interesting.
Do you think you could beat Ding in the World Championship match?
Probably.
True.
Are you happy that Ali Reza is representing France?
Yes.
Lie.
Oh, now we're getting spicy.
If I may, I asked him to play for us in the Olympiad, and he didn't want to. So, like,
I understand. The unhappiness comes from the point that Ali Reza is not representing the team.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself as a family man in the near future?
No.
True, but you had to think a little bit about that question.
I mean, we wouldn't have to think about that.
Let me elaborate on this. Are you afraid of commitments?
Yes.
True.
This is where Maxime lays down on the couch and we do therapy.
I don't need therapy over this. I've fully embraced this fact. I think I can resign now. Yes.
And so our healing session is complete. Maxime, do you think you will be a world champion someday?
No, but I'll try.
True.
Have you ever destroyed anything or acted in an aggressive way after a chess game?
Not destroyed, acted in an aggressive way, yes.
True.
This was after I lost my match with Nepo in Jerusalem, and I have to go to a birthday party at that exact moment. So I decide to go by foot to calm my nerves. And I go, and at some point, I have music, I'm, pissed off like ever, even though like it's my fault, my destiny was not in my hands, but I was really pissed off. And like a man starts talking to me, blah, blah, and I simply didn't answer, went on and gave him the finger. And I think I would have been ready for a physical fight, even though it was completely out of place.
Have you ever pulled the "Do you know who I am" card?
No.
True.
Have you ever considered quitting chess?
At some point.
True.
Yeah. When was that?
A couple years ago.
Well, we're glad you didn't quit.
I'm also glad. All right.
Let's go.
Yeah. I hope you're ready for your own interrogation. You said in the car that you're ready to have more kids.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know, did you ever change a diaper?
Yes.
True.
Very nice. Glad you have it in you. Do you think if we had been playing, instead of normal chess 960 as the main competition, would you have become world champion?
No.
It's a lie.
It's a lie. Okay.
You know how arrogant I am.
I wanted the people to
I
know.
was shocked when he said no. I was like, yes, he does.
Do you enjoy reading Vladimir's tweets about cheating? Is it a passion of yours?
Yes.
True. Very true.
Yeah, I mean,
who doesn't? It's good theater.
I mean, it's a bit too much sometimes, but especially because, like, we're all concerned about cheating, and there's definitely a lot of good points in what Vladimir says. So, you know, it's a pity that it gets drowned in a sea of too many tweets.
I think generally if you have too much content, I mean, if you publish too much stuff, then you know, even your serious stuff that is actually good is, you know, it's not going to be taken seriously.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Now we know how proud you are of your style, fashion. But I have a question. Do you think your shirts are better than Gucci Reza shirts?
100%.
True.
It's a statement. I like it. Do you ever have regrets for not playing for your Armenian team?
Yes.
True.
Then follow up. If you had a standing good offer to come back to play for Armenia, would you do it?
No.
It's maybe true, but there are some mixed emotions there.
Yeah, but I can understand. Like, you played for what, 20 years or so? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I do believe that some chapters get closed, you know, in our lives, and you just have to move on.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's tough to move on from that fully. Like.
Absolutely. This is ginger beer, so you guys don't think I'm getting drunk.
Actually, since you've become an elite player, have you ever played a chess game intoxicated, like to some extent?
Yes.
True.
Levon, do you think it would be appropriate if your child or one of your future children would pursue a chess career like you did?
Absolutely.
True.
No hesitation, I like it.
He's so confident.
Do you think your reputation as a gentleman is deserved, or are you sometimes full of shit?
It's deserved.
He thinks first it's true, then he remembered something that
I like
category.
it. Okay, that's fair. Levon, have you ever lied about opening preparation in post-game interviews or such?
It would be more appropriate to ask if I ever say the truth. Yeah, I lied many times.
True.
This, I don't have any plan.
Levon's a genius when playing lie detector chess.
No, Levon is not a genius. I'm an idiot.
True.
Do you think chess players should get more attention compared to the streamers?
Yes.
True.
I agree. Did some of your fashion choices in terms of shirts come with cruel intentions of like disturbing opponents, or is it just a choice for yourself?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
True.
Wow.
I didn't think that was true, but what do I know?
We all have our skeletons.
Do you think you've achieved as much as you could in chess?
No.
Are you satisfied with your career overall?
Yes.
So the answer to the first question was true, and the second was also true.
Yeah, but I assumed so.
Levon is like the most, I mean, I've been like looking over this guy's shoulder. This is like the most stable. He's like just dialed in on a truth train right now.
Yeah.
You're on a truth train.
This is amazing.
Well, a few small lies. Huh?
A few small lies, but like this is like the most stable I've seen of anyone.
Yeah.
Levon, do you think you should have become world champion?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Yeah, this is the end of my talent train, more or less. Yeah. Levon, do you like all of your US teammates?
Yes.
It's true, but...
Do you like all your past US teammates? Finally, after the game is over.
Oh, that's a big lie. So he was thinking that you hit it there. So there was someone from his past teammates he didn't like.
Do you think we should do more to fight over the board cheating?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely true.
So you think it's a major issue?
I don't think it's a major issue, but it's an issue.
True. He think it is an issue. I think there are some cheating going on or something. He has some thoughts around that.
Oh yeah, so in a way it is probably a major issue, even though, like, I also think so. Do we have more questions, or do we admit my full defeat?
I was gonna ask Levon if he thinks he should be invited to more top tournaments.
I want to play. I want to play everywhere I can. Because, you know, I'm the last guy surviving from my generation.
Yeah.
None of them
are
play
playing
professionally.
Yeah.
I have a dream to be like a Korchnoi type of a guy, but they don't let me have this dream.
Oh yeah. So actually, do you think you will still play professionally then in 10 years?
No.
True, but he's not sure.
True, but he wishes, yeah, like this is...
That makes sense. But we also want you
Yeah.
playing in 10 years.
All right.
Levon, Maxime, we love you guys.
Thank you.
Good show.
BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got.
And welcome back, everybody, to the FIDE World Rapid Championship in Qatar. Aman, we have our final round of the day ahead of us, and we have some pretty exciting pairings to close out the day.
Exactly right. This is going to be round number 9. Magnus Carlsen remaining on board number 1 against Ray Robson now with 6 points. Alexis Serrana moving up 6.5 is taking on the leader of the World Rapid Championship at the moment, Vladislav Artemiev, and a big matchup on board 3. Both at 6.5 points. Hans is playing Shimanov. Either player has great chances in that one. These aren't the top seeds in the event, but absolutely an important matchup to end the day. Gukesh against Norderbeck. And I mean, the matchups really are mouth-watering here as we go down the list. Mamedov against MVL and Enriquez against Aragaisi. A chance for yet another upset as we go to the next page. Nihal, Mamedyarov, Lekwang Liem. We see the Americans Wesley So, Lenier Dominguez, and Daniel Dubov on board 12 is entering the fray with 5.5 points, playing Matlakov. So, Bach, the pairings here that we're seeing are indicative of the level of the tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi continuing to struggle. You can see him there at only 5 points in the event. Yu Yang Yi, Denis Lazovic, Dmitry Andreikin, Pragnananda. We're now down on board 16 with players having 5.5 points. And I think those the players that we're looking at here are very much in the mix for the contention for first place.
Absolutely, yeah. Still many more rounds to play. I mean, 8 rounds have been played, 5 more rounds to go. I think even if you're on a score like 5.5 out of 8 a month, if you win the rest of the games, you still have a very good chance of winning the event. Here we have the pairings in the women's section. We see on the top board, Goryachkina taking on the leader, Humpy. Then we see Musichuk playing against Leiting J. We have Harika playing against Yining Chen. And we have Divya playing against Yiner and Tang Jonji against Nino Bachashvili. So those are our top pairings in the women's section. 7 rounds have been played, 4 more rounds to go. There's not that many more rounds to go in that competition.
Exactly right. Lucknow is playing Polina Shuvalova, and we can see just how close the competition is in the women's section. We have so many players at 5.5 as well as at 5 points. And these are the standings that we see. Humpy is leading the event with 6, but just look how many people are at 5.5. Look how many players are at 5 points, which means if Humpy draws or loses, once again, everyone can catch up. So it is a much tighter field, it feels like, than in the Open, which just shows the importance of this final game here. And you know, Bach, it's also the case that you simply want to end the day on a good note. It doesn't, even if you've had a successful day, nothing feels worse than that final round loss because there's no way to make up for it until tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why sometimes you see the players finishing the last round of the day with a draw. You know, that's sometimes perhaps even a quick one to make sure that they don't lose, like you said. Because if you lose, you know, you're going to have to carry that feeling with you through the rest of the day, perhaps going into tomorrow as well. That's always going to be annoying. But, you know, if you win, of course, you feel great. But if with the draw, at least you don't feel bad. So that's why we see the players sometimes do that. We see Ray Robson getting ready for his game against Magnus.
And that's right. Here we see Ralph Mamedov at the table here, waiting for the games to get underway. The players are, I think, just filing back into the playing hall here and starting to get seated.
Yep. Here we see Harika getting ready for her game against Chen. So that's going to be an interesting game as well. Harika fully focused, whereas her opponent just stood up to perhaps stretch her legs before they sit down and battle it out on the board. Aman, what is your preference? To sit down and focus, or maybe walk around a little bit?
When I'm playing the game, absolutely, for Blitz and Rapid, I feel that I need to be at the board the entire time. When I'm playing Classical, I definitely like to get up whenever I can. But before the game starts, some people like to sit at the board and really hyper-focus before the game. And in that case, I don't really like to be seated at the board until things are really ready to start.
Right. Yeah, because in a rapid game, it's usually like a 1 hour, maybe 1.5 hour session. So it might make sense to, stand up and walk around while you still can, because it's going to be intense once the games are underway. But we see Haruka getting ready. Pretty important game for her. She's half a point behind. She has a chance to catch up because she has the white pieces, and she's playing against a player that's been having a really good event. She's an FM, Chen. So definitely a big surprise there.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the women's section, it's really important to take those opportunities. I think that Humpy and Goryachkina is going to be a thrilling match on the very first board. Also paying attention to Ju Wenjun, Kostenyuk. They're down on boards 11 and 12. Definitely players that you would expect to just be in contention for first place at all times. So perhaps a win to end today. And all of a sudden, I think they're both still very much in contention going into the final day of chess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the FIDE World Rapids Championship got a very recent history with dark horse players. Artemiev is leading right now. Let's take a look back at last year's historic win by Volodar Murzin.
This is ugly for Fabi. Wow. That is a huge upset. Magnus is out.
And I believe it is explicitly stipulated that jeans are a no-go.
My response is like, you.
Damn, look at that. A resignation.
No,
Or
I
a
think
draw?
that's
Was it a draw?
Norderbeck is going to be very happy to claim.
Pratt goes down.
Goodness.
Man, Murzin with a dub. 9.5. Who is he?
He moves the bishop back, and that is the moment that it was decided. Volodar Murzin, your 2024 World Rapid Champion.
Saw Volodar Murzin winning last year. Nobody expected that, but he managed to get it done. And let's see if perhaps Artemiev can get it done this year. He is in the lead-a-mon with 5 rounds to go, but only half a point behind are so many hungry players that are ready to overtake him as soon as he makes one little slip.
Exactly right. That's the pressure of the event, right? I feel like you make one mistake and you feel like there's 30 people that catch you in the standings. And that's probably what Artemiev on our screen right here is feeling right now. He doesn't feel like he feels the pressure, but at the same time, the reality is as he makes draws, everybody gets to catch up. So it's not about who's leading in the middle of the tournament. It's obviously only about who's leading at the end.
Yep, there we saw Artemiev shaking hands with Wesley So. So the round is about to get underway. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in this one. I think for Artemiev, he's in the lead. If he draws his game with black, that is completely fine. He stays in a great spot. With white, you definitely want to be putting some pressure. So I'm very curious to see how he's going to approach this game against Sarana.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Also because these guys have definitely played against each other a good amount. Artemiev with the white pieces is always meaningful. You do have to remember Artemiev was, in order to lead the event like this, he hasn't been drawing his games. He's actually been claiming a lot of victories, right? Against Magnus, it was an equal position. It was something that he was happy to take, a repetition that is, but in the end, when he had his moment, he absolutely went for it.
Absolutely. Yep. Here we see Laquang Liam and Mamajarov getting ready for the next round. They're a little further behind. I believe they're both on 5.5 out of 8. So they need to catch up with some wins if they want to fight for the medals. And Amon, this is going to be a big one. Gukesh, who's in a tie for second against Noderbeck.
Exactly. I feel like this matchup right here is, a matchup that we could see in a future World Championship format. Two of the young talents that have really ascended to leaders for their countries and certainly in the chess world.
Yep, and we see the handshake, and we are off knight of 3 by Gukesh and d5 by Noderbeck. We see a Reti opening, and there's obviously a lot of systems black can choose from here, and that's why Noderbeck has paused to think.
Indeed, knight f3 has been a popular move in this event, not just by Gukesh, but in general, because I feel like in the rapid format, you constantly have the situations where you want to maybe transpose, right? You want to see if you can get knight f3 in a certain move that you prefer, and you can transpose into that variation. So knight f3 is a flexible start, and a lot of times, Bach, we've seen players pause with the black pieces after knight f3 and think for multiple minutes.
Yep, and we see Noterbeck choosing a bit of a reversed King's Indian or Grunfeld fianchetto. Gukesh goes c4, trying to put pressure on that d5 pawn right away. And I think as the camera switched away, he chose the move bishop g7. So it'll be interesting to see how that one will continue.
Yeah, Magnus, once again, bottom left of your screen, going for that queen's gambit. Obviously, a bit of a different variation. Ray has gone for the traditional knight c3, and we may see one of the more main lines here. C takes d5 is a big move in this moment, one of the main ones, but also knight f3, perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, and I think what Magnus generally wants, he wants that Queen's Gambit decline position with c takes d5, e takes d5. He feels like there's a very slight imbalance as the c pawn has been traded off for the e pawn. But besides that pawn trade, all of the pieces are still on the board, and that is exactly what he wants. He feels like, hey, maybe the evil bar is giving white a tiny, tiny advantage, but all of the pieces are on the board, and I believe in myself to outplay my opponent.
That's right. Looking at Hans Niemann against Shimanov, actually an opening that Shimanov has used a number of times here. He's playing what looks like it started out as a Trumpovsky opening with d4, bishop g5, and following up with knight d2. So not necessarily a top theoretical opening, but certainly an opening that he knows very well, and he's hoping to get just a quick playable position with.
Yeah, and c5 chosen by Hans, I believe that is the best move, but it can lead to quite combative play if white takes that pawn on c5. So let's see if Shimanov will do that.
And also, of course, on the top, the women's section games, we see Goryachkina and Humpy Koneru. I think that this might have even been almost like a Petrov, and not a variation that you really expect to see at the highest level, but here we certainly do. I think this is actually an opening that a lot of us assume are basically just does not work, but I've seen a resurgence of this at the top level. So I actually wanted to just quickly jump there before we return to look at the other games and just highlight this variation here. Knight takes e4, Bach. I mean, when I was growing up playing chess, I feel like this was supposed to be a blunder almost.
Yeah, no, that variation is often shown to beginner or intermediate players to show like, hey, this is how you can punish the Petrov. And people go knight takes c4, queen e2, and white wins the pawn. But it's not that easy because black does not have to move the knight. As you pointed out, that's a big blunder. Queen e7 is the only move. Black loses a full knight, but is going to win the knight back on e5. But as we see, black for the moment is going down a pawn. But Goryachkina gives it right back with the move knight c3, as after Humpy takes, and knight b5, it's a little uncomfortable to defend that pawn on c7.
Exactly, yeah. We see the move knight c3. It says, go ahead and take the pawn, and this is one of the best ways that you can respond to this system. Bishop to b4, intending bishop a5, which defends c7. Well, after bishop to b4, you can also play bishop d2, and effectively the only way to defend this pawn is going to be with bishop d6, which clearly is just a big deficit in the position, or king d8, which is another concession. So regardless, it looks like white is going to get a pretty good position here. As long as you know these first couple of ideas in the opening, what we think is maybe just a horrible blunder of knight e4 is actually becoming a line that players are willing to play when it comes to potentially a rapid game.
Yeah, and I believe something like this was played in a game between Fabiano and Hikaru at the recent Global Chess League. Hikaru blitzed out like 20 moves of preparation and held the draw.
Yep.
Here we see Humpy pausing to think a little bit before playing bishop e4, which is not a good sign, Amon. I mean, I feel like these endgames are a little bit better for white. Perhaps you can hold with accurate play, but then you do have to know like 15, 20 moves of theory. And I don't know if Humpy knows all of those moves.
Yeah, for example, bishop d2, which I think has been played, takes king d8 in order to defend that pawn. The rook comes over to e1 to hit the knight. All of a sudden, there's a huge choice here, which, you know, kind of goes back to what you were saying about preparation. If you aren't actually prepped for this position and you feel like you're just kind of making it up as you go, you won't be playing with as much confidence. Once the knight moves, white has bishop c4 to hit the pawn. The king is going to slide down to c1, and you're constantly in this position where you feel like you're slightly worse. You don't quite have all the pieces out, and it's a pretty good spot to be in, as all those moves have actually appeared on the board in live position. And as you mentioned, Humpy now needs to come up with a move, and because of how slow, I guess, the moves are appearing for black, potentially this is not exactly in preparation. So I don't know about this opening choice, Bach. Maybe without preparation, it's a risky decision.
Yeah, it seems like white is just a little bit better. I mean, both kings are in the center, but the king on d8 perhaps a little bit more stuck over there. White also having more active piece play, so it looks unpleasant to me if you don't know fully what you're doing here.
Yep.
So I quite like Goryachkina's chances here.
Agreed. And before we head back, I also noticed this this opening, which is getting a lot of airtime these days, especially because of how imbalanced it is. It's a pretty dynamic opening. Comes from the French, and after bishop g5, the idea is that black captures not with the bishop, but rather with the g pawn here. Fianchettos the bishop on the queen side with bishop to b7, and then plays knight d7 with the idea to play f5, rook g8. And in this case, I would say the move f5 is being shouted by the engine because white has an idea to potentially push the pawn to f5 herself.
Yeah, so f5, nice move played by Lei Ting-Jie, pushing that knight back. It went to c3 and now knight f6. There's a very interesting imbalance, Amon. We see that white perhaps having the better pawn structure, but black has that bishop pair. The bishop on b7, pretty active on that long diagonal. So I feel like this is going to be a double-edged game with chances for both sides.
Agreed. And this is where things stand after knight f3. Might see a move like knight d5 here for black. Queenside castling, very likely. You wouldn't normally want to castle kingside because you want to use that g-file for the rook. And this is where things stand in the women's section. So we can take a look at our bird's eye view and have a look at the top games in the Open, as there are some meaningful games that contribute to the overall standings. And we can say that Mamedov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave have already reached a draw, or I believe a potential repetition in their game, which means that they're done for the day. And Maxime moves up in his tournament to, I guess, 6.5 apiece out of 9.
Yep. All right. So MVL, yeah, it's tough. If you're playing with the black pieces, you cannot expect to win every game, especially against a player as strong as Mamedov. So a draw there for MVL. He faced the Alpin. Always difficult to cook up chances against that variation. And he's still definitely in contention, but he has to make sure he doesn't fall too far behind.
Okay, let's see how the openings in some of these games are going. Let's have a look at Shimanov and Hans here. The reason I say that is because, well, we've reached a position which I think just this bishop takes f6 move is important, dc5 after bishop takes f6 in the opening. And this just highlights how easy this position is to play. Knight b3, knight f3. White is all about controlling the d4 square. And as a result, the position is really comfortable here. But at the same time, sometimes white runs out of things to do because all you're doing is controlling d4, and you're not really ever attacking d5. Meanwhile, taking on e5 is never a good move because it allows the f pawn to capture back. So it's possible sometimes you sort of run out of things to do while black expands with g6, king g7, h5, queen e7, and some nice initiative on the king side.
Yeah, so queen c2 was played by Shimanov, perhaps clearing the d1 square for one of his rooks. Now a move like queen d6 I'm on, I feel like would make perfect sense, threatening knight xf3 and queen h2, but Hans instead goes queen e7, perhaps aiming to meet rook d1 with rook d8.
Yeah, for example, rook d1, bishop e6 is possible, but it's always nice to put a knight on d4. Not only are you hitting the bishop, but also hitting the f5 square. Although as black, you're never really concerned about knight takes e6 because it also undoubles your pawns. G6 looks like a move I would definitely include along with h5, king g7. Sometimes you have an idea to even keep moving that h-pawn up the board and just try to induce white to play a move like h3 or g3, some weakness to take advantage of.
Yeah, so I feel like now, in this position, it looks more pleasant perhaps for white. But, if black makes a couple moves like g6, king g7, h5, as you pointed out, the question all of a sudden becomes, wait, what is white actually doing? And perhaps it becomes a little bit more pleasant for black, as it feels like perhaps black has more improving moves.
I see that Artemiev and Serrana have just reached a draw in their game. So, yeah, you can see the arbiter setting things up. It looks like in this one, it was actually more of an agreement rather than a repetition, but nonetheless, Artemiev, after some great results and wins, especially against Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, he's taking it easy and will end the day with a couple of draws, which means he will continue to be a leader in this event.
Yep, so the draw offer came from Serrana. He was up 5 minutes on the clock, but perhaps he might have felt he was slightly worse on the board, so he felt like, a draw might be a clever middle ground, keeping himself also in a good position. So let's see if anyone can catch up. I think there's definitely going to be some action in that game between Shimanov and Hans. We have the game in front of us here between Ray and Magnus, which looks like maybe Ray has a slight advantage, as he has some pressure on the d5 pawn.
Yeah, at some point you can always exchange here, and black will end up with a pawn on d5, which means if the pawns all exchange in the center, there's a possibility of hanging pawns where the c and d pawns would be connected together, but with no neighboring pawns supporting. Or after rook e8, we also might see perhaps d takes on c5, knight d3. This knight can reposition to the d3 square, and it's just all about the d5 pawn and maintaining this pin, which is preventing Magnus from playing d takes c4 or really simplifying.
Yeah, so Ray's taking his time here. He has a lot of options. He can take on d5, he can take on c5, he can also improve his position with a move like rook c1 or maybe knight c2. That's why it's so difficult, right? I mean, there's so many moves that all look good. Rook c1 is chosen. But I think sooner or later, Arman, he is going to take on d5, and white should emerge with a slightly more pleasant structure.
Agreed. Yeah, Magnus is also looking for an imbalance. So if we see a position like this, even if it might slightly favor white, I think Magnus will be pretty satisfied with that. I guess in the name of imbalances, you could consider a move like knight to e4 in the position, but I feel like it's always a bit more likely that you build things up a bit more. C takes d4, to me, is a move that jumps out because the knight has gone to e1. Like, the pin on the bishop is annoying. However, the knight moving to e1 is the unusual move in the position. The knight should be on f3. So my first thought is to capture on d4 because you don't always see the queen jump out that early.
Yep. So rook c8 was played by Magnus, maintaining the tension in the center. All right, so perhaps now would be a good time for Ray to take on d5. I mean, if you go, let's say, knight c2, I just don't think you want to keep the tension for too long. I think you want to get some sort of clarity about what's going on there before you decide where to go with that knight.
So let's say c takes d5 and Magnus takes back e takes d5. Then how would you continue from here? Because d takes c5 is a move so that you finally free up the idea of knight d3. I think it's also possible to play knight d3 despite losing the d-pawn, because something like this would just be temporary and you'd be able to win it back in a very nice way. But we might also get hanging pawns with d takes c5. And for example, if the pawn took back, we would already capture on d5. So knight takes c5 would be forced with an isolated pawn here. So what do you think, Bach, of cd5 and d takes c5 is probably what Ray is looking for?
Yeah, I definitely like c takes d5. I think Magnus will recapture with the pawn. He can take with the knight, but he definitely wants to keep some pieces on the board. I think black is a tiny bit worse, and if he also trades off pieces, that's going to really diminish his chances to ever win almost as, it's going to diminish his winning chances even more. But if you take with the e-pawn, I personally would delay the capture on c5 because the knight instantly jumps out of c5, and then perhaps black can follow with a quick d4. But maybe just an improving move. I also like the move knight d3 that you pointed out as, if black takes on d4, there's knight b5, and you get the pawn back right away.
Right. Yeah, Magnus is thinking here, but I really feel confident that e takes d5 is a bit more in his style. Knight d5 effectively goes for the same position, but it seems like white is only benefiting from this exchange on d5. The bishop sees more of the position, and the c-pawn is more under attack.
Yep. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. Magnus does recapture with the e-pawn. So let's see, for Magnus, he is on 6 out of 8. I feel like, if he wins this game, Amon, he will only be half a point behind Artemiev. That's definitely still giving him a lot of chances going into the final day. If he draws, however, I feel like the gap is starting to become a little too big.
Yeah, we have to remember there's only so many games that are left still to play. And your expectation going into the final day, if you have those 4 games to play, on a good day, you might score 3.5 or 3. But if you're scoring 2.5 points out of 4 on the final day, it's just probably not going to be good enough. So you're putting yourself in a position where you have to have a tremendous final day, and your competitors also have to not have a good day as well.
Yep. All right, so let's see what Ray is going to do. I think he's a little bit better on the board, but he is now 4 minutes on the clock. Like we said, a win here for Magnus would go a long way to put himself in a decent position going into the final day. But he does need to win this one. I think a draw, he's just going to be too far behind. I think then he's just not going to make it.
Yeah, a win is very important for Magnus, and he certainly knows that because he's let some points go today. Against MVL with the black pieces, he did not have a good game, escaped with a draw. It should have probably been a draw with the black pieces against Artemiev, but overpressed and was punished for it. So it just has not been his day with the black pieces today. And a good way to erase all of those negative feelings is a win to close the day out. I'm also looking at the game of Gukesh against Norderbeck. And this game looks like one that, a matchup between Norderbeck and Gukesh is always one to pay attention to. But the reason that this one is so interesting is it's actually very symmetrical in terms of the position here, the pawn structure, and even the bishops. The only difference is really this move queen e8, which is targeting the knight. And, well, the knight on a4 is the other significant difference. So the knight can jump into c5, but instead we see the move e4 and finally some changes to the position here. But with the b pawn loose, I think this position is easy to underestimate for black, because I actually think that black could be the one fighting for a big advantage.
Yeah, I like the fact that Norderbeck's bishop on g7 is still fully operating on that long diagonal, whereas white has just blocked their bishop with e2, e4. Also, the knight on b3 is a little bit loose. You have to be careful of that. So I quite like Norderbeck's chances here.
So let's say knight c5 happens. We can expect that. A move that black always has is rook to d8, gaining time attacking the queen, and then you can retreat that bishop to c8 if you simply want to protect it. And the other thing is that the b2 pawn is also going to be loose.
Yeah, so knight bc5 chosen by Gukesh. Now let's see if Norderbeck will trade, or it might also make sense to throw in rook d8 right away, as then that queen will not have access to the a4 square just yet.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Not only is that the case, but in some situations where this queen moves like queen e2, knight d4 is with another tempo, and the queen is still eyeballing that knight. So if the queen moves away somewhere, there are some cases where a knight on a4 can be loose at the end of a lot of variations.
Yeah, so I think white should play queen e1. That's the only move that doesn't get hit with a tempo, right? As you pointed out, queen e2 or queen f3, knight e4, the knight jumps in, attacks the queen right away. But after queen e1, if then black goes knight e4, you know, that knight on a4 is hanging in a lot of lines. So this looks unpleasant for Gukesh.
Yep. Knight on a4 you have to watch out for. As tempting as it might be to play, for example, knight takes e6, remember the knight can happily take back. The knight on a4 would be hanging, and knight takes f4 is threatened, which is already enough for me to say that I think black is just better there.
Yeah, this is looking really nice for Noterback. His bishops are doing a really nice job on those two diagonals. And let's see, knight e4 here is the move that gives him a big advantage. Let's see if he's going to find it.
Yep, looking at a few variations here, putting the knight on c5 at the end, it's really just the black queen is activating in some way, in this case to b5, b2 is threatened, knight e2 is a target for that knight now, winning the exchange. It's really difficult to play this position properly. So I think advantage right now after rook d8 to Noterback. The blue arrow from the engine is indicating knight d4 is a very important move. And of course, hands on his head, Gukesh, despite being the one who just moved, is lower on time and needs to calculate a lot of critical variations after knight to d4.
Yeah, it feels like white is under quite a bit of pressure, especially if that move arrives on the board. The point is that, and there we have it, great move by Noterback. If white takes on e6, black recaptures with the knight, hitting the bishop on f4 and the knight on a4, so white's going to have to move their knight, allow knight takes f4, and that's going to shatter the white pawn structure. So, Aman, to me this looks very unpleasant if you're Gukesh.
I agree. Yeah, this is not an easy position to play. All the easy moves they do have refutations or answers. Something like, for example, b4 also comes to mind, maybe to support everything, but we're starting to get in the territory where, you know, a move like b6 can be considered. The knight on a4 simply loosen the position, so b4, b6 could even see that.
Yep. All right, so let's see what Gukesh is going to do. He just dropped below 5 minutes. And a loss here for Gukesh would put him in a really tough spot to try to come back for first. I mean, I think, Aman, if you want to fight for first place, you probably have to finish this day on at least 7 out of 9.
Yeah, that feels like the score that you want to be at. I think it's reasonable to be at 6.5 only because the leader of the event will be at 7.5, right? Artemiev is at 7.5 out of 9.
Yep. No, but I do think if you go into the final day with 6.5, you're probably going to have to win the last 4 games.
Yeah, at least, at minimum, you have to win, 3 games and maybe draw, because it is just that tight. And there's going to be so many players as well. It's not just one player trailing at 6.5. There's going to be a pack of 10 players.
Yeah. So Gukesh under pressure here. He just dropped below 4 minutes. Whereas Noterback is still sitting at a comfortable 8 minutes and change. But none of the moves provides an easy solution here for Gukesh, Aman. I mean, everything looks unpleasant.
Yeah, and that's why the time is continuing to tick down here. Knight d4 is that strong. It's unusual that you have a queen on e8 in any position, really. But especially one that it's just exerting so much pressure. Not just queen takes a4, but queen b5 as the next move, I think is something you can reliably count on. So you have to deal with queen b5. Knight takes e6, knight takes a6 are not that good. For Noterback, while Gukesh is thinking, you're also planning out your next moves. You know that it's pretty much queen b5 no matter what, and the moves are going to be very easy. So the time advantage plus the position turning here leads to a very healthy advantage for Noterback.
Yep, so Gukesh just dropped below 3 minutes. Perhaps we said the thing on e6, I think, gives black a very comfortable advantage, right? We recapture with the knight, then we're going to take on f4, and white's pawns will be pretty weak. Perhaps we should take on a6 Aman and then try to put the other knight on the c5 square?
Yep, so this was the variation that I was looking at. I thought knight c5, queen b5 with knight e2 threatened, with b2 hanging, just puts Gukesh in a really bad spot. I don't really see how you can avoid losing everything here. It seems like at minimum you're going to drop that b pawn.
Yeah, perhaps you take on e6, black recaptures with the knight, I suppose, and then maybe bishop e3, give up the pawn and hope to survive with the bishop pair. But maybe there was a better move for black than a knight takes e6.
Yeah, it seems like the knight on d4. In this case, I agree. The bishops are doing pretty fine, and I think you can probably survive here. But instead of knight takes e6, knight e2 can be played as intermezzo, but even just the pawn capturing back, it's just that the knight e2 move is so strong, you probably have to play king h1. But the reality is you're playing it anyway because you're threatening f4 and you're threatening knight takes c1.
Yeah, so tough position for Gukesh. He plays king h1 after a 4-minute think, and now Noterbeck has some time to figure out a good continuation. It feels like almost any move here should give black a very promising advantage.
Yeah, and honestly, those are the positions that are sometimes the toughest to play. When you're sitting in a position you know is a little bit better, any move gives you an advantage. It's tough to choose between them, and I've definitely spent way too much time in a position where it looks like every move is good, and sometimes it's easier to calculate a position where only one move is good because it's kind of easier to locate which one you're talking about.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. Interesting game right there. Another game, Amon, that is really heating up is the game between Ray Robson and Magnus Carlsen. Perhaps we can switch back to that one. Magnus still a little bit worse on the board, but look at the clock. Ray having 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is trouble. Ray is, following in the footsteps of Vladislav Artemiev. Let's see if he can also, be as resourceful as Artemiev in this event thus far.
All right, he goes knight b5. Let's see what Magnus is going to do here. Let's see how he will try to put the time advantage to work. He should definitely have some possibilities here to complicate the game.
Yeah, the isolated pawn for black on d5. Ray has complete control over d4 here. And I like the move knight b5, I have to say. The idea of knight d4 is strong. You can also now get a couple trades in, which will really help the position, especially in time pressure. Trades are just really easy moves to make, gain a little bit of extra time, and simplify the game.
Yeah. So yeah, knight b5 definitely helps on that end. I mean, like I said, it can go to d4, perhaps try to trade with the knight on e6. On the other hand, when the knight was on c3, there was always the trade with knight takes e4 in the position. So with this move, Ray is also keeping perhaps more pieces on the board, which perhaps is not what he should want right now. Like I said, he perhaps should try to keep it simple to make it easier for himself.
Agree. So knight b5 makes sense, but Magnus is not just thinking of the next move. He's trying to think quite a few moves ahead, maybe pick a variation, continuation he expects. He'd love to maybe play down a 3-4 move variation where the final move of the line is a move that Ray does not expect and catches him a little bit off guard, where the obvious moves to play there are actually not necessarily the best ones.
Exactly. Yeah. So he might be considering a move like rook takes c1, but he knows Ray is going to instantly go queen takes c1, and then Magnus wants to have something ready. He doesn't want to give Ray an easy move and just let him gain time on the clock.
Yeah, and that's exactly what rook c5 is. It's a move that doesn't provide a lot of clarification. It asks the knight, does it want to capture on a7 and get trapped? There's also b takes c5, which you probably don't want to allow here. So rook c5, I think, is a good decision for Magnus and a difficult move to react to quickly.
Yeah, so knight bd4, kind of as expected from Ray. Perhaps trying to trade off the knights. Let's see what Magnus is going to do here.
Yeah, the knight's attacked here. There's a very serious threat of capturing. You can play, for example, knight to g5 if you want to trade pieces that way. But I was going to say bishop to f6, recapturing with the f-pawn stabilizes the center. And I do think we will see knight takes on e6 and bishop takes f6 here.
Right, but then after queen takes, how do you continue with white? It feels a bit unpleasant, and Ray just dropped below 20 seconds.
And this is what Magnus is looking for. 5.5 minutes. It's not that Black's winning this position, but simply keeping the game going, keeping pieces on the board. He needs to make a move, and he just got one off there.
Ray played queen to d3. All right. So yeah, some tricky moves played by Magnus, like his rook c5, bishop f6. He's allowing the trades for Ray, but those trades will transform the position, and it will definitely not make it easier to navigate.
Yeah, any kind of trades here, like knight, bishop, these are always going to be in White's favor. The isolated pawn means that if the queens are off the board, it helps White. If the minor pieces get traded, it helps White. Any kind of trades are just very, very useful because it means there's no dynamic play, there's no attack. It really just is a deficiency and a weakness on d5 that you can focus on in the endgame.
Yeah, so let's see how Magnus is going to try to keep the game complicated, right? I mean, maybe at some point he can think of ideas like h5 and h4. He trades on d4. I think Ray will recapture with the bishop. And then what does Magnus have in mind?
Yeah, this is what I'm wondering. Because if bishop takes, I mean, if you have to move the rook, it doesn't really feel like a good position. So he must be looking to capture here.
And then, I mean, both knight takes and queen takes look fine for White, I would say.
Yeah, perhaps if queen takes, bishop a6 is maybe a little bit annoying.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's awkward to defend the e2 pawn there.
Queen takes, bishop a6, rook e1, you're kind of running into issues on the e2 square.
Yeah, and he goes bishop takes d4. Like I said, I think he's aiming for queen takes d4, bishop a6. Actually, Amon, after rook fe1, I think Black just takes anyway on e2, because rook takes c5, b takes c5, and rook takes c2, rook takes c1. So bishop a6 is definitely going to be played now by Magnus.
Yeah, that's a guarantee. And I think this is a critical position. I actually was wondering about knight takes d4. I think the move was going to be queen f6 there. Hitting f2, which is actually really difficult to react to. Rook e1 has been played. This is critical. Bishop takes e2 is going to be played by Magnus very quickly. Hitting the knight on f3, and as you pointed out, rook takes c5 cannot be played because the pawn takes back, and now the position is collapsing.
It is. Yeah, Ray played rook e1 with 1 second, and on knight d2 with 2 seconds on the clock. Magnus definitely must be smelling blood here. I mean, he has an extra pawn, a big time advantage. But, you know, he still needs to put this one away. The d5 pawn, as you pointed out, can be weak in many lines, so still not that easy to convert.
Yeah, if you take every piece off the board except the bishops here, I'm not necessarily convinced that it's a winning endgame. So knight d2 has been played. The good thing for Magnus is he does not have to move this bishop. And matter of fact, he probably should not move the bishop. Pawn to g6 is a way to make an escape square, also control some important squares, maybe suggest the possibility of f5 in the future. So if you want to just play a waiting move and say that, you know, White's position is not that easy to play, then I think g6 comes to mind. Otherwise, you could probably go for some other moves that maybe just develop the pieces. But I would say we're in the territory where just a waiting move like g6 can be really tough to react to with low time.
Yeah, g6 is one of those annoying moves that almost does nothing. Knight g5, a bit more of a direct move, hitting that bishop on h3. I think Ray will play bishop g2, and there we have it. So knight g5, to your point, an easier move, right? The threat is clear, the defense is clear as well, so that's why bishop g2 was played.
Indeed. Ray's in a really bad spot here with that low time, but also the pawn down on the board. Not helping matters. Knight e6 is a move that appears to make sense to kick the queen. That bishop is defended on e2, so it does not have to move, but now the intention is rook takes c5, so you do need to actually react to that one.
Yeah, so let's see what Magnus is going to play. Knight e6 makes perfect sense. You can also move that bishop. Again, creating some annoying tension. And as none of the trades would really be good for Ray. And again, like I feel like with low time, that tension will be annoying, especially if you cannot resolve it with white.
Knight e6, and this pawn starts to gain some autonomy here, playing d4 in the future. The queen needs to move here, and still rook takes e2 is not quite possible because of rook c1. So I'm expecting queen to b2, but no, queen e5 with some pressure on the bishop here. We're going to see this knight move again, or will black finally move this bishop off the e2 square?
Yeah, queen e5, a very brave move by Ray. I mean, putting the queen on the same line as the rook, but Ray says, like, nope, there's no tactics for black. Bishop e5 by Magnus, things are still tricky. You cannot, if you take on c5, there's knight takes, and works out for black.
Queen back to b2. b4 was the computer's top move, but queen back to b2 played by Ray. Not very, I would say it's very easy to leave your queen on e5 when the rook is covered, and so the knight can start to think about moving anywhere.
Yeah, queen b2 played with 1 second. Let's see what Magnus is going to do now. d4, like you said, makes a lot of sense. Just pushing that d pawn off the board. I think now's the time.
So Magnus looking better and better in this position. We have another draw between Enriquez and Irigaisi. A great result there for Enriquez. And concluding the day on a good note. It looks like Gukesh and Norderbeck are equal in their game, and Hans is really outplaying Shimanov in their game thus far.
Yeah, Hans up in exchange. Okay, so things are looking really good for Magnus. He's up on the clock. He's up a pawn on the board, so perhaps we'll leave this game for now. Maybe we can go to that game between Shimanov and Hans to see if Hans can jump ahead and join Artemiev for the lead.
We have opposite bishops in this one. White has control of a lot of light squares. The nature of this game has been much as we described. Hans going for this setup here and really just maneuvering the pieces quite well, to the point where he was able to win material on d5. He captured a rook. The opposite bishops provide some drawing chances, especially with the knight jumping into b5 potentially, and the bishop just closing up the d file while the c and e files are also locked. The difference is going to be on the king side. I think f5, potentially f4 is going to open some key lines that you're going to need if you want to play for a win here with black.
Absolutely, yeah. Hans has that extra exchange, but to really put the rook to work is to open up some files, like you said. Another nice idea for Hans will be to go h5, h4, permanently weakening the dark squares around the white king. Then maybe you have ideas of dropping that bishop back to, let's say, c7, queen e5, and queen h2 will all of a sudden be difficult to stop. So even though that rook on b8 is being kept at bay right now, I think ultimately Hans has too many ideas to make progress.
Yeah, b6, just getting the pawn off the loose square. You have to kind of come up with a setup for white, not just a move, but a setup. Knight on b5 is a little bit artificial. It puts the knight on a great square, but you're not really exactly sure what you're going to do next here. If you play knight to d4, you allow that trade. I'm not sure you want to do that. My instinct is queen to e7, put the pieces on dark squares, tends to be a good idea against a light square bishop. So queen to e7, and also f5, f4 as soon as possible.
Yep, no, that's a great idea. And as soon as black plays f5, I think it's going to be too weakening for white to go f4. I mean, then the e3 pawn gets just too weak. Queen d7 instead by Hans, but should also be good enough to eventually get the job done. Maybe queen f5, Amon, could be a nice idea, threatening queen b1 checkmate.
That's right, and really difficult to play g3, king g2, because number one, the h-pawn is hanging, but also g3 always walks into h4, and the diagonals and the king position will continue to be exposed.
Yeah, so Hans looking in great shape here to jump ahead and join Artemiev for the lead. Yeah, I think I don't see Shimanov holding this one. I mean, it's been a great day for him. He won his first 3 games, but this one is looking tough against Hans.
Yeah, there's a idea to maybe flip the queen around this way, but as soon as the rook comes to d8, I think white is going to need to play c4 or e4. E4 is not the move I prefer because you're never really getting control of f4 back. So I think white is planning to play c4, anchoring both of those pieces in and continuing to keep the d file closed.
Yeah, so we'll see how Hans will try to convert his advantage here. Another game, Amon, that I think we should go to is the game between Gukesh and Noorderbeck, as it looks like Noorderbeck is putting on the final touches to get the victory with black.
Yeah, he's up material here. Rook takes h7 is available for Gukesh, but it's merely one check in a position that is not going to be survivable. And bishop f3, bishop takes rook d2, intending not just pawn takes on f3, but potentially taking on f4 as well. The knight is out of the game, and the white king is left all alone.
Yeah, so Gukesh in check. Let's see where he's going to go. Either g1 or f1 makes sense. He's down his final seconds, f1. But now he can still take on e5. As if you go f2 with black, I guess there's still rook c1.
Yeah, pawn takes on f3, takes on e5. I mean, at this point, you're starting to think about f2 and rook d1, but this rook can come back to c1 in order to save it here.
Gukesh should be lost here, but this is the moment of the game when he starts being extremely resilient. Okay, rook takes h2 has been played. Oh, aha, the idea is f2, and then you cannot stop rook h1.
And that's pretty convincing. If you go e6 and e7, I wonder if that... e6 and rook f7. Perhaps
but I think then the
an idea.
rook trade will make things easier for black. Although that rook on h2 will be a little bit stuck over there.
Yeah, for example, f2, rook f7 takes. The king has to go to g7. I mean, you can try to target the pawn over here with knight c8 or like b5, knight c8. At the end of the day, the rook can slide back in order to defend. Something like this, rook h6. And yeah, it does look like black is going to win this position.
Yeah, rook h6 really a key move, because I think if white is able to take that b pawn, white has real chance to draw, but if the b pawn remains on the board, I think it should be a pretty comfortable win for black, especially because the knight on c8 can also be a little bit trapped over there.
And we're getting this on the board, rook h6 now. It makes a lot of sense as well because it stops knight d6, guarding the f-pawn. So rook h6, king takes on f2, king takes f7 looks really simple. And no, this knight is not going to be trapped there because I think it can escape either to b5 or to c6. But it's not about the knight being trapped. It's that the king probably has to stay guarding the g-pawn. Meanwhile, the black king can make its way all the way over to the queen side, potentially.
Yeah, so let's see how Noorderbeck will try to finish this one off. I mean, rook c6, knight e7, rook c2 makes a lot of sense, trying to round up the pawns on the queen side. And the problem for white is that it's going to be very difficult for their king to ever join the action on the queen side, as then you're probably going to have to part ways with the g3 pawn.
And Magnus has won against Ray Robson. That is a confirmed result. So, while not the best day for Magnus, certainly the ending that he was looking for from this.
Yep, so nice way for Magnus to finish off the day. And we see here, I mean, I do expect Noorderbeck to convert his advantage into a win here.
Yeah, the knight on c6 is not ideal. The b-pawn is surely going down. I think Noorderbeck is not going to miss the opportunity here to show the appropriate technique.
Yep. So let's perhaps go back to the game between Hans Niemann and Shimanov. I mean, Hans having a big advantage, as we saw earlier, but that one definitely still more difficult to convert than the one between Gukesh and Noorderbeck.
This move is key. I've been looking for this move for a while. f4 finally happens on the board. I'm looking at the move queen b5, and I really don't like it. It feels like that's a queen I would rather have closer to home. And having played pawn takes on f4 here, I think you can just take it. It's possible to also play h4, but taking on f4 is simple. I know the rook cannot play rook e8 just yet, but in time, we will be able to get this rook to the e-file. And I think that Hans is improving his position little by little with every move.
Yeah, Shimanov also now down to his final seconds. He goes g3, bishop d6. Can you get away with h4 here? Because otherwise h4 from black is always going to create some weaknesses around the white king.
Queen to c6. I mean, h4 to me is an automatic move here. However, you can see what white is doing, trying to control e8 and hit the b6 pawn, trying to be very annoying there. I would play h4 as black.
Yeah, I'm sure Hans is thinking about it. He goes queen e7 instead. Maybe now h4 from white, solidifying the structure a little bit on the king side.
And he does play it.
There he goes. Not over yet, but Hans having a massive advantage here.
Queen to c7. If queen b5, do you take on g3? I think that's actually a potential variation.
But it's difficult, you know? I mean, if you're down to 20 seconds, you don't really have the time to calculate it all the way until the end. Bishop c7, king g2. I guess Hans is going for rook d6 to f6. I mean, he's much better. Probably winning, but difficult to convert with little time.
The queen is coming back into the game this way, but as soon as the queen goes to b5, it looks like potentially queen to e2 could be played by Hans.
Queen e2 here looks really nasty. I mean, it's really difficult to defend a knight on d3. Perhaps he's aiming to go queen b3?
The knight is repositioning to f3 and g5, and we're starting to get, you know, at least ideas, little glimpses of white actually playing with some intention.
Wait, Hans blunders the b6 pawn. Wait, they can just be taken.
You can see the eyes darting around. Will Shimanov take on b6? It's so critical. Time is getting really low here.
Yeah, rook b8 by Hans. Oh, queen a7, but he could have just taken on a5 because rook takes b2 could have been met with knight f3, but perhaps something was missed there.
Yeah, not taking that a pawn is a pretty big deal. However, I don't think it's so obvious. We might see a move like even queen e7, but the problem is queen d4 is going to force the queen to go back to f6. Queen e7 is desirable to play bishop c5. He does play it, but there is queen d4 here. He's going to have to go back, and now he doesn't have to return to a7, but as we can see from the live camera, he does go back with queen a7.
Right. Okay, so I guess Shimanov is aiming to keep that queen on the a7 square. He wants to go knight g5. Like we said, he might be winning here, Hans, but it's difficult to convert. I mean, he might have to calculate a variation or two, but you can't really go deep with only 20 seconds on your clock. Bishop b7 played.
The computer arrow, blue arrow, showing the only move and played by Hans Niemann, bishop e7, to get rid of the threat on f7.
And now perhaps, is there bishop d8 to b6? Is that an idea, Amon, to get that bishop to idf2 pawn?
Amazing. That is the coordination that could win the game. And Hans has found it. Bishop d8 to b6. This is a winning idea. The f2 pawn cannot be defended, and there's no way to put the queen somewhere where you can play c5.
Yeah, Shimanov looks to be going down here as his time is ticking lower and lower. I mean, if you part ways with the f2 pawn, I think you're just going to lose.
You know, I think in a funny way here, queen e1 and queen takes f2 might be played, and we could get an imbalance where it's bishop knight and then a few pawns against the queen, and that will be interesting.
Yeah. However, I do think you will probably lose that a4 pawn quickly, and with the remaining bishop and knight and c4 pawn, I don't think white holds a fortress. I mean, if white had a pawn on f2, then I could see it happening without the f2 pawn. I just think you never hold that.
Ooh, queen e4. So not maybe the queen takes f2 move that I was expecting. Instead, looking to hide this king on h3, and you know, there's still some work to be done. The f3 knight is defended by the bishop and queen here.
Yeah, but it feels like with that f2 pawn gone and the king permanently being weak on h3, there should be a way for black to just win slowly but surely.
some results. Yez Khan beat Nihal Sarin. We had Noterbeck beating Gukesh. So on the top boards, a lot of the results known. This is the key game remaining. Bishop to c7, targeting g3, played by Hans, who has a winning advantage here.
Yeah, and after bishop c7, what do you even play here with white? It's difficult to make a move that doesn't blunder anything.
c5, queen a1, intending the very obvious queen h1, but what do you even play? Knight e1, the response. Something has got to be wrong with this one. There is an idea to try bishop a5, queen c3 played. Everything is being attacked. c5, g3, the knight on e1.
Yeah, the knight's going to have to move back to either f3 or d3 to defend against queen takes g3. I guess that's what Shimanov is going to do.
That looks like a
f3.
flag.
Oh, and he lose on time.
A win for Hans.
The position...
Now, of course, it was going to be a loss anyway, it felt like. But, of course, an unfortunate flag there. But that's the difficulty of playing in time pressure, Bach.
Yeah, no, Hans did a great job putting the pressure on the board and the clock, and it was just too much for white to handle. So Hans joins the lead on 7.5 out of 9.
Indeed. Let's move to another game. Denis Lazovic against Dmitry Andreikin is still going. We have a lot of results from those top boards. Wesley and Lenier Dominguez both won their games. Sindarov beat David Anton. Mamedyarov has been on a win streak and just beat Le Quang Liem. Meanwhile, Dubov and Yu Yang drew their games, and we're looking now at Denis Lazovic against Dmitry Andreikin in what looks like a winning advantage for white here.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. I think rook takes b4 is not a real threat, as white can always take an e5, and white should be faster in the king and pawn game. So let's see what Denis Lazovic is going to do. He's just 1 or 2 accurate moves away from sealing the victory.
Yeah, both e5 and rook b6 look playable. Definitely don't want to lose on time here. Decides on rook b6. Probably the most accurate move because rook takes b4. I believe loses to this e5 idea.
Yep, so that is perhaps what Denis spent his final seconds on, making sure that king and pawn endgame is winning, because if that is the case, then black can pretty much resign here. If rook takes b4 does not work, white's going to take on a6, take on d6, and that's a very simple win for white.
Yep, could be a resignation on the board. He decides to take, but there is nothing to calculate here, only pawns to push. And if you push the pawns all the way, you quickly realize that white is going to bring that pawn back to d4. This will be a win.
Yeah, black just comes 1 move short, but it makes all the difference, as Denis Lazovic is going to win this game and move to 6.5 out of 9. I mean, it's going to be difficult for him to fight for first, but definitely still in contention for perhaps a medal if he finishes strong on the final day.
And that will be a win. Let's have a look at Faustino, 4.5 out of 8. You know, one of the biggest talents in the chess world right now. Queen to b2, just played. He's playing Martirosyan here. Queen b2, and appears to have what should be a winning advantage here with the black pieces.
Yep. All right, so let's see. He is up a pawn, I believe, and he's having that pass b pawn. And rook f6 might be a big idea to hit the pawn on f2.
Yep. Rook f6. Very, very unpleasant. And this queen is just a little bit out of the action here. Although you have moves like rook to b1. It looks like this queen is going to escape from b2. The b pawn is going to be very strong as well.
All right, so queen f1 by Martirosyan. Bring that queen back to defense. But after rook f6, your queen is just always going to be stuck there. Black also just pushes the b pawn. So I think the combined problems are simply going to be too much for white to handle.
That's right. White's looking to play maybe, rook b1 and harass the queen, maybe double the rooks on the b file and use the queen to hold things together.
And by the way, I said that Faustino is up a pawn. He's actually up 2 pawns, but I don't like the fact that he allowed queen to d1, as now if you trade queens, you're going to lose that b pawn very quickly. So, I think he just let Martirosian off the hook.
Yeah, even though black is going to be up a pawn in this position, it's probably not to the degree where you could actually win, just because the c-pawn's not mobile. In fact, none of the pawns really have any breaks, so it will probably just be more drawish than anything else, despite the fact that they will obviously continue playing because black has an extra pawn.
Yeah, but like you said, that extra pawn is pretty useless, as the c-pawn is kind of weak. Your extra h-pawn also feels kind of useless. So I think Martirosian will hold this one very comfortably, actually.
I agree. If you could play king g5 and h4, might be a little bit more of a chance. I just don't like this h-pawn because it will always be a target, whether it's a check or rook h8. And guarding this pawn, guarding the h-pawn, guarding the f-pawn is way too many pawns, it feels like, for black to keep track of. And notice how white's pawn structure always defends each other.
Yep. So this should be a pretty easy... Oh, wow. This is a game I want to get your attention on. The game between Artem Uskov and Puya Idani on board number... I don't know what it is. Maybe we can pull it up. We see that white is up a queen, but black's pawn is one move away from promotion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the bishop is supporting the promotion, so it does feel like just a draw. I wonder if king... Because, yeah, you're never really going to win as black, so king f8, king e7, maybe you just repeat moves like that. It feels like probably not going to be making a mistake.
Right. You just have to make sure not to allow queen b3 with a check, let's say, because then your bishop gets taken and white controls the promotion square. And you have to make sure you never blunder that pawn with check. But yeah, shockingly, there's just no win here for white, even though it feels like there's got to be something.
Yeah, definitely a weird one.
So nice save there by Puya, it looks like. Okay, so the king, I guess, goes to... Still, you probably have to be careful, right? There's still probably tons of ways to lose this game.
Yep. It's so easy to go wrong. King d8, allowing checks on this side, is another way to go wrong.
Okay, now he has to go to d8, because if you go to f7, there's queen b3, king e7, king f8, there's queen a3.
Lose. King d8.
He finds it.
You can see a pretty good attempt here by white to even find these moves to create a situation where black only has one move to play.
Queen a5 check. All right, so let's see. The king should now go to not to e7 because there's queen a3, not a c8 because there's queen c3, or probably d7 or e8 is fine.
Right, and then there's queen to g4 if king d7. King to d8, there's queen h8, queen g7. So again, the only move, king e7, but spotted correctly.
Yeah. What an escape by Puya. All right, so queen h7, king f8, I guess. King f8, and there's no way. I mean, you don't make this up.
This is so specific here.
You gotta be frustrated if you're white here. You feel like there's gotta be a win, but there's just not. I mean, how is this possible?
I'm curious if he had a winning position and accidentally allowed this, or if this was some sort of forcing a line from earlier.
No, he was winning and he allowed this.
I'm just going to briefly back up and see. So there's actually two queens on the board, and he played queen c1, assuming that he could just, that this was 100% winning, and this is the most improbable, bishop e3 and g2, and this is how it started. That's actually insane. You'd think trading the queens there is a guaranteed win. I can't believe that it resulted in this.
Yeah, this is truly incredible. To be fair, the win there was not that easy. You had to allow a lot of checks from black, but white was able to escape there. In the meantime, it seems like Puya knows the right squares for his king.
King f7, another correct move. This is the pretty much one of the last games of the last round for the day, and both the open and women's sections will conclude tomorrow, although they don't have the same number of games tomorrow. There's 13 total in the open and 11 total in the women's, so tomorrow we'll have 4 games in the open and only 3 in the women's section.
Yep. All right, so let's see. White is definitely still going to try to win this one, even though it seems like there's just a draw. But I think if you're playing with white, you're going to give checks, hope that black goes to wrong square, and eventually resign yourself to a draw, I imagine.
That's right. I would not stop giving checks here, although with time hitting 0, this is making me think perhaps they've agreed to a draw.
I think, Amon, king f7 was a 3-fold repetition.
That's possible. Yep. That is possible. And maybe there was a claim and the game has been pronounced a draw. So that sounds like a pretty good call, Bach, as we take a look at the results from that round 9. Magnus Carlsen beating Ray Robson, moving up to 7 points. Artemiev drawing against Sarana. Sarana is also at 7, but Artemiev crucially moves into the, stays in the lead with 7.5, but he's joined by Hans Niemann at 7.5 points with a win over Shimanov. So your leaders are Artemiev and Niemann going into that crucial final day. And of course, Norderbeck beating the world champion Gukesh in a thrilling game there as well.
Yeah, so the field is really starting to shape up. We saw Artemiev running away, but now since he's drawn the last 2 games, Hans has been able to catch up. We see some more results here. We see Erdogmus beating Nihal, so Erdogmus moving to 7 points as well, just half a point behind. And then we see Mamajarov getting ahead, Sendarov moving to 6.5, Dominguez moving to 6.5, and Wesley So as well.
Yeah, this is now these are now the standings after round 9. Hans and Artemiev leading the event with 7.5 points. Magnus, Alexei Sarana, Erdomush, and Abdusatorov, 7 points. Those are your top contenders going into the final day. But I do think realistically, anyone on 6.5 points is still very much in contention. Just one of those players has to have an incredible final day, scoring minimum 3 points, probably 3.5 or 4 needed from 6.5 in order to catch the leaders. And truthfully, any of the players that have 6 points or below are going to have a very hard time contending, at least for first place, but can obviously make a big jump in the standings.
Absolutely. Yep. So like I said, those top 6 are going to fight it out, but anyone can still come back. And here we have the results in the women's section. We see draws on the top 3 boards. Zhu Jinair winning her game with the black pieces, so she jumps ahead to 6.5 as well to join Humpy in the lead. Then we see another draw on board number 5, and we see Lachno winning on board number 6, moving to 6 points. So I believe here we'll have 2 players on 6.5, and okay, we see some more results here. Some draws on board 7 and 8, and then a lot of wins for the black pieces. As,
Ju and Jun lost
the 6. Ooh, that's gonna be the end of her gold medal chance, and perhaps her medal chances as a whole.
Yeah, that's pretty significant. As we take a look at the standings, you see what that means is that Ju and Jun is certainly not even on the top 24 places here. Zhu Jinur and Humpy Conero 6.5 points apiece, and I believe that might even be a forced pairing if they have not played. The same with Hans and Artemiev as well. And yeah, 4.5 points for Ju and Jun. It's unfortunately just not going to be good enough this time around. But because of how dense the pairings are, or I should say the standings are in the women's section, you really need to be near the top to have a good chance. 6 or at minimum 5.5. But remember, in the women's section, there's only 3 more rounds. So I think that's actually critical, Bach, because it means I think you have to be at that 6-point margin. Because if you're at 5.5, a point behind with only 3 more games remaining is really difficult to come back from.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Mon. I think only the players that have 6 points minimum still have a chance because only 3 more rounds to go. So it's going to be an exciting final day tomorrow. 2 World Rapid Champions will be crowned tomorrow. And we'll see who it is. Here we have our schedule for the rest of the days. We see that tomorrow in the Rapid, we will have rounds 10 through 13 and then tie breaks if needed. Amon, do you think it's going to come down to tie breaks?
Well, I think, historically, sometimes they have, so it's not unheard of. And if multiple players are tied, there's a crazy Armageddon knockout format that, if needed, of course, we'll give you the full explanation on the show tomorrow. But tie breaks are always exciting for the fans to watch. And my only thing, Bach, is that, we'd rather see tie breaks than, sharing the prizes, right? We want to see some blood spill.
Yeah, we want to see a winner. We don't want to see, a handshake and a shared title at the end. We want to see them fight it out until the very end. Amon, it was a fun day commentating the action with you today, and I'm going to leave the final words to you.
Well, thanks on short notice joining us, Bach. It was great to have someone to bounce some ideas off of. I was monologuing for a while there, and someone was going to get tired of it, and it might be me, first of all. So I appreciate the company and your expert insights today. We got some exciting games. We saw Magnus Carlsen lose some unfortunate games, but come storming back. As we know, he always is gunning for first place in the event overall. That is day 2. Today's coverage of the World Rapid Championship will continue for day 3 and the finale, where we ultimately find out our winner tomorrow. Make sure to see you then.
TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
wake up. Too easy just to lay up. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Shot it going never sad, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, then I know that she ain't